Hopkins would come in here under reasonable term, it's a different contract.
I just don't understand this slow-moving, develop, we'll get there when we get there, specifically from you. This team drafted a running back 12th overall. They're in a win-now mentality in a wide-open NFC. So you know what you do to a 31-year-old receiver? You add him to your football team. You do.
No,
you don't go,
you spend on defense.
I don't know. Let's just take our time.
That seems to take our time. Well, you're doing the straw man deal.
No, you said you just develop your number 2.
They're going to
out of thin air.
No, they drafted a guy number 12 who's going to be out 6 games. So my point is, if you sign DeAndre Hopkins to a long-term deal, you've basically now made J-Mo your number 3.
That's a hell of an offense.
No, it's not.
That's a hell of an offense.
No,
where you tell him, hey,
you're wasting your number 3. And, oh, by the way, you used a pick on a running back who's going to catch 50 balls. And you used a second-round pick on a tight end who, I'm sorry, his main weapon is catching the ball.
I'm not saying how this is a problem. This sounds like first-world problems. We have too many good football players.
You'd be devaluing your draft picks. It would make them even more luxurious than actual usage. You have to have target share. You can't have a guy justify the selection and then you only target him 50 times. That's not how this game works. Plus, you're comfortable taking 10% of the salary cap with this guy. I'm not.
Well, I'm not going to pay my quarterback a king's ransom, and you are. So I don't have to worry about these problems.
Paul Serra joining us. Paul, how are you? Did you enjoy the game in Boston last night?
It wasn't great. Was not great.
What do you have, Dad?
Well, no, just to Jim's point, and to your point a little bit, because I'm a little bit in between, which I know is not the greatest thing on radio, but because I do think he could add. I do think it can add something, but at the same time, he's an upgrade to Marvin Jones. But does he really add that much more? Like, he isn't what he was 4 years ago. No. He's not beating anyone over the top. So you're still playing your offense in like a 10-yard window with Goff passing the ball.
No, that's J-Mo's role, to take the lid off. DeAndre, to me, it's not that he's bad. It's that I don't want to be the team that pays him at age 32, 33, 34. And if J-Mo's any good, if Amon-Ra's that dude, if Laporte is good, Jahmyr Gibbs, I got plenty of weapons. I still would rather allocate this money to a Chase Young or a big defensive move. And maybe that's equally unrealistic. Let's go to the people, see what they have to say. See if any of us are making any sense. Go to Mike in Oxford. Mikey, what's going on, bud?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How are you guys doing today?
Great, Mike. What a day. What a day.
Get Jimmy on the afternoon drive. Nice. See, guys, I got to go with you on this, Mike. Why are we going to bring in a guy that, openly, talked back? He was caught on a mic on a Monday night game last year saying that he didn't even like playing with the Cardinals that much, and it was rough. You know, the thing is the good teams, they do not need an elite receiver like that. The good teams build within, in the trenches. St. Brown is a perfectly fine number 1 receiver. We have Williams. I think we have enough. Raymond made some plays later in the year last year. I think they'll be fine. I don't think they need a receiver. I think they need to focus on getting a guy, like your one texter said, get a guy that can – I would rather have Frank Clark. What do you think about that?
I like Frank Clark because he's clutch in big moments and in the postseason. I believe he's number 2 all-time in postseason sacks. I'm with you. I brought up a guy who's a one-trick pony in a Yannick Ngakoue. He ain't going to stop the run, but every third down and every year he's played in this league, he's got 8 sacks. Mike, I'm with you, and I'm happy to spend, and I'm with Jim in this. Jim and I both agree. There's more work to be done. D-Hop, to me, let him go to Lamar. Let him go to Baltimore. Let him catch a bunch of empty passes. I don't think he's a winner.
And when he's questionable on the injury report, you might as well just count him as not playing. This guy gets hurt so often that I don't know if he even will be a factor. And as soon as he's unhappy, he's not rushing back out there to play. He's definitely an egomaniac. You don't need that. And I think that would rub off on these young guys. You're talking about guys that haven't been in the league that much, and they're very impressionable, like J-Mo. J-Mo needs good examples, it seems like. It seems elementary, but to me, he would be a bad example to these younger guys. I don't know if that sounds stupid, but to me, it makes sense.
No, I don't think it sounds stupid, but Jim's his own man. I mean, if you have a problem with it, speak now.
Well, no, I just think it's hypocritical to say I'm concerned about J-Mo, but I'm just going to ignore an upgrade at the position.
How?
Upgrade the position if you're concerned about your receiver and Jamison Williams not panning out, not being mature enough.
I don't
draft
need
someone who
to
does play
upgrade
football.
A position when a player's out for 6 weeks.
What if you're concerned beyond the 6 weeks, which I think you
different.
are?
No.
Yes.
I'm not. I am concerned that this guy doesn't get it. The ability's the ability. Now, if they have this culture I think they're building, they're going to rein him in a little bit. They're going to get him to understand this is a job. This isn't a hobby. Jim, I'm not ready to give up on the kid. I'm just saying.
I didn't say cut him, but you've talked about on this show a possibility where if he screws up again, he's cut entirely.
Well, of
and
course.
And what's your contingency plan? Marvin Jones, and we had someone really say Khalif Raymond.
No, I'm not going Raymond. Reynolds, Marvin Jones, Laporta, Gibbs, Montgomery. That is a deep offense, and all 5 guys can catch it. And I've already told you I'm bringing in another veteran receiver. Jim, I'm very comfortable where they're at offensively. Maybe I'm cocky. Maybe I like Ben Johnson too much. Maybe I'm not seeing it. Look, and that's the beauty of it. People can call in and agree with you. I don't think you're stupid for the take. I don't think you're wrong necessarily. I have a different way I want to do this. That's it. Go to Ryan, 97.1. Ryan, what's going on, brother? How are you?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Excellent.
So I bleed orange and purple. I've been a Clemson fan my whole life.
Really?
I used to. Yeah, here in Southwest Michigan, I got an aunt that was a professor there.
Gotcha.
So, I went to a game. I went to a lot of games growing up, and a lot of people don't realize that Hopkins was actually the number 2 coming out of college. He was not the number 1. So he did share the load. Sammy Watkins was actually the number 1. They had Peak that year, Martavius Bryant. So I wasn't expecting him that much out of him going into the NFL. But I think through hard work and everything, he proved himself as better than Sammy Watkins.
The point is, he's closer to the end than the beginning. For me, Jim might be right.
I agree he is. When you're 31, you don't have a 10-year career left. Does he have 3 more good years? You sign him to 2? You sign him to 2, and these deals aren't real, and you can get out of it?
If he asks for 4, are both you and Ryan on board here?
I'm all on board for Hopkins.
Okay. But you're admitting you love Clemson.
Yes, I do love Clemson, so that's a big deal.
Okay. I mean, Jim, go ahead. He comes in and goes, listen, I'll give you a little bit of a discount. 4 at 70.
How much is guaranteed?
50.
Okay. I'd do it.
Wow.
But the reason
I'd say this because Paul ain't going to say it to you. Paul made a face. I saw you make a face.
That's too much money.
He made a real face at you.
That's over $12 million a year, guaranteed.
And?
He's not worth that.
Listen, when you're committed to not paying a mediocre quarterback mega money, you can have a little extra over here and a little extra over there. You're trying to win right now.
Lions fans, can I ask a question? Because Jim and I don't get to work together very often. Are you comfortable with this man slandering Jared Goff the way that he does? Why are you still so bent out of shape slandering this guy? What is it?
Because I have aspirations for my football team that I don't think he can match.
And when we're at Ford Field for a home playoff game and he's taking a knee and they have beaten whoever they're playing, like, what is it going to take for you to be done with the Goff thing?
He needs to have a signature playoff game, not one where he just kind of throws one touchdown for 180 yards and they win, because to do what you want to do here, which is not win a playoff game, but to win several, to do the unthinkable, he's going to have to go toe-to-toe with some of the game's best.
Okay.
In the postseason, which he has never done, including when he was on a great team.
Trent Dilfer, Brad Johnson, Eli Manning.
Do you realize the type
Peyton Manning with bolts in his neck?
Do you realize the type of team you need to win with if Trent Dilfer is your quarterback?
Yeah, it's the team they're building. They're building a monster. The Lions are building one of the best foundations in football. I simply have more confidence in it than you do.
You have no margin for error if you're going to extend him. Good luck.
Okay. By the way, I'm not extending him today. Now, a year from now, we will know the fate. They're going to have to do something. People, I just wondered. It could be a sidebar conversation. 248-539-9797. Also, Jim, along with putting a body bag for Jared Goff, he will be burying in the mausoleum Miggy Cabrera at 3. No, I'm going to help you. I'm going to be lead right wheel like Tom Winesgans. Wiesgans.
No, but it is a real conversation.
I'll be wheeling Miggy out. Don't worry.
No, but it is a real conversation. If this team's going to be serious.
This one, I agree with you, but there's something else they need to do for me to fall in line.
Okay.
We'll get to that at 3. 97.1. Look, if there's a day built for Shandy, it would be today. This weather's unbelievable. Old Nation Brewing as Memorial Day weekend begins. Gorgeous weather. Hopefully you get some time off. And if it's your thing, feel free to grab an Old Nation. Ask for it by name wherever you buy your beer. Full lineup of approachable, high-quality, award-winning beers, from the M43 to the B43, all the new ones they're coming out with, including that Fritz Lager, but it's shandy time. Get a 4-pack before they sell out. It's OldNationBrewing.com. That's OldNationBrewing.com. 21 and up. Please drink responsibly. All right, we got Paul Serra in for Hatchet. That means it's blitz time. We'll get more DeAndre Hopkins stuff in a bit. Paul, the floor is yours. And again, I know being the bilingual man you are, if you want to go between English, French, and Spanish or 3 languages, please feel free. You're the Serge Ibaka of this station. Do you realize Paul is going to be producing the Spanish language broadcast while producing this show all in one foul swoop today? The man has more talent than we have brains.
I'm
Paul,
a multitasker.
You are. I'm still waiting for you to speak to Rico in Spanish. That was the moment of the day. Go ahead.
So CBS Sports' Will Brinson came out with the list of 7 teams who missed the playoffs last year that can make it this year. On the list, Jets, Broncos, Texans, Lions, Falcons, Panthers, and Rams. Who on the list is most likely to do it?
You want me to go first or you want to go first?
We're going to say the same team, right?
Our gritty, gutty, never say die Dirty Birds.
Yep. Well,
Atlanta. That division is morbid. That's the AL Comedy Central of the NFL. New Orleans is not good. Tampa Bay is awful. And Carolina has a rookie QB. Art Smith's running scheme, they're loaded for bear. Bijan. I think Atlanta's the team.
I didn't think that's where you were going. I was going to say the Lions, but sure, I could be convinced.
Well, that's the obvious one. I was trying to, just have fun.
I like it.
Well, of course, the Lions are going to win the division. They're not just making the playoffs.
On the latest episode of their New Heights podcast, the Kelsey brothers talked a little bit about Thursday night football games and said that players that are anti-Thursday night games are just trying to make a headline. There's no effing chance anyone with half a brain cell is against Thursday night games.
Really?
Do you think players are actually against these games?
Yes. Because they're not even healed up by Thursday to play again. And second of all, if I ever found myself listening to that podcast with the Kelsey brothers on it, I would check my own mental state. Why do I want to hear what either of them have to say? My whole point is, talk to the people in your locker room. You're still hurting when you go back on the field Thursday night. It's not good for players.
What he said.
I'm sorry.
No, but it's the same thing, right? If you're going to play a game on Sunday, and we don't even get injury reports that we can rely on till Thursday, and they're supposed to play a game that day?
I don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, I don't get it.
All right, well, in an article written by Jeff Kerr, he listed Aaron Rodgers and Garrett Wilson as the best new QB wide receiver combo in the league. Do you agree?
Jim Costa for the win.
I think so. I'm trying to think on the fly. I think so. Am I missing somebody? Who would even challenge them? Lamar and Odell? No.
Garoppolo and Devontae Adams?
No.
I have one. I don't know if this qualifies. Trevor Lawrence and Calvin Ridley.
It does count, and it's sneaky good.
Not bad, right?
Not bad.
That's a good one, Mike.
Thank you. That's the first nice thing Paul's ever said to me. What a day. Go ahead.
So obviously OTAs are going around the league right now. A lot of reports are coming out about the OTAs that Bryce Young and Anthony Richardson are really standing out early on. Which QB do you think will have the best rookie season?
Richardson. Better O-line, running game, plays indoors, soft division, and he's so big physically that he can supplement where he lacks throwing it by being a Justin Fields type runner. Bryce Young, he looked like bring your kid to work day. There ain't no hiding. So for me, Richardson. You?
It's Richardson. He's bigger. There's going to be a rushing floor that he has right away out of the gate, even if people are concerned about the accuracy.
Right. And the O-line.
He looks the part immediately. He's going to beat NFL athletes to the edge, and he's going to break tackles. And then if he develops any bit as a passer, you're talking about one of the best guys in the league.
So former MSU great, NFL great, Le'Veon Bell recently said he'd like to have one more chance to show what he can do on the football field before he officially ends his pro career. Will any team actually give him a chance?
No.
Yeah. Got like a whole XFL deal, right? USFL. One of those teams will give him a chance.
What about the, that's
oh, you meant the NFL? Absolutely not. No chance. No chance. That ship sailed.
He was done for a long time, and he was given chances.
What about the St. Louis Battlehawks?
Okay.
He also said he wanted to play in the preseason for the Steelers, get a few carries, and then retire as a Steeler.
Me too.
I don't understand much of what Le'Veon's done with his life, and we'll just leave it there.
So NFL.com released an article this morning listing the Jets as the team most likely to go from worst to first in the NFL. Who do you think actually has the best chance?
Worst to first. It's no one in the NFC.
No.
AFC wise, I'm just doing what you were doing, going through it.
Trying to make sure we don't miss anybody.
Maybe you're right, but I still don't think it's going to work. I do not respect that team. You want an off the board selection?
Mm-hmm.
You want something crazy?
Sure.
Zany. What about the Cleveland Browns?
I was just going to bring them up.
If Watson,
and I don't believe it, but
no.
Yeah.
but it's a power running game. And it is this, if Watson's the top 5 guy they traded for, why not? And it's not like they didn't beat the Bengals last year. It's not like they're incapable of competing in that division. I mean, hell, 2 years ago, didn't they win it?
Who finished last in the... Oh, no, it's not going to be the Texans. Yep, you're right.
Did the Rams finish last? Because they might bounce back.
Bounce back to what?
Making the playoffs.
Yeah, I think the problem is that offensive line's too beat up.
Paul, anchors don't bounce off the ocean floor. They're done. They're done. That ship has sailed.
So in the news of another former ex-Steeler, Antonio Brown's agent has claimed his client has received genuine interest from teams around the league, but he's waiting for just the right fit. Who is the right fit?
It's too nice outside, and it's Friday, because I could tell you what the right fit is, but it's mean. So I'll leave it alone.
Who'd you say?
Antonio Brown.
In the NFL?
That's what his agent said.
Oh, stop it.
He's just waiting for the right fit, Jim.
Stop it. He went to my school. Just for the sake of the university, I'm going to bite my tongue.
That is the first time in Blitz history that both hosts are opting to not say something because of its incendiary nature.
At least we got heated benches.
Next.
So Chris Sims released his top 40 quarterback rankings in the NFL heading into the 2023 season. And I put this in there because it involves a quarterback that I happen to root for. He has Tua Tagovailoa as the 21st best quarterback in the NFL heading into next season, just behind Mac Jones, who finished 20th. Is that a fair ranking?
It's probably a little aggressive, but
I agree with the sentiment.
If we're factoring in durability, I can't argue it.
How about arm strength?
Oh, but he's never had a big arm. He throws guys open. It's anticipatory.
Is it anticipatory if everybody has to turn around and double back to get the football?
Do you want to pull up his numbers before he got his skull cracked open?
He's never been a guy who's throwing a nice deep ball.
Okay, all right.
He's a fine game manager. He should be ranked about 20. If you like him a little more, put him in the late teens. It's not a big deal.
Paul, when did Jim get so mean?
He's lefty Drew Brees, Jim.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's lefty Drew Brees. He's a bona fide Hall of Famer well on his way.
Yeah, but it's not a terrible comp because it's not like Drew Brees had a cannon. He had a complete shoulder reconstruction through a torn labrum, and he game managed at a very high level, completing 70% passes on 5-yard throws. The point I'm making is Tua can throw very good intermediate balls 15, 20 yards down the field, and he throws guys open.
Which is why they surrounded him with yak receivers.
Yeah, yards after catch guys. Waddle and Hill, it was smart, and McDaniel's got an offense that designs it well. I'm not saying they can't be successful, but sorry if I don't put the guy in the upper echelon.
Yeah, you know who else didn't throw a great deep ball? Joe Montana. Okay, I'm making a point. You can make your way to Canton multiple ways. I just think 21 on skills.
What about Otto Graham?
Okay, I'm telling you.
Johnny Unitas had a nice spiral, let me tell you.
Paul,
what does Otto Graham have to do with Tua?
Well, how far back are we going to go? How far back are we going to go? Yeah, the football was different 40 years ago when Joe Montana was playing. I don't know if you...
Does Daniel Jones throw a good deep ball?
And you don't even want to pay Daniel Jones, so why bring him up? That's bad faith.
My point is, did he lead a team to the playoffs last year and win a playoff game?
He was on a team that made the playoffs and won a game. Lead is a very aggressive word.
Did he lead them to the playoffs?
Sure. Lead is very generous.
Is
sure.
it?
Yes.
2 words, Vanilla Vic.
I can't believe you're trashing Tua like this.
Look what you did. You hurt Paul. I hope you're happy.
Lo siento.
That was football today.
Wait, you speak Spanish? Excellent job by Paul there. Listen, weather is gorgeous. If you're looking to upgrade your vehicle for summer, Moran Buick GMC has got you covered. The 2023 GMC Acadia, flexible third-row seating. Jim will have plenty of room when he body bags Jared Goff or any other Detroit athlete he despises. Moran has great service, MoranExpress.com. You sign up, get your certified service appointment, you get a free loaner vehicle. And if you're having any problems, they got you covered. Scheduling is fast and easy. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, we'll knock down a couple of calls. Top of the hour, we're going to get into some Tigers. It's no secret. Rico and I don't think this team's for real and don't respect the division at all. I think it's just kind of false hope. But Jim has a fascinating, I mean this, there's no smarm to it. It's a fascinating issue that would actually bring me more into believing in them. And it's a difficult choice the team would have to make to prove they're real. But as we opt to do on this show, I'm not going to let him off the hook that easy. There are two things they would need to do.
Okay.
But we're going to do it. And none of it involves bringing in another player. None of it involves a massive trade. Two things.
Okay.
We'll do it in a few minutes. Let's get to Josh, who's out in Shelby. Josh, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you guys?
Good. What's on your mind?
I'm a little confused as to why Jim says he doesn't want to pay Goff, who has been ingrained in the culture for a couple of years now, going on year 3. Seems like he has a ton of chemistry with the receivers and the team, and he wants to bring in a diva wideout and pay him $80 million. So I'm just confused as to where, like, the logic is there, because I'm not seeing this playing out too well with DeAndre Hopkins. I'm seeing him being almost a Kyrie Irving type cancer to the culture, if you will.
Josh, we'll go 2 parts. We'll start with that first one. Kyrie Irving's in a league of his own. Mike, you'd have to grant me that.
Kyrie is intergalactic poison.
Right. I don't think I've seen anti-Semitism from Hopkins. I don't think flat Earth statements have been made from DeAndre Hopkins. Like, Kyrie is his own deal. DeAndre, we get whispers he's a bad dude, but I know he performs and he plays and he shows up and he's not out of shape. This is a dude who would help the team. Now, the hypothetical salary, it was rich. What'd you say? It was 75 over 4 years?
I just said he'll give you a discount, and I go, here, this is what I want. It'll be shy of $20 million.
And only 50 was guaranteed, which that's the number that matters.
Okay.
You're going short-term to win right now, Josh. You're going short-term to win right now. Now for Jared Goff. Why am I so mean to this guy? He's so ingratiated into the culture. He doesn't make the winning throws that win championships. He doesn't have a single big playoff game in his career. Win or loss, his performances are largely average to mediocre. TJ Lang, who played in the league, has told you in this offense, they don't ask him to make very many big boy throws, but he also isn't capable of it either. And that, to me, is the next level that this team needs to get to if they're going to not just beat up in this division, but win a championship. And when you make that decision to Jared Goff and you extend him, you are making the decision that he is a quarterback who can win you a Super Bowl.
So many words. All right, Paul, let's go. I mean, when you get on Goff, you don't stop. That's unbelievable. I'm going to leave it alone.
Okay.
We have to go on the board. I know you got a first striker ball bet for people. If you would, Paul. In honor of my cohort today, I want to offer you what I consider value.
Is it a 5-inning bet?
No. It is to win the NBA championship bet.
Oh.
The Nuggets are essentially even money.
Sure.
The Celtics are plus 300, and the Heat are plus 550 on FanDuel. Jim, here's my question. Are we overvaluing Denver? And are we undervaluing the teams in the East? Now, mind you, Miami up 3-2 in the series with another chance to close the Celtics out tomorrow night. Tyler Hero will be back in the NBA Finals. Vincent will be healthy. They have a deep team, and you have Eric Spoelstra. Plus 500 is value. And for the Boston Celtics, no, I still have a hard time believing they're going to do this, although I'm opening my heart to love.
Dangerous.
Think about if the Celtics do win the series. Are they going to be plus 300 to beat the Nuggets? No way. So here's my question. Would you kind of balance this out and put 1.25 units on the C's and 0.75 on Miami, and you're going to have a plus 400 shot that if the team from the East beats the Nuggets, you get paid?
That just seems smart, right?
That's why I brought it up.
All year long, the East was the better conference.
Correct.
You have a chance to take the East to win the NBA Finals.
Played a broken down Suns team, down Chris Paul, and DeAndre Ayton's heart was misplaced in transit. And then you played the Lakers, who, let's be fair, weren't even supposed to make the playoffs 6 weeks ago.
No, and LeBron's looking around for help. It wasn't exactly a souped-up Laker team.
So the
Nuggets are a pretty shallow team. They're not a deep team. They get into a 6 or 7 game series with a good team from the East. And again, we're not doing even money. You're getting juiced up.
You're getting plus 400 if you balance your bets.
Yep.
Plus 400 to come out of the East wins it. I wanted to offer it as value. What do you got for the people?
I'll give people a baseball bet tonight. I like the Texas Rangers, juiced odds, playing your Baltimore Orioles.
America's Orioles.
Mike, you know who's on the bump for the O's?
Tell me.
Grayson Rodriguez.
He's been terrible.
So you take one of the hot offenses in baseball, plus odds on the road against...
How about Adolis Garcia leading the league in ribbies?
Great story.
I love Adolis. Sorry, geeked out there for a second.
No, you're good. I got Texas Rangers plus 105.
And throw the over into. All right. Paul Serra, do you have a bet you'd like to offer people?
Sure. I'll
a bet that you're going to kick Jim Costa's ass if he says another nasty thing about Tua.
Well, it's not that crazy of a bet, but I just think Tigers tonight, Tigers money line, plus 132.
With Wentz on the bump. I'm just saying.
I just think the White Sox I just think the Tigers are going to win these next couple games.
Team.
You know what's interesting, though? Every night the Tigers are underdogs. They were underdogs, I think, 2 of the 3 nights in KC. They were underdog last night against Chicago. They're underdogs again. You're not getting any respect from anyone, and yet Hinch is managing his ass off. This team plays hard. They're kind of a live dog.
Yeah, I think you got to take advantage of when they're winning these games against bad teams. If they're going to be underdogs, take advantage of it.
Again, the only way to bet baseball, you have to bet dogs.
That's it.
You're playing them against a bad White Sox team. I would be scared to death about Joey Wentz, but you pick your spots, Paul. I don't hate it.
That, my friends, that's on the board. All right, we just took you through it with FanDuel and the value. If you wanted to bet the NBA Finals, bet a champion. Maybe you just want to get involved with a side, a total, prop bet stuff, more betting markets than anybody. They are the official betting partner of the NBA. And if you're new, you get a no-sweat first bet up to $1,000. It's all there for you. No better place to play than FanDuel Sportsbook. FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 deposit required. That refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expires in 14 days. See full terms. FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117. 3 o'clock on just a dream sequence Friday. Beautiful weather out. I hope everybody's God, I hope your office closed early like ours did. Go enjoy yourselves. I'm really psyched to do this topic because I think this is a window into Jim Costa's brain, and it's good. That's a compliment. Jim, I want you to take the lead here because this is your baby. This is your brainchild.
So you are someone who's hesitant to buy into any success the Tigers have been having, right? Do I have that?
Minus Riley Green being actually good the last month.
Right, but when some people on the station bring up, hey, you never know in this division, you're hesitant.
Correct.
Okay. They're 2 games back of first place. I think they're going to be in first on Memorial Day.
Oh, Christ. We're doing this?
That's not the topic. The summer begins with the Tigers in first place. But the question is, are they willing to do what it would take to be serious? Because the season doesn't end on Memorial Day, as we're painfully aware. They're winning with smoke and mirrors, right? Drawing walks, singles, moving guys over first to third. A.J. Hinch is managing his ass off. Squeezing out ABs. Here's Zach Short with a pinch hit home run. They're doing all the little things, but he's doing it with one hand tied behind his back. Everybody else gets a 26-man roster, and the Tigers are playing with 25. If they're serious, they go to Miguel Cabrera, they give him $30 million, and they say, you can fly coach. We'll give you the Red Sox when you go to Beantown. You can get the 10-gallon hat when we're in Arlington, but you can't be on our roster anymore. Not if we're serious about actually taking advantage of this division. Mike, Cabrera has a 467 OPS.
Oh, my God.
It's the worst in baseball.
Oh.
If he qualified. Three extra base hits in his last 85 for this season. But I'm not done. For those that are into the analytics, for those that are into the war in the analytics, Miguel is a minus 0.8 WAR. Basically, he's not in the top 500 players in baseball. He's not in the top 1,000 players in all of baseball. He ranks 1,104 out of 1,106 Major League Baseball players. He doesn't hit. He doesn't field. He's arguably the worst player in the sport. If you're serious about chasing something, you have to have a very uncomfortable conversation. Miguel's a legend. Your mid-farewell tour. Could you do what your Yankees did to A-Rod and say, exit stage left, with all due respect?
No, because you're not a real franchise.
Well, then maybe you're right, and people shouldn't take this seriously. Because, Mike, if they're serious, they got to play with 26. A.J. Hinch can't be playing one man down for the rest of the season.
No, and it's also on a team whose third base position in total has an OPS of like 520.
Oops.
So, look, I think you're right. See, there's 2 things I would need. I was asked this by Rieger the other day. I go, Riegs, it's not that I don't want them to win. It's that I don't believe in it for the things you just said. Sorry, Zach Short's not a Major League Baseball player. And Zach Short won't be hitting home runs in the dog days of summer carrying you in a pennant chase. Mm-hmm. Second of all, this might be the worst division in the history of baseball. This division's horrific. Now, if you want to make it and watch Erod walk away for free, well, I think you're a short-sighted idiot. That's your prerogative. Yay, 3-foot daiquiris. Do whatever you want to do. But Jim's got a point here. Because part of the reason I don't want to buy in is the fact that Miguel even plays. But it would also be doing this. And I'm serious. It's not a blockbuster trade. Extend Eduardo Rodriguez. Show me that you're for real.
Take some of that Meyer money.
Well, just acknowledge he's going to walk. Acknowledge he's worth more on the open market. And start to show me, okay, we believe in the 4 walls of this organization that we are ahead of schedule. We do believe. And moreover, we're not going to sell parts. We're going to buy. And we're not going to trade our ace. That when Tarek Skubal comes back, we're going to have the best lefty 1-2 combination we've had in a long time. And one of the better ones in the AL, right? Mm-hmm. If you do these 2 things, you show me you're a big boy organization. And by doing it, you allow me to then kick back, relax, and go, okay.
Mike will even have those daiquiris. If they do these 2 things, you'll be double fisting them.
Then I can enjoy nonsense like Zach Short hitting home runs. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, it'd be projecting a level of confidence.
And if they extended Erod, it tells me they're not selling at the deadline.
Correct.
Which means what they do now has value.
Mm-hmm.
But the Cabrera point Jim is bringing up, people, is spot on.
And I think it's uncomfortable.
No, it's not. Who the hell even wants him here? Who? Half-wits. That's who. The guy hasn't been good since 2016.
Listen, it's an easy decision for me. I'm not going to pretend that they would have an easy time making that decision, but it's the right decision if you're going to compete in this division. You have to use 26 roster spots. You can't trot them out one of every 3 days out of sympathy. You can't do that. Not if you're trying to win. Listen, Mike, if they're well on their way to 100 losses, let them play out the stretch. Who cares?
If last year he was coming off 38 homers, 108 RBIs, and a 950 OPS. All right, if he had done that, and this was the farewell tour, I'd probably play him every day. Jim, the season I just gave you was 2016. It's the last year he was any good. This is year 7 of him being garbage. If you are real, you get rid of him.
Correct.
You can tell him he can put the uniform on. You can give him a free supply of hats and snacks. He can show up and hang out. Absolutely. He cannot be a member of this team. Cannot. Show me you're real, and I'll be nice to you.
Is that too much to ask?
You ask the people, because I'm going to tell you you're going to run into a problem.
248-539-9797. What's the problem? I'm going to run into a problem. What's the problem?
Oh, people are morons.
There's a sentimentality with Cabrera.
People get in their feelings.
Miggy's moments.
And people will say, well, what do you care about the 26th guy on the roster? No, that's the difference. What Miguel Cabrera is offering you is a negative wins above replacement, which means you play him, he's hurting the team. It's not even at a level that I could grab random minor leaguer and get better production. So if I get rid of him and I bring up a Malloy,
or Kerry Carpenter gets healthy, you want to DH him.
Right. Now, all of a sudden, no, that's not the 26th guy on my roster, guys. And that's someone who plays defense. And that's someone who plays every day. This is the baseball equivalent of Bernie Lomax. I don't know if you're familiar with Bernie Lomax. Ever see the movie Weekend at Bernie's? Yeah. Where they duct tape a dead man to a chair?
Prop him up. Yeah.
That's Miggy. Yeah. Bernie Lomax could not play first base. True?
Mm-hmm.
Miguel Cabrera can't either.
Correct.
Like, this is what they're doing. And as long as they want to act in an embarrassing manner, I don't care about being 2 games under 500 in the AL Comedy Central. Because what it will end up as is trading away our best players. Now, I still believe for their long-term future, you trade Erod and you trade Alex Lang. Why? Lang would net you a haul.
Yeah, he's under team control for a very long time. He's got shutdown stuff.
I would give Scotty Harris the ability to add as many as 3 premium prospects. No, not top 10 guys, but hand-selected guys he likes. I think Scotty Harris is a damn good baseball guy.
Well, and I think it's obvious. The thing he talked about is winning the strike zone. Second fewest free passes handed out by this pitching staff. Right? And then the approach at the plate's been noticeably better. A.J. Hinch is managing this like a National League team.
He has to.
He's trying to squeeze every drop out of this team. Right. He's wringing the rag dry.
No offense, I don't see Yordan Alvarez coming out of that clubhouse.
Right. And in a normal division, he could try his damnedest and it wouldn't matter. But in this division, if you give him every roster spot, let him play every matchup out of the pen and out of the dugout, Mike, they might actually have a shot. We might actually have a summer here. But you can't tie an arm behind your back.
No,
you can't.
Again, do that. And extend Erod. Show me you're real. Otherwise, none of this matters because by July 28th, Erod's gone. And if Scotty Harris is who I think he is, Lang could be gone too. And if you do that, then what do you got?
You just kind of glide to the end of the season. You do what the Pistons have done the last couple of years.
Right. So show me. Paul, you look poised to pounce. What please talk to me.
No, I do think there's a level of what you're saying, Mike, that they have to show you they're real. But I feel like the way A.J. Hinch has managed this year, like last year was kind of a cluster F and, people were all over him. I do think he's a legitimately top 5 manager in baseball. But at some point, they have to give him talent, and then they got to keep that talent.
Okay,
sure.
Understand. The way to getting talent, like we talked about this earlier, whether it is the Dodgers, who are down Julio Urias and Dustin May, right? Those guys are going to be gone the better part of 2 months. Dodgers have a great system. My belief, Paul, is if I trade Erod, I'm going to get one really good young player from the Dodgers that Scotty Harris wants, that A.J. Harris would have input on. A.J. Harris. I mean, that A.J.
The brain
Hinch,
trust of A.J. Harris.
former backup running back at Northern Illinois. But the Cardinals, another great example. The Cardinals are now the hottest team in baseball. They were ice cold. They want rotation help.
They need it.
I love the Cardinals system. I love their glut of outfielders. You know, and again, I know Tyler O'Neill's been horrific this year, but is Tyler O'Neill the type of player you would want to be a Detroit Tiger? I'm just using examples. It's not this thing, Paul, where I trade these guys and I have to wait 5 years. You can do these deals where these guys are under a year away or are already ready but blocked. I cannot buy into them knowing the other shoe's going to drop. And if you're telling me I have to care and you're telling me they're playing meaningful games, then I agree with the senator from Montana, Jim Costa, when he says you can't have Miggy on the active roster.
Can't do it.
Get him out of here. Get him gone. A real team would.
Your
Okay?
Yankees did this, by the way, with A-Rod.
Like I said, a real team would. Look, man, any nostalgia any of you had for Miggy died last year.
He hit the milestones.
That's it. No offense to you.
It's time to move on.
No offense. Grandma's dead. You can stare at that body for both days of the wake. She's gone. You want to go in the hole with her? You want him to shovel the dirt on top of you too?
Let me put it a little nicer.
Nona's gone.
Your memories will always be there.
And Nona's gone.
The memories you had with Nona or Miguel will live forever in your brain.
Nona's
You'll
in a
have
box.
them forever.
Right. Look at the urn. Nona is dust.
But we got to look forward.
That's it. He's gone, guys. 2016 was the last time he had the vestiges of being one of the great right-handed hitters of my generation. But Nona is dead. Nona's been gone 7 years. 7. Are you still at the cemetery every day? Who are we kidding?
Nona's Moments, sponsored by
Nona's Bones.
Ticket Texter says Bernie would at least get on base via a walk. So there you go.
Okay, but you get my point.
I get your point. The point's been made. The question is for people out there, are you willing to let go, and do they need to do this to show you they're serious?
And I think the Erod extension thing is not a silly conversation.
No, it's a two-parter. It's Cabrera and it's Erod.
When is the last time he was truly Miguel? Hold on. I want to just see.
Mike's going to go, Miggy moment, 2013.
Honestly.
Series against the Orioles.
No, I mean,
Take you pitch by pitch. It started out with a 3-2 count, but Miggy battled in.
No, it'd be.
Remember that great home run in the snow opening day?
Thank you, Paul.
Paul, bravo. That was fantastic.
Picturesque.
248-539-9797. All right, people are amped up to talk about it. Let's get to the phones next. Sound good? Serta. Great way to get some sleep is getting a Serta mattress. Serta Arctic, 15 times better cooling power for a more comfortable sleep. The iComfort, coziest all-foam model, perfect sleeper for when pressure relief is what you need. Save up to $1,000 during the Serta iComfort closeout event. Serta, family-owned, local. You buy, it stays local. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. It's Serta. We make the world's best mattress. All right, let's get it. People want to rap about this. Nice job by Jim Costa. I'm glad I played my part here. Nona Cabrera, it's show me you're real. You want me to buy in? Get this guy out of here and get Erod's extension done. Otherwise, the deadline ends your season, and I don't care about any of this.
Wouldn't that change your mood? If this team gets to first place and you feel like they are following through to make themselves contenders.
Yeah, and what you will have said is whatever return that they were going to get is not as good as building this thing with Erod, Skubal. You pray to God at some point Mize becomes a thing, but you get my point.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's go. Let's just who's held the longest? Tommy has.
Yeah.
97.1. Tommy, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike. Cookies. What's happening?
What's
How
up,
you doing,
bud?
buddy?
Hey, good. Yeah. I look at the Miggy situation, and it's like, I hate to say it, it'd be like, the best thing maybe it could happen for the Tigers is if one of EJ's bench coaches maybe had to leave, take a leave of absence, or became very sick, or
what?
And make Miggy a bench coach. Just have him help the manager out. Don't play him, just make him become a coach. Right out the rest of this year. And
or hear me out, you write him a check and tell him to leave. Seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. If the Yankees can do it with A-Rod in the fulcrum of the laser that is the sports world, I don't want to hear this guy hasn't been good in 7 years. 7 years ago, Jim Costa graduated college.
Everybody knows it. And, hey, Mike, I really want to talk real quick about your Celtics. And you know what? I think you guys are in a funny, good place.
Don't tell him that, Tommy. Don't tell him that.
Tommy, I will tell you.
This game for Miami, it's not a game 6 for Miami. It's a game 7.
I agree.
If they lose this game, they're not going up to Boston to win in game 7.
Tommy, all I'll tell you is all the pressure in the world is on the Heat Saturday night.
On Miami, exactly.
Things, and all those cute undrafted free agent gym class heroes that have been carrying them, you got a propensity to get a little tight in a big moment. Now, it's
against the weekend Warriors.
It's on the Celtics to put Miami and the gym class heroes into a pressure spot, which means they got to come out fast. They got to get a lead. They got to take that crowd out of it. And then I want to see Caleb Martin cook them. Then I want to see Max Strus, and then show me.
See, I still don't think this is over if Miami loses Game 6 at home.
Well, then you can call me, and I'll be your personal bookie.
Well, I would love to do that.
I can't wait.
In a one-game series on the moon, Boston or Miami, I'll take Spoelstra against Missoula.
Okay, don't come back to Boston.
Okay.
For your health. You better – why am I saying you? He's the Heat fan. We'll get to it, Tommy. We're going to get to it a little later.
Anyway.
I don't think the Celtics are going to do it. I'm starting to open my heart to love a little bit. That's all.
Dangerous.
All right, let's go to Nick, 97.1. Nick, what's going on, bud?
Hey, Mike, thanks for taking my call. I'm glad you brought up the Cabrera thing, Jim, but I want to take it into a little bit of a different route, if that's okay for you. Like, I'm not someone who's really buying into this whole, and nothing that they really will do this season will convince me that they are going to win this division, because I look at the analytics, and they just are not, they're WOBA, which tells you the quality of the contact they're making. They're not doing well. So, but the one thing I want to, it's gotten to a point where I just look at Cabrera and I'm like, I just can't stand him anymore. Like, he doesn't do anything. All he does is he just hits these little bloop singles, and that doesn't even happen anymore. It's just he's not even hitting the ball out of the freaking infield. I mean, it's gotten to a point where when he's not even playing in the game, you got the TV broadcast crew cutting to him every 5 seconds like he's J.J. McCarthy's family at the Fiesta Bowl.
Miggy's moments.
The dead bodies, the worst part about him, is we have 2 dead bodies, one of which is playing shortstop right now. A guy who's not driving the ball anymore and makes errors on the base pass. If you really wanted to show me, this is more about just showing me you care about moving forward. This isn't about, showing me that I want to move on from this. I want to allow Scott Harris to restructure his payroll and sign the guys he wants.
You know what's hilarious, Nick? Because I mean,
What?
look, what the TV side does with Cabrera is an embarrassment.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
It's an embarrassment.
Every time he gets a single, I'm like out here rooting against the guy.
Oh, I know. But it's funny.
Because
It's
Greg Monroe and Matt Shepard touch themselves every time this guy gets a base hit, and I'm sick of it.
I know. No,
Well, it's not often.
I mean, it's an embarrassment. But no, the other thing you bring up is like, look, Javi Baez. This is what kills me about this town. The minute a guy shows that he's not utterly useless, everybody wants to throw flowers. Javi Baez stinks. Okay? Stinks. But because he's not a literal zero and the worst player in the game, now people act like, oh, well, we can absolve him of stinking.
He isn't a dead body, though. You don't put him in the Cabrera camp like the guy just did.
292 OBP. You can play for my team at $20 million with a 292 OBP.
I'm not backing Javi as a great player for this team. I'm just saying, dead body is that's reserved for Cabrera, who's not even a top 1,000 player in baseball.
But again, if you use OPS as an indicator and league average is about 735, Javi's at a 620.
Yeah, still not good enough.
Jim, come on. What are we doing here, buddy? I paid the guy to come in here. Not me personally. I'm saying you paid the guy to come in here.
Buyer's remorse.
Be a difference maker. Christ almighty. It's June 1st. I've got 10 total extra base hits. 10.
I know.
Come on.
I know.
Sorry. I'm not yelling at you. I get
the,
annoyed.
The crazy thing is, as bad as this team has been, they're 2 games out of first place.
Because you are in an outer space, historically awful division.
And that's not going to change between now and the end of the season. So what can you do to scratch across every possible run?
Get Miggy out, bring a real human being up, and then show your fan base that we're moving forward, and you extend Erod. Because if you get to the end of this year and he walks for nothing, what have you accomplished?
I'm with you.
Okay, sorry.
Up top, high five. Let's go to the next caller.
That wasn't a dramatic pause. I was waiting for you to speak. We'll go to Don in Fowlerville. Don, what's going on, pal? How are you?
Good, Mike. How you doing, buddy?
Good, Donnie. What's up?
Hey, just to let you know, I never agree with you, Mike, but I got to call in on this one.
Okay.
Miggy is a disgrace. They're making fun of him on TV. I mean, and he's laughing about it because he's horrible. But why don't they have him bunt? Why don't they have him do something? If that's
whoa. You want to see him? You want to see him race down to first base?
No, I want to move people over. At least do something with the at-bat instead of watching 3 straight pitches. And, Jim, if you think this team's going to go anywhere, even if they do win the division,
I'm not saying that.
Laughing stock in the playoffs. Jim, you're like, this is a great, this division's far. They could win this division. But, Miggy, what has Miggy ever done in Detroit?
He won the MVP award and was the best hitter in baseball for a pronounced stretch. I mean, what are we doing, Don? I don't think he's any good anymore, but what are we doing right now?
I mean,
what have the Tigers won? What have they won?
And it's Miggy's fault the Tigers didn't win. Is that your phone call today?
No, but you're praising this guy like he should be awarded.
I'm praising Miguel Cabrera. I opened the hour saying they need to move on and make the tough decision, no matter what their feelings are, that he's getting in the way of any chance, albeit slim, of this team playing in the postseason or sniffing something at the end of the year. Just enjoy your Memorial Day weekend. Get off to a great start. But come on, what is that phone call?
No, I know. I think it's fair to say Miggy helped carry this franchise offensively as one of the best right-handed hitters in the game for the better part of a 7-year stretch. I know it didn't end in a title. Believe me, I was here for it. But part of that is when you send Verlander to bump in Game 1 of a World Series and he gets taken deep 3 times by the plumber Pablo Sandoval.
Kung Fu Panda.
The guy looked like he was coming to your house to fix a toilet. He was 400 pounds at the plate. Look like Bartolo Colon. He took Justin Verlander, who was unhittable, deep 3 times in a World Series game. You play, and again, it's not Miggy's fault you didn't win the World Series in 06. He wasn't here.
Yeah.
So 2012 happened. Is it Miggy's fault that you gave up a grand slam and Torrey Hunter decided not to jump for the ball? He decided I'm going to let the cop get a souvenir? I don't know. I'm just saying, don't make me defend this guy because I don't like Miguel Cabrera. All right? I lived with it. I like his production, but he's been bad for 7 years now. Get rid of him. Get him out of here. 248-539-9797. We got cookies hanging up on people. We're going to go to Stu, 97.1. Stu, how you doing?
Hey, Mike. How you doing, cookies?
What's going on?
All right. Guys, I think I have the solution for everybody if this works. Why not, admit that Mickey has back and knee issues, put him on the 60-day IL, and never activate him again. Bring up a 26 player, keep him in the clubhouse. He's good around the other players, and he'll help out. From that standpoint, you don't use a roster spot. He still gets to go on his tour, and everybody can be happy.
You just better not get caught faking an injury and using up the IL that way. But look.
It actually makes sense.
Here's the easier way. Here's a check. Thanks for the memories. Goodbye.
I agree with you.
That's the respectful thing. Believe it or not, Stu. That's a lot more
than making him
turning him into a stuffed animal.
Yeah, to limp to the finish line to earn every dollar on the contract. You want to talk about what's disrespectful? Making him go out there and
here's the other
make
thing.
A fool of himself.
Stu, here's my problem. And I mean, I know the ghost of Rico is saying this right now while he's on vacation. But people buy tickets to see him. Oh.
Right.
Now, find me a human being who's going to the park to watch Miggy right now.
I'm going Wednesday, and I'm not going to watch him.
No.
You're going to have one of those daiquiris and see you get some sunshine.
You're going to turn your back on the field. I mean, come on.
Right.
That's it. You
Good
go
stuff,
enjoy
Stu.
yourself. But, yeah, I don't think that even plays anymore. I'd love to hear from a human being who's like, going down Memorial Day weekend. I want to see Miguel Cabrera one last time. Said who? Not you, clearly. You all right?
Yeah, I'm great.
I don't know why you're so damn angry today. It's beautiful outside, Memorial Day weekend.
I felt so bad the first two topics. I'm the bad guy, and it's such a nice day out.
You're killing people. Then you got into it with Paul. You threatened him with violence. What is going on here?
I'll mellow out. We got a couple hours.
Memorial Day weekend. Old Nation Brewing has got you covered, whether it's a small party or it's a big barbecue, whatever it is. Old Nation has a beer for the occasion. A complete lineup of high-quality, award-winning beers from the M43, which really got it all started, to the summer classic that is the Shandy, and they will sell out. So ask for Old Nation by name wherever you buy your beer. And, this is Shandy weather. Absolutely gorgeous weather on tap. Next week's going to be 85 degrees. Grab some Old Nation. Check it out today, oldnationbrewing.com. That's oldnationbrewing.com. 21 and up. And please drink responsibly. All right, straight to the people. Lots of conversation on the Miggy stuff, and I do have a blitz for the people. We're gonna have a little fun. Try to mix in some stuff, but we're getting blessed right now. It's unbelievable weather for Memorial Day weekend. And Jim Costa, not much of a cook, not much of a griller, not in my estimation. So we're going to have some fun with a little Memorial Day inspired blitz, just to give people some brainstorming for. Are Memorial Day parties a thing anymore? You're looking at me like I'm doing something wrong.
No, people are going to be grilling this weekend. They're going to be putting some stuff together.
This guy calls hot dogs grilling. Poor guy. Hey, let's go to the people. Let's go to Gerald. Gerald.
And I'm the mean one. What's going on, Gerald?
What's up, Gerald?
Boy, Mike Valenti and Jim Costa on the same broadcast, and I get to speak to both of you. He's still my beating heart. But anyway.
Okay.
But, Miguel, this situation is so unfortunate because as a Tiger fan, I love Miguel Cabrera. I can remember that it's weird when you talk about Miguel Cabrera because I remember I'm 58 now, so I'm up in my years. But I can remember when Mr. I had news conference and he says I'm going to and talked about the conference. I mean the contract and the amount of time. I said, boy, that's a lot of years. And that person that was talking about how that wanted this Miguel Cabrera. I don't want to diss Miguel Cabrera. I love Miguel Cabrera and what he did for this team. But you know what I'm thinking? The owner, the Chris Ilitch, Miguel Cabrera is driving ticket sales.
Is he, though?
And that's unfortunate because it's not fair to the fans. And I swear to God, it's not fair to Miguel Cabrera because all the things that he's done in the past is trying to be erased now because, and
wait a minute.
No
one is trying to erase. Both things can be true. Miguel is an all-time great Tiger hitter, full stop. But he's been atrocious for 7 years. It's over, Gerald.
Thing. Well, yeah, I agree, but that's the thing. But I'm upset that, but I'm upset that the owner is trying to. This is a gut feeling. I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but Miguel Cabrera still generates ticket sales. And I think
all right, and here's the thing:
is that a myth or is that real?
I think it's a myth. Gerald, you can think it. I can't prove it, but I don't know a soul who's going, I'm going down to the park to see Miggy. Not a soul.
I feel like we've all had chances to kind of do
You know why you're going to go down to the park this weekend? It's gorgeous out.
Right.
And it got nothing to do with watching Bernie Lomax bat seventh.
Right. I'm going to the game on Monday. It has nothing to do with the fact that Cabrera would or would not be in the lineup.
Oh, you're not going to bring a necklace made of bits?
Caputo still have some of those?
No, I'm just making a point. I think it is this thing that people keep saying that isn't true. Mm-hmm. Now, if you want to tell me that on the last day of the season,
sure,
they bat Miggy cleanup and they're 13 games out of first, and you want to tell me it draws a crowd, I might believe it. But it is not a part of the conscious decision-making process of fans. He shouldn't be here. He shouldn't be playing. And your point about you are managing a roster spot short, think about Justin Henry Malloy. Now, that to me is your most ready major league prospect who could be helping you with the bat and in the field. Miggy does neither. You want to tell me that if Miggy disappeared tomorrow, Justin Henry Malloy's not the one who gets the call up?
I think he is.
Okay, then get him the hell out of here.
And this isn't this radical idea. They've already moved him down in the order, and he's not playing every day or every other day.
Bat him 10th.
They are effectively, they're one step away from phasing him out. So it's not this outrageous idea that, Mike, if they keep winning, that becomes a real conversation.
Do you think when Kerry Carpenter comes back,
be a great time to do it? Now, when the Yankees did this with A-Rod, it wasn't in May or June. I think it was later in the season.
Yeah, and again, the better comparison is they took Derek Jeter, where if you think Miguel Cabrera's got a presence in this town, what do you think Jeter was in New York when he produced rings, championships? Mm-hmm. Now, Jeter was so bad that I think they ended up moving him down to like 7th. That was a thing. That was a major move. Like, oh my God. And you had people, please.
Of course.
People were crying. They had their rosaries out. How could you do this to the captain? My point is, this guy's 7 years removed from being functional. Your point is, get him out of here. Give A.J. Hinch a full roster. And I have said, they got to, if you want to show me you're real, you got to extend Erod. Because if I'm repping Erod, I am already counting the days till this season's over and I opt out. Sign Erod, get Cabrera out, you get my buy-in, and I think you get the fans' buy-in that we can root for this team to win a flawed division.
Mm-hmm.
I can't do that when I'm watching this carnival. And no disrespect, if guys like Zach Short are winning me games, you don't have my attention. Now, Riley Green has been really good for a month. Need more power, but he's been really good. Torque getting better. That stuff That's respect.
Real. Yeah.
Because those are guys that'll be here in 2-3 years. But I don't need to see another McKinstry, another Short, another Badu. It's all nonsense. Nonsense. God, I get so fired up about it because I want real baseball here. I miss it. Go to Nick, 97. Excuse me. I'm so mean right now. Nick, 97.1.
Hey, guys. I think the last caller almost had kind of the root of the problem. And I think it's close to when you guys were talking about the A-Rod thing. I think the reason the Yankees could do that with A-Rod is because their owner isn't Chris Ilitch. So I think Chris Ilitch just allows this to happen. I don't know how you feel about that, but
no, if you're thinking I'm going to argue that, Nick, then you don't know me. I'm with you, pal.
But I think that's just the root of the problem because Cabrera probably wants to play, and I don't blame him. He's done baseball his whole life. He's not good at it anymore.
Right, but if you're in the lineup card,
what do you want?
He's not going to take himself out of the lineup card.
No, of course not.
You're right. The onus is on manager, GM, and then, yes, owner to not put him in the card and to not have him here. Jim's point is, Nick, if you're managing a player short on a night-in, night-out basis with an already flawed team, that's a big problem. And if you want me to respect this team, stop doing it.
No, I totally agree. I'm not defending it. I think Hinch has got both arms tied behind his back. He doesn't have a decision in it. I really don't think.
Where are you at on the Erod thing that I brought up?
I think Erod is a little bit old, but you're right. If we are a legitimate team, we extend it.
Yeah, because here's the thing. If I pay him, think about this. Nick.
Well, then it's an asset.
Yeah, and what if he's just your number 3? Down the line, he's your number 3. It's Skubal and a player to be named who are going to be your 1 and 2. And you'd have 2 of your top 3 being lefties that throw hard. And I do think Erod's repertoire will age well into his 30s.
Mm-hmm.
Nick, then it tells me you're trying to be real. Because if this is only for us to trade if it's only for us to trade everything, that's why I'm well within my rights to take the approach I'm taking, which is this is a waste of my time.
Yeah, the only reason I'm taking him real is because, and I'm not, though I guess the reason I'm going to watch is because the division is that bad.
Yes.
If we fall into a playoff spot, it wouldn't be because of the owner, but unfortunately he gets, advantage of that. But I'm going to watch still and root him on, but I just think the root of the problem, it isn't AJ Hinch. Scott Harris can't walk in and be like, hey, greatest hitter of the, last, 30, 40 years for the Tigers. You're out of here.
It has to be
the ability to do that.
It has to be a unified front.
Top down.
I totally agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
Nick, it's a great call.
Yeah.
It's a great call. 248-539-9797. Pumped up people want to talk about it. And if you disagree on the Erod thing, understand what you're saying. If you don't want to extend him to show me you're real, then you're in my life raft where I'm the one telling you got to deal him. So pick a side. Don't shake both hands. That's not how this game works. 248-539-9797. Hey, maybe you don't feel like cooking tonight. You're going to do a lot of grilling this weekend. I mean, Costa's burying a whole hog in his backyard. It's going to be incredible. The point is, if you don't feel like cooking, give Hungry Howie's a call. 50 years. Seems like it's been 50 since Miggy was any good. 50-year anniversary. They got the flavored crust. They use real mozzarella, not that mystery Wisconsin robot cheese that other places do. In-house made dough. And you're getting special menu items all year long, including the 73 Classic with 73 slices of spicy pepperoni. And yes, we had Kenny Cott count. $9.99. The mix and match, $6.99. It's all there. So any night you don't feel like cooking, give Hungry Howie's a call. It's a limited time only. It's Hungry Howie's. All right, let's get some ticket texts because Jim brought up a great topic. I added my spin to it, and here we are. We got people baseball crazy. It is a two-parter, but Jim had some unbelievable stats that he'll reset it for, and it's Miggy Cabrera. It's not about benching him. He should not be a member of this team. It's a disgrace. And you're asking A.J. Hinch to manage with an arm tied behind his back. Because Miggy taking up a roster spot is keeping someone like a Justin Henry Malloy, or when Kerry Carpenter comes back, keeping someone off of this roster. You're paying Miguel the money regardless. And right now, any time that he gimps up to the plate, he's hurting you. I'll let Jim give you the numbers top of the hour. So all I said is when you call up and go, Mike, why won't you let us have fun? We're 2 games out. A, if you know me at all, I just don't tell you what you want to hear. I tell you what you need to hear. My goal is to start winning 100 games a year again. My goal is to win a World Series. This division is ass. You're a part of this division. You're an incredibly bad team who's playing way above your head right now. The point is, if you want me to believe, fun, yay, daiquiris, fine. Body bag Cabrera, like a big-time franchise would, and extend Erod. Because anything other than that is performative theater that leads up to a trade deadline where Erod gets sold for parts and Alex Lang gets sold for parts. And then, what was all this for? And if you say the F word, then we're not from the same planet. Is that a good sales pitch?
Yeah, that's a good sales pitch.
Ticket text.
Yeah, a couple ticket
Please.
texts. Texter says, if the Tigers are actually serious trying to win the division, yes, get rid of Miggy, but serious means not just releasing him, but buying at the deadline.
We'll get to that part later. Part of the buy is asking your fans to buy into you that you're getting Erod to stay a Detroit Tiger.
Texter says, completely disagree with Mike and Cookies. Winning this division would do nothing. They would be swept in the first round. They're a couple years away.
Agree totally. But my point is, the guy, Jim came in here talking fun. You guys talk fun. So Jim and I workshopped a topic, which is rare these days in radio with the way most people get on the air, and we developed this thing to be this. You can't go out there a player short every night if you want me to believe. He gave the numbers. I go, well, there it is. And I said, part 2, if you are really telling me that within the 4 walls of the building, they believe they're ahead of schedule, you got to extend Erod. Because every start he has here, you're losing leverage with a trade partner because he's going to opt out. So sign him. You believe they're real? You're having fun? Sign him.
Texter says, can we stop the nonsense of an argument? The premise that the Tigers are real. They aren't. They're 27th or lower in every offensive category. Here's what's going on. A.J. Hinch is playing matchups in platoons, and he's trying to find advantages.
Dude, it's Moneyball.
Right.
It's modern Moneyball.
It's building
basically
in the aggregate, and it's throwing a guy at second, third, and the corner outfielder.
6 singles for 2 runs, but it's just what they're doing.
It's running a team like they used to in the National League when you had the pitchers and the pinch hitters. You'd say, hey, we're not playing 9 today. We're going to rotate in about 12 guys. Well, for A.J., you have some guys that offer you no distinct advantage. Like some guys on the team can't hit, but you can bring him in as a pinch runner. Right. Some guys, you say, hey, he can hit lefties. We can keep him on to play him every 4th or 5th day. Some guy's a defensive replacement.
Right.
Cabrera's none of those things, so you're effectively managing a man down.
The numbers you're going to give at the top are jaw-dropping. We'll go to the people. Let's continue along. People are hyped up to do it. We're here for it. Matty, 97.1. What's up, Matt?
Hey, guys. So I hate to say this because I think you can be right and wrong at the same time. And I do think the narrative that a big boy team would cut Cabrera is a little false. A-Rod's a terrible example because he was tainted by roids. Jeter played like 150 games that last year and was awful. So I do think organizations keep these guys. Look at Suzuki. Look at Ichiro's career.
Ugh.
Look at Griffey. My God, he was terrible at the end in Seattle. They brought him back to Seattle to be bad.
Right.
So this happens everywhere all the time.
But Matt, can I say one thing? And you can take as much time as you need. We're here till 6.
Of course.
Matt, this guy's been bad for 7 years. There's no comparable.
You're right, but that's not Scott Harris's fault. That's the bum that was before. They needed to rework his contract 5 years ago to cut years off the end, overpay him, and get him out. They didn't do that. So Scott Harris inherited an untenable situation where he's got to have Miggy on the roster because you just don't get rid of him. I wish you could, and I know on paper you can, and us talking you can.
So then Matt, you can't be mad at Mike for refusing to buy in if this is how they're going to conduct their business, right?
No, not at all. I will say that the only point I disagree with there is I think a guy like me who doesn't live and breathe this, right? I got other other stuff to do.
Yeah, get that.
Darn.
No,
I like Matt's a good caller.
He's a good caller, and he's making a good point.
He got comfortable. We were having a beverage. Potty language. Matt, you know better. And it wasn't even at us. That's such a wasted potty language.
That's a great point.
Like, if it's at us, at least it's like, hey, there's
his money's worth.
There's a fastball to the nuts.
High and tight.
It was just Matt rapping about baseball. Yeah. I wanted to hear the rest. I guess my point would be, would there be a backlash? Really? What would the backlash
be? From some section of the fans. But isn't the ultimate goal winning, and winning brings more people to the table?
That's how I view it.
Yeah.
And he cited some great examples, and that's why I brought up, except one difference. Those guys weren't bad the last 7 years.
There was a little bit of a track record where you could, maybe he runs into something. Like Pujols last season. I don't see it with Cabrera.
248-539-9797. Let's go over to Anthony, 97.1. Anth, how are you?
How you guys doing?
Good, Anth.
Good. I wanted to touch first on the Erod situation. I do agree with you, Mike. I think it's irresponsible to either not do one of these two things. Either A, you have to trade him, or B, you extend him, right?
Yeah.
And there's no in between. You can't just keep him in the rest of the season because you think you can win the division, okay? It's got to be one of those two things because at the end of the day, longevity is what we're going for. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So, that's number one. I want to touch on the Erod. And as far as Miggy goes, I don't really care. I'm over that guy. I think that's not a Scott Harris decision. It's not an A.J. Hinch decision. It's got to come from ownership.
Yeah, but I think that it is incumbent upon – hold on one second. It's incumbent upon A.J. and Scott to go to ownership and say, look, we are your baseball people. I'm telling you we're going to the field with a disadvantage every night. And if I keep him on the bench, I still don't have all the tools at my disposal. When Kerry Carpenter comes back, who's going down? Fine. You want to send Ibanez down? Send him down. But then what about Justin Henry Malloy? Like, you get to a point where it's like, if I'm AJ, I'm going, look, I'm doing the best I can, man. I got one can of paint, and I got to paint a 4,000 square foot home. Do 100%. You mind at least giving me a second brush?
I was going to say, he doesn't even have the roller.
100% right.
He's got a paintbrush.
And I agree with both of you, by the way. And I will say this. Is it really, though, far-fetched to say that the Tigers and A.J. Hinch could manage this team to a division title? Is it really that far-fetched? I don't think so. But I think they have to do a lot of smart things along the way, and I think that starts with getting Miguel Cabrera off this team.
I think, and I agree. All right, far-fetched. So let's talk this through. The Royals, if it weren't for the traveling circus known as the A's, it would be the Royals. Mm-hmm. All right, so the Royals are legitimately terrible. Then it brings you to the two teams I can't figure out. Now, Chicago and Cleveland. Cleveland is lifeless right now. I mean, if you watch any of their games, body language is very bad. The lineup, it makes yours look like the 27 Yankees. Mm-hmm. I don't know what's going on. Now, Chicago, Tim Anderson saying, I hate this bleeping place. And
there's more talent in Chicago, but there's something wrong.
There's something majorly wrong. So you may have two situations that are irreparably damaged. And then you get to the Twins. I still feel like the Twins are going to get to 85 wins. I know that sounds crazy, but do you really think the Tigers getting 86? No offense, guys. You know, this is a team that just last weekend lost the series to the Nats, split with the Pirates. Come on.
It's also a team that took the series against the Astros and the Mets.
But hold on. They have beaten the Astros. I swear to God, they pummeled the Astros.
I don't know if it's a Hinch thing.
I think the Astros are out at the bar. I don't know what's going on. You always beat the Astros.
No, I get you. They win 77 a couple years ago, smoke and mirrors. Now you have Erod. Let's say you get Scooble back.
Right.
Let's say you free up the roster spot with Miggy. Can you get into the mid-80s?
You'd have to show me a trade.
It would have to, yeah.
You'd have to show me a trade.
But the point is you'd have to maximize the roster to do it.
And I'm sorry, Zach Short winning you games. And, if I hear, Doug and Scott, I'm going to get these guys McKinstry jerseys. They talk about this guy every day. Like, that's not real.
We should be celebrating the Chippewas in our community. Zach McKinstry.
Please.
You were looking for famous CMU alums. How about Zach McKinstry?
He's not bumping you off the list. More people know you than Zach McKinstry.
3 walks last night. He's on his way.
248-539-9797. Jim will have those Miggy numbers. We'll take more of your calls. And then, we got a lot of other stuff to do today on a beautiful Friday afternoon. 97.1 The Ticket. All right, I present to you Jim Costa because he has numbers that back up the topic we're doing. And if you're just joining us, welcome aboard. And it is this case that Cabrera shouldn't just be on the bench. He should be off the team. And a real team, in my mind, that's what they would do. These numbers are incredible. And it's because you can't take the field. Thanks, Paulie. You can't take the field a player short every night. If you value Hinch as a manager, and if you think this team's got a real shot at this division, you got to get this guy out of here. Also, what I said is, if you want me to believe, right, so many of you are, oh, my God, this is fun. Okay, extend Erod. Because that deadline's coming, And he can't be a Tiger if he doesn't have an extension because he is opting out. Period. So you do those two things, and we can all have 3-foot daiquiris. Whatever you like. Jim, you want to offer the numbers?
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's a legend. We get all that, but he's not good, and he's not offering Hinch any advantage when it comes to finding creative ways to play him. I heard, he hits lefties. No, he doesn't. You know he can't field. He can't run the bases. He's a DH, a designated hitter, who can't hit. Mike, you're big into the OPS. What do you say? League average is what?
735.
Miggy's is 467.
Just a bit outside.
It'd be the lowest in baseball if he had played enough, and no one wants to see him play anymore. Extra base hits, right? If you're a DH, you got to give me some power. 3 extra base hits in 85 at-bats. And the piece de resistance, WAR, wins above replacement. Miguel Cabrera is a negative WAR player, negative 0.8. He's not in the top 500 of Major League Baseball players. He's not in the top 1,000 of Major League Baseball players. He ranks 1104 out of 1106.
Jesus, Mary.
He is arguably the worst player in all of baseball quantifiably, and there is no redeeming quality to him on the roster. So if I'm Hinch, I can't pinch hit him against lefties. I can't use him as a defensive replacement. I can't rely on any pop or any power when I put him in the order. Forget about him as a pinch runner. So why is he taking one of the 26 spots on this team when Hinch has shown you the way he's going to manage is emptying out the roster and trying to find an edge each at bat? He is holding the team back. He's an anchor. And Mike, if they're bad, it doesn't matter. But everybody's telling us this division's open. They could, they might, they're fun. Okay, then you have to make that decision. 248-539-9797. You look puzzled.
No. I want to grab a couple of calls, and then I had a question for Paul, but I'll get to it at the break.
Okay.
Let's go to Ian, 97.1. Ian, what's going on, buddy?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Let me give you one. Hang on.
Yes.
There we go.
Thank you, Michael. Always a pleasure. 2 things. I do totally agree with you with Eduardo Rodriguez. You got to show your fans something, guys. If you're really in it to win the division, you have to extend this guy. You can't really trade him. And Cookies, you hit the nail on the head for the past couple weeks. If the Tigers are in a position to win the division, you have to make some moves. And guys, Miguel Cabrera was great before 2016. There were teams that were walking him to not pitch to him. Now, he can't even walk to home plate to even take an at-bat. So my thing is this, guys. Not only do you have to, cut bait with Mickey, obviously give him some money, but you're going to have to address your batting lineup, and you're going to have to address your pitching other than Rodriguez, because right now, their batting lineup does not scare a single team in Major League Baseball.
And they know it, Ian, which is why they're emphasizing, hey, see a pitch, take a pitch. Maybe you get a free pass. Maybe we get 2 or 3 free runners that we're not supposed to have and create a couple runs. They know they don't have guys who put fear in the opposing pitcher, who can take a mistake pitch and punish people. No, they have to be very selective, very cerebral, and the approach at the plate has had to change. They have to be a team that walks a lot and runs the bases well and do all the little things. You're right, Ian.
I totally agree with you guys. But here's the thing. You make a good point about manufacturing runs. You need guys to drive in those runs. And we don't have anybody in that lineup that's really doing that, guys, right now.
Well, you're looking at a guy like Torque and Green, both those guys with a couple hits yesterday. And no, we're not seeing the power quite yet, Mike. I think that's fair. But if you're putting guys on and they hit singles and doubles, you score a couple runs, that's much better than the alternative.
The power thing is more if Green and Torque are going to fulfill the lofty projections and hopes and really what this team needs them to be, which is the number 2 and number 3 hitter in the order, power has to be a part of it. Mm-hmm. I don't make the rules, baseball does. Power has to be a part of it. Riley Green has to be a 25-plus guy, and Torque has got to be a 35-plus guy. And if you're not doing that, then they're nice players, but they'll never be the heart of your order. Yeah. Now, Green, in fairness, he's had a very good month. Very. Torque getting better. Mm-hmm. A long way to go before anyone mistakes Riley Green for Julio Rodriguez or mistakes Torkelson for Pete Alonso. You know what I'm saying?
No, I know.
We have a ways to go. But in this town, forget it. Like I said, Javi Baez made contact with a baseball, and people went, well, he's getting it turned around. He still stinks.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. This is great. I love talking baseball. James, 97.1. What's up, JT?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good.
Good. So, look, Couple things. First of all, I'm going to agree with you 200% that Miggy needs to be exterminated and put on his way. Got no problem with that. I'll agree with you that Chris Ilitch is cheap as hell, and I don't think this is ever going to be a top 10 payroll again. The part I will disagree with you guys a little bit on is, first of all, I don't know that Chris Ilitch is forcing A.J. Hinch to play this guy. And I think A.J. Hinch has done a hell of a job as a manager this year. No question about it. But I don't know that he's forcing him to play.
No one said he is. No one knows.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. That would be a mark against him, the fact that he keeps rolling him out there. Now, also, you guys keep talking about the Scott Miller situation, and you think he's going to be a great GM or whatever. Okay, I'll give him credit for the Justin Henry Malloy trade. Again, he hasn't been here a year yet, in terms of the active roster and whatnot. So I can only judge him on what he's done so far. But also with Malloy, it was my understanding that Scott Harris was in the front office with the Cubs when they refused to bring up Chris Bryant, saying the same thing about his defense and whatnot.
Well, that was service time.
Yeah, that was kind of a manipulation deal.
That was a service time deal. And honestly, Chris Bryant's case is one of those deals that helped change the rule. He had to play something like 161 games, and they played him like 160 and sat him. So, I mean, Jay, that's like Vladimir Guerrero wasn't brought up in April of his rookie year because they, quote, wanted him to work on his glove.
But that's my thing. Here's the thing. Why aren't you bringing up Justin Henry Malloy then?
Well, you have a dead body on the roster. That's kind of why we're talking about it.
But again, has Scott Harris went to Chris Ilitch, and we'll never know the answer to this.
No one knows.
Listen,
no one knows.
This guy sucks, and he's hurting us.
I think he would say it differently, but yes.
Could you just imagine?
Scott Harris, 35 years old, and happy to have that job, and he doesn't have the nuts to say something like that to Chris Ilitch.
Well, again, no one
knows
knows
that. I'm not going to make that accusation.
JT, the whole point is, organizationally, you have to walk in the same path. It's like a marching band. They all have to be a part of the conversation. So if any one of them is out of line, the move doesn't happen. But if you think this team is going to get somewhere, Miguel Cabrera needs to go now because Kerry Carpenter's coming back and Justin Henry Malloy should probably be up with the team. So I got a great roster spot I could open up. It's a bag of sand.
I like that. Just slips through your fingers.
It's terrible. All right, go to Scotty, 97.1. What's up, Scott?
Hey, how you guys doing tonight?
Good, Scotty.
Today?
Excellent. How are you?
Yeah. Good. I think I agree with you guys, but I think the mistake you guys are both making is you're trying to figure out a way for the Tigers to win. And I'm 100% convinced that Chris Ilitch is trying to find a way to make the most money. And in baseball, those are two completely different paths.
Well,
and that's the problem we're going to have. And that's
let me be clear. I'm not trying to find a way for them to win. I'm trying to tell you what it would take if you want me to buy in and not be the cynical Richard that some of you believe me to be. Scotty, I
agree with you.
I'm ready to trade Erod tomorrow if somebody offered me something interesting. I'm ready to shop Alex Lang and get a haul. I don't think they're any good.
Yeah, Scott, part of the reason we're rapping about this is the phone call we had today before the show. I go, Mike, 2 games back. And you uttered some things that we can't say on the radio.
I'll just tell I'll say, Jimmy, we're not doing this effing bleep again, are we? Straight up. That's a real comment.
I said, stay with me because I know who you are and how jaded you are. And I didn't think I was going to prance in on a Friday and go, we're hanging banners, bitches. Like, I didn't think we were going to get to do that.
Cookies for Cash the Ticket. That should be a T-shirt. Oh, we're not doing that effing bleep again, are we? Close quote. I wasn't being mean about it.
I know where you stand, but I said, what can I offer you to where you soften a little bit?
And that's how we workshopped it is, look, here's what it would take. And I think you're spot on with the Miggy thing regardless. You are losing out on player development every day that this guy's with this team.
Mike, if it's the difference between this team winning 75 games and 80 games, don't you at least owe it to yourself to put yourself at the end of the rope, at the end of the line in a bad division and fight for it?
Yeah, and specific to this, look, let's say even if they make the trades that I think they should make for their long-term future, you're going to have pieces that need to be up with the big club.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you got a dead body on the roster. So even if they're not for real, and even if down the line There's no place for this guy on this team. This is all about development. I mean, that's just...
Yeah, that's a regardless if they're going to win this
correct.
thing or not. Yep.
248-539-9797. Don't get stuck without power the next time a storm hits, or wait for next Wednesday when it's going to be 86 degrees to find out your AC don't work. Uh-oh. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered. $78 AC tune-up. Get the AC in tip-top shape and save on that energy bill. It's Mastercraft. They got generators in stock, too. Schedule that $78 AC tune-up today or visit mastercraftheating.com.
You could do that.
Welcome back. Yes, Jim.
Paul Sarah's got a bunch of football questions. We'll get to it at 4:30. Mike, if I may.
Yes.
I felt so bad for you this week. And I want to just offer up some thoughts.
Why do I feel immense smarm headed my way?
No, I'm not a Michigan State fan.
Oh.
And I just felt so bad when I saw the headlines, and I thought of you and how you would feel. And I just need to say, as someone who's not a State fan, that's a disgrace what you guys are giving up.
And did you hear the show or not?
I did not.
Okay, I'm not presumptuous about it. I firebombed them. They're a joke. They're not serious about being a big-time college football program. They're a clown show. And I'm the only one.
Mike.
Everyone else at this station's like, well, there goes Mike being Mike. And I'm like, wait, you're gaslighting me. No other big-time program, top 20 in revenue, top 20 in attendance, would so freely admit we are wannabes like MSU did.
But you don't realize this. My school is a MAC school, and we've given up Saturdays, but we aren't going to give up a campus home game.
Right.
We're not going to play a game at Ford Field.
Oh, Rico was furious with me.
Mike, it's not a radical concept. College football games should be played on college football campuses.
Do you know what they admitted? They admitted they didn't sell any season tickets. That's what they admitted. They looked
Which is
around.
sad.
No, they looked around and they said, okay, we're going to have 25 or 30,000 people at a brutally cold, ice-ridden Thanksgiving weekend game. We're not very good. People aren't very happy with us. The D'Antonio loyalists are still furious he's not there. And no, I'm making a point to you.
No, but then it's such a dichotomy to flex them into prime time when they themselves aren't worthy.
No, but again,
by their own estimation, it doesn't make sense.
They capitulated and they play Huckleberry. This is what State does. I think it's a joke. I think Haller should be embarrassed, and I blame Mel Tucker, and Rico got all angry. Look, who does Mel Tucker answer to when he makes $10 million a year? Jim Harbaugh goes out and does whatever the hell he wants, even when he wasn't winning. Who does he answer to? He body bags his athletic director. Mel Tucker's been nowhere on this. So, you know what I consider Mel Tucker? Complicit. If Mel Tucker said, I'm not doing this.
It's the second biggest home game on the schedule, right? The
Third.
What do you think of Washington?
UW at night.
But this is a conference foe, an alleged rival. I know, tongue-in-cheek, how big a rivalry is Penn State.
Oh, the Land Grant Trophy.
But it is a marquee matchup, so your season ticket holders get stiffed.
Did you see what they did to season ticket holders?
No, what did they do?
They offered them like a $50 refund. Yeah, but you know what that didn't include?
What?
The seat license. You signed a deal.
So you bought thinking you were getting this game as one of the marquee
7.
games, and
now you
get 6, and you lose one of the better games.
And they give you a $50 bill back.
But it's everything. It's alums going back up for a Saturday, or at the very least a Friday, but at least it's on your campus. It's students rolling out of bed and tailgating, the sights, the sounds. It's college football. Like, to me, this isn't like, oh, man. This
you know what they did?
Do you appreciate what makes college football special or not?
What I can't stand is.
What?
And again, this is where I think anyone buying season tickets right now is a damn fool. They sold out.
Yeah.
They sold out. They probably got some kind of financial guarantee. And they know their fans are pissed. They know the product's embarrassing. They know that they didn't sell enough season tickets. And they know that sitting in that stadium, which, by the way, is far too big. I've said this now for the better part of a decade. That is a stadium that even when we were making the playoffs, they should have brought that thing down to the size of like what UK has. Make it about 65,000, but comfortable. And I always laugh because you talk to Michigan fans and they go, oh, we have the biggest. God bless on your big stadium. Okay, God bless. But for the rest of the free world, you do understand that the Detroit effing Lions have a 65,000-seat stadium. In Detroit, downtown Detroit. Michigan State is in the middle of the state in East Lansing and has a 77,000-seat stadium. Guys, it's not 1980. Times are changing. People don't want to sit on metal benches and pee into a trough. Okay? So I can't change that my school is second rate. But you want to pay your coach $10 million, I was all aboard. You want to do the new football building. That's great. But they don't get it. And they hoed their fans.
It's a JV move.
It's a total JV move.
Yeah.
Name another program that's in the top 20 in revenue and attendance who would have given up the home game. Name one. I'll wait. Pull up the list.
And again, I would have made sense if they said, we're just going to move it to Friday night.
Fine.
Because it's a big window for
NBC,
TV.
come on up.
Yeah. But it's going to take place on our campus for our fans,
Let me
for
ask you a
our
question.
businesses, for our alums.
If this game was in Happy Valley this year and NBC demanded a home game, they moving this thing out of College Park?
Well, so you start asking the question. I know what you mean. State College.
I'm sorry.
But go through the Big Ten. Camp Randall might be the best college town in the Big Ten. Are they going to take a game away from Camp Randall, a Big Ten clash late in the season? That'd be criminal.
Early in the year, yes.
See, I don't even like it early in the year, but it's become normalized.
When Notre Dame wanted to play them in Lambeau, special thing, fine.
I'd still rather them play it at one another's campuses alternate.
But when I had the take, Rico was mad,
Why?
Fans were upset.
Why was Rico mad?
Because
he loves MSU. This is a thing. To me, this hurts MSU's branding, and fan base.
Well, he makes the case that no one's going to show up to the game. And I said, well, then I guess
shut the program down then.
Well, that was my point to him. Well, then I guess your $10 million a year coach isn't doing his job.
Yeah.
Okay? And
you can't have it both ways.
I've said for years, they continue to kick the can down the road. They don't want to address the stadium. It is not 1980, okay? College football, Florida State has empty seats. Do you want to tell me that Florida's bad weather?
Alabama has empty seats.
Right. Guys, get to work. But see, this is where MSU is second rate. You have the donors. You got 3 billionaire donors plus Magic Johnson. That's 4. If you can't get the money raised to do a stadium redo, then shut the program down. And if you're giving up conference home games to where you're coming off a 5-win year and now you only have 3 conference home games, shut the program down. Because I'm sorry. I have always viewed MSU as being more than maybe they view themselves. And that has nothing to do with U of M. U of M is a power. U of M is back. You know what? U of M had a 15-year run of doing nothing. It's cyclical. But I don't need to be U of M. I need to be Michigan State. And we've seen that Michigan State, at their best, can be relevant. So act like it. And instead, you may as well have Joe DiBiagio back as president. Honestly, where's Merritt Norvell while we're at it? It's just... I just understand the move.
Because I know you appreciate the essence of college football, which means it's on a campus, it's where the game should be played.
Right.
And to see your program
act like a little bro.
Yeah.
Oh, no doubt.
And I saw that. Yeah, I didn't listen, but I did see the little social media clip. I know you're not on social media. But
what happened with this?
No, it was just the drop of you saying, basically, Lil Bro's back. And I said, oh, okay. I get where he's coming from. And I feel bad for you because you are passionate about your school. This is where they let you down as a fan.
Yeah, it's a second-rate move. And the problem is? It's not all, because there were plenty of people who supported me in this take. A lot of the fan base is too dumb to realize it. It's kind of sad. Well, I like it. It's in Ford Field.
It's going to be warm.
And it's like...
More alums live in the Detroit area.
Right. So here's my point. If we were really... going to do a solid for the new TV partner. Great, then move Michigan, Ohio State down there. You know what would happen? They would have launched NBC into a space cannon. Fine. Go to Wisconsin, ask them to give up a home game.
But put it another way. Don't even take Michigan, Ohio State away from the college. Ask them to take any game. Would Michigan give up any game at the Big House?
Never.
Would Ohio State give up any game at the Horseshoe?
Never. Notice, Ohio State, oh my God, all right. We'll do a night game in November, right, where you'll be favored by 30 over State. Wow, somebody reach up and take OSU down off the cross. It really looks painful up there.
Martyrs.
Michigan State, no, but I'm telling you, I think it is a direct window into the health of the program.
I agree with you.
I think they didn't sell any tickets. I think fans are pissed, and I think they hoed out the fan base. And I'm sorry, there are people, if you spend big money, and they waited till after the deadline, and then Alan Haller comes out and goes, well, we knew this. Well, we were talking a month ago with our secret focus group. Let me tell you something. Enjoy being at the game with your secret focus group because a lot of people are upset. And the bottom line is,
right to be.
Fine. I hope whatever money they made is worth it because for me, second-rate move.
Well, and that's part of the dance that's going on in sports, college and pro. Money to be made. How much of your values are you willing to sacrifice? And to me, I would draw the line at taking games off the campus. To me, that feels like a pretty firm line. Games got to get played on campus. You want to screw around and move our game, the location can't change. Kick time can. Who broadcasts the game can. But it's Spartan football at Spartan Stadium, and it's Michigan football at Michigan Stadium, and Wisconsin plays at Camp Randall in that old fort in Madison. That's college football. Otherwise, what are we putting on TV if we're taking away the essence of college football?
That's right. I agree totally. You need to talk to your guy, Rico.
Okay.
Don't look at me. No, and Jim,
I'll put
believe
a phone
me,
call in.
I'm not mad in the least. Yeah. No one is harder on them than me. But I get tired of it. I mean, it's like, okay, do me a favor. If this is Illinois football, and they move it to Soldier Field in the name of NBC and a financial guarantee, I half expect it. If it's Maryland football, they want to move it over to, you can't say FedEx Field, place is a dump. But
where the Ravens play.
Sure, BB&T or whatever.
M&T Bank.
Fine. Hell, if it's Rutgers moving a game to Giant Stadium like they used to when they played Penn State, I get it. Sorry, we're better than those programs. Or at least I thought.
Or yeah, I was going to say, well, maybe you're not. And that's the sad reality.
But whatever. Our coach wears Jordans. Like, you want to be a big boy, act like it. Mel Tucker, what did Mel Tucker do to put a stop to this? Because by my count, nothing. Nothing. Which means you're complicit in it. Oh, but the players like it. You know what? Players who win 5 games don't get a say. Can't kick extra points. You think I care about what you feel? We done? We good?
We're good.
That
Just
was
a little note.
Thank you. Thank you for warming me up there. Moran Buick GMC. God almighty, Jim. Go get yourself a new vehicle. They'll get you a 23 Acadia, 3rd row seating, makes room for everybody and everything. When you're not packing to go to an MSU tailgate Thanksgiving weekend. Moran, new stock arriving all the time. You can go over to MoranExpress.com. You need service? No problem. They got you covered. You sign up for that certified service. You get the free loaner. You go about your day. You do what you got to do. Stop by. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegram, just north Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, FanDuel, NBA playoffs right now. You get a no-sweat first bet up to $1,000. I know, Paul, you're getting a little nervous yet now. Don't let the Celtics win in Miami tomorrow night. Don't do it. But you can bet the game whatever way you want. We gave you some nice bets earlier for NBA title odds and value. It's FanDuel. They got more ways to play. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Get that no-sweat first bet risk-free up to $1,000. FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 deposit required. Refund issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 14 days. Restrictions do apply. You can check all that out at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117. All right, we head towards 5 o'clock. We're taking you right to Tiger Baseball. Do a big finish at 6, take you to 6:10. Jim Costa in for Rico. Paul Serra in for Dave. I mean, it's holiday scheduling. People, welcome to the party.
It's a beautiful day out.
Oh, it's gorgeous. Look, get some ticket texts. I know we've got the Miguel Cabrera thing that we did earlier. You're fascinated with this Saturday night Game 6 routine. I'm fine if you bring it up. We can do it. What? Bring it up.
It's just your psyche as a fan. It's so fascinating to me.
Well, explain.
You said that you're opening yourself up to this. Normally, you're the first one to put the hammer down on your team.
Right.
Yet here you are, daring to dream as the Celtics season hangs in the balance.
Well, hold on. I'm daring to dream.
You haven't written them off.
I'm daring to dream because, now I'm not going to go as far as the commentators did, saying this would be the biggest upset in NBA history. They view the Heat upsetting the Celtics as the biggest in history. That was said on the broadcast last night. I'm not saying that. To me, that would be the Warriors upsetting the 1-seed Mavs or the Nuggets upsetting the 1-seed Sonics in 93.
I thought you were going the other way. Overcoming a 3-0 deficit would be the most impressive.
No. They're saying that if the Heat finish it off. So when you're down 3-0, I don't care what you do in Game 4. The Celtics' performance in Game 3 was so gutless. Now, winning Game 5 gets you to a weird place because 3 times in NBA history, a team down 3-0 has forced a Game 7. But exactly 0 of those times has Game 7 been on their home floor. This is a bizarro World Series. So now the Celtics go to Miami, where they've won 4 of their last 5. And I feel like all the pressure's on the Heat. And the Heat are gym class heroes. Jimmy Butler's awesome. I love Jimmy Butler. I hate him and I love him all at once. Bam Adebayo's a bit of a space cadet sometimes. And the rest of that team, I mean, I understand Gabe Vincent was hurt. Kyle Lowry at age 50 should not be a lead guard. You got undrafted free agent in Gabe Vincent, undrafted free agent in Caleb Martin, undrafted free agent in Max Strus, some guy named Pete Hightower III from Gatlingsburg College. Like, look, Heat culture's real. The Heat are real. The Heat are everything Piston fans wish they could be.
Mm-hmm.
Player development, play defense. Here's the thing. It's different when you go in with no pressure and you steal a game in Boston. Or the Celtics lay down in Game 3. You're the Heat. Now the pressure is all on them. Now, one guy on that team I know will handle the pressure.
He'll rise to the moment.
Is Jimmy Butler.
Yep.
But here's the thing. He's already pulled a once-in-a-lifetime performance out of the hat these playoffs, scoring 57 that night against the Bucks and carrying them into that overtime win. If the Celtics play well early, that arena is going to get real tight, real fast. And I'm different than you. If Miami plans on getting this done, they best win here. Because I would be in disbelief if they came to Boston in Game 7 and beat us.
But you brought up that overtime game. Jimmy Butler and these Heat went on the road and eliminated the Milwaukee Bucks on the road. If they have to do it in Game 7, and they might not have to, I wouldn't count them out.
All right,
not with Joe Mazzulla with his clipboards and his timeouts.
I'll be your personal bank. You can call me privately. I'll book whatever bet you want. Paul knows it. Paul, you know. You know why I'm at least open. Now, do I expect the Celtics to win? I don't. Because I still think Brown and Tatum are Charmin. But Paul knows. He's nervous now. See, yesterday he walked in. Oh, he was hacksaw Jim Duggan. He had a 2x4 over his shoulder. He's chanting USA. He's smarmy with me, the whole bit. Now today, look at him. Look at him now. Now he's Paul Bearer.
Well, I thought it would be hilarious if they won in Boston last night, but obviously that did not happen. And it really was the first quarter lost in the game. Kyle Lowry, I think, legitimately had played 13 minutes and had 13 turnovers. Like, he didn't actually, but it felt like it. Every time he had the ball, he immediately threw it to his Celtics.
See, you watching him is like when I watch bad Tatum. Tatum dribbling himself into turnovers, refusing to rise up in the mid-range because now he's 3 obsessive, the whole bit.
And it was another game where Bam played way smaller than he is. Like, he was getting out-hustled to rebounds. He was getting jumped over by Al Horford
Well,
to
he
get
waited till the
rebounds.
third quarter to then be assertive off the high screen and roll and start scoring. And I'm not trying to geek out. I'm making a point. Paul, you know all the pressure's on your guys tomorrow night.
Yes.
I actually... Oh, wait, you think the pressure's on the Celtics?
Yeah, they're facing elimination. The Heat can and have won on the road in this series and in this postseason. They have the best closer on either team, the best coach on either team. They've played in NBA Finals with a good chunk of this core. No, I don't think the pressure's on Miami.
I'm just opening myself up to love. I will say this, though. Hold on. Question for you.
Yeah.
Pistons related.
Okay.
And it has to do with the Heat. Why is Chris Quinn not a candidate for this job?
Where is Rico's?
Here, right here.
There we go. That one sounded good. Thank you.
Why is he not a candidate for the gig?
Well, he initially came up in the early reporting and then never made the finalists.
Did he make an interview? Did he get to tour Tom Gore's bowling alley in the mansion?
But you bring up a
did
good
Chris
point.
Quinn politely tell them behind the scenes, kick rocks? I like living in South Beach.
I mean, maybe. But if he ever wants to be a head coach.
But if I'm the Pistons and Monty said no, and I'm going back to the drawing board, Heat culture's real.
Mm-hmm.
And the player development is real. And Chris Quinn is a lead assistant, young. There's been a lot of success lately with young assistants in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
You get Chris Quinn. Hell, hire Udonis Haslem as an assistant. Hell, trade for this Highsmith kid. Offer them a sub sandwich. Bring him up. He'll get minutes here. I'm making a point. The Heat have 4 undrafted free agents, and they had a faux superstar that's turned into a superstar, and Jimmy Butler.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy Butler was damaged goods. He had the Minnesota stint, which was a disaster.
Philly.
He had the Philly thing where he was spurned, and they chose Tobias over him. It struck me, of all the names you've heard, Chris Quinn is nowhere, and you just wonder. Spoelstra's not going anywhere.
You should be circling back.
Why not?
Absolutely. You want to win with defense. You want to develop guys.
No, you do.
Put them in a meat grinder, Mike.
No, you can win 72-67.
It's just in our DNA. If you're a Pistons fan and you're around my age, you grew up with the 04 Pistons, and I know it's an anomaly, but you do win with defense.
And
I'd
look,
love to see them bring in someone who can make this team play on the defensive end.
Well, I just wondered. I mean, Paul, you're a hardcore Heat fan. You're not one of these posers. Like, am I missing it with Chris Quinn?
I don't really get it, but like, for the longest time, Juwan Howard wasn't getting any shots, and then he finally got a chance at Michigan.
Yeah, that's worked out swimmingly.
So I don't know. Maybe people just think it's Spoelstra. Maybe it's a Belichick thing. They think when you leave Spoelstra, you're going to stink.
It kind of is. But hold on. My point is, if you're the Pistons and you are the singular worst franchise in basketball, which they are, guys, I'm sorry. You know, you can say, well, Houston had the same record, right? But they're in Houston. It's a place players want to play, and they have the ability to draw big free agents. You don't. You're the worst franchise in the league right now. I don't get how Chris Quinn's not a part of a process. Because what the Heat have done, look, you don't do that alone. It's not that Spoelstra just does it all by himself. That's a team effort.
I'd ask it to you this way. You're not going to get Monty Williams. You brought that up. Who's the name you'd be excited about? Is Chris Quinn the number one name?
No,
of anybody realistic at this point?
Chris Quinn is my number one idea.
Sure.
I can't say he's a name.
I'm not telling you he's going to be Phil Jackson. I'm not telling you he's going to be Greg Popovich.
But if you're
or
trying
Steve Kerr,
to emulate the culture that you want to bring here, culturally speaking, the Heat went a long time without landing a superstar. They did. They went a long time without it.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like Chris Quinn is a name that I don't get why I'm not hearing more about. If you're Eric Spoelstra's right-hand man, why are you not getting an interview with the Pistons? Now, if he tells you, you must be joking, I hate you, I'm not coming there. Well, okay. I don't make fun of the Pistons for trying. They tried to get Monty Williams. I cannot make fun of them. But I just thought it was strange, that's all.
But now they're in a holding pattern, and they have to do something. Quinn makes a hell of a lot of sense.
What was it earlier you were saying about Kevin Ollie and social media?
Yeah, he posted something on his Instagram. I can pull it up for you, but it was cryptic.
Can you just shut the franchise down at that point? Like, if my offseason is not getting Wembanyama, falling to 5 as the team with the worst record for the first time in history, hiring Kevin Ollie and signing Dylan Brooks, can we just give this team to Las Vegas and start over?
Mike, I want to show you the picture, and then I will read you it.
Okay.
What is this picture?
Well, that shirt is electric.
It's like a selfie, but he's just kind of got this like...
Not smiling.
No.
That's how I'd look if I found out I was coming to Detroit.
It says, the prize... Here's the... And we'll move on. This is what he says. He says, the prize won't be sent to you. You got to get it in person with your work ethic. As I close this chapter, I want to thank the Overtime Elite family for always having my back. We don't get even. We elevate. # all love. # level 5. So he says as he closes this chapter.
Is he the Pistons' next head coach?
Preparing to take the Pistons head coaching job. I don't know. You speculate.
There's your offseason. Fall to 5. Hire Ollie. Select, Jerace Walker. And sign Dylan Brooks.
A reminder, nobody has interviewed Kevin Ollie. Nobody. Nobody's even considered him.
Well, considering you're probably a lock to take one of these overtime elite players, there you go. Which one of the Thompson twins do you want? 248. All right, we will reset the deck top of the hour. Just had to get a little hoops out of the way there. Paul, better win tomorrow night.
You got him in Game 7. It's all good.
Better win tomorrow night. 248-539-9797, 97.1. All right, 5 o'clock. Gorgeous kickoff to Memorial Day weekend. Hopefully you guys are on your way home. Maybe your office is closed early. This place is a zombie zone. This place closed at like 1 o'clock. But look, we got a little Tiger talk for you. We'll have a little fun with Memorial Day later in the hour because Paul needs help. Jim needs help. We've done a ton of football. Had the DeAndre Hopkins stuff. Odyssey.com rewind if you want it. But you've got a Miggy thing that I think is interesting and relevant as people maybe are headed down to the ballpark.
Yeah, this team's 2 games back of first place. And, Mike, you kind of scoff at how real this is. But there's a world where they're in first place on Memorial Day. They're playing the White Sox. Twins are facing the Blue Jays. There's a world where on Memorial Day, we have a first-place baseball team. And we kick off the summer with a team that currently occupies a playoff spot. You don't buy in. You don't think it's real. And I'm not mad at you. They do need to show they're serious, and I think there's one major way they could do it. Remove Cabrera from the team. Free up a roster spot for someone who can actually contribute. Because if you're going to win smoke and mirrors, first to third, walks, right, manufacturing runs, A.J. Hinch is using pinch hitters, pinch runners. What does Miguel Cabrera contribute to this baseball team? If you're serious about competing in the Central, doesn't take much, but if you're going to do it, you need all 26 guys contributing. You can't tie an arm behind A.J. Hinch's back. The guy's managing his ass off, and he's got to look to Miguel Cabrera and go, I don't know what to do with you. You're not pinch running. You can't hit for power. You can't hit lefties. You can't hit righties.
Give me the numbers. Give the people the numbers.
He's got 3 extra base hits in his last 85 plate appearances. No power out of the DH spot. His OPS would be dead last in baseball if he qualified. And in the WAR category, he ranks 1,104 out of 1,106 players in all of Major League Baseball. He is a negative WAR player, arguably the worst baseball player in the sport.
Can I add to your case?
Yeah.
You can tell me whether it's relevant or not?
Yeah.
It's also been 7 years since he's any good.
Right, so you're not like, he's going to heat up.
This is truly one of the most remarkable situations in the history of baseball. This man has not been functional for the better part of 7 years. It's not like he was good last year and has fallen off the table, and he's a legend. So here's my point. If you want me to have fun and yay, daiquiris, fine. Buy him out.
Show you're serious.
Get him out. Give A.J. Hinch and Scotty Harris the roster spot. Bring up Justin Henry Malloy. Or when Kerry Carpenter's back. Like, guys, you're a roster spot short. Second of all, here's the other thing. You want me to buy in? You want me to care about what you're doing right now in this garbage division? Sign E-Rod to an extension. Because if you don't do that, everything you're doing now means nothing when you sell E-Rod at the deadline. And when you sell Alex Lang to the highest bidder at the deadline. What was it all for? If that's the end game 7 weeks from now.
I think that's a harder one because he's going to want a lot of money, but you should be willing to pay a guy like that if you're a true contender.
If you, that's my point. And I think you know what I know. I'm not advocating for doing it.
Like, there's a world, Mike, where they look themselves in the mirror. Scott Harris is a new GM and goes, we ain't ready for this. And they say, there's no point in us cutting Miguel Cabrera. We're not real contenders. There's no point in us extending E-Rod. We're not real contenders. Right. And that's fine if that's his assessment. But then the reaction from fans needs to be, hold your horses, slow your roll. You're not allowed. You can do whatever you want, but you shouldn't get excited.
That's my point. Yeah. And then my message is, leave me alone.
Sure.
People get so bent out of shape. It's like, why? I'm shooting you straight. Like, I want Scotty Harris to have a few bites at the apple here where he gets to make some good trades, win trades, and we get to build a winner the right way. But if you want to have happy action fun time in this junior varsity conference, do it.
Let me ask you a question. When is the time to make that decision?
Well, I now listen, my opinion on the E-Rod thing might be different than yours. Jim, I've said it. The fact he's going to opt out at the end of the year, every time he starts, you lose value. Because if I am the Dodgers and I'm down Julio Urias and I'm down Dustin May for 2 months, I need him now.
And they got a great farm system, great trade partner.
If I'm the Cardinals, now look, the Cardinals just brought up one of the 5 best prospects in baseball and Matthew Liberatore, fine. But the reality is their rotation is a collective gas can. If I'm the Cardinals, I need him now. If I'm the Yankees, I need him now.
So my point is it's not too early to declare.
No.
Right? I mean, because it is still May for a few more days.
Right.
But it's not too early to declare an intent for your season.
By mid-June, to me, I'm setting the market with Erod.
Right.
Now,
so
Lang,
you make a choice one of two ways. If you're saying, I'm in this, if you share the belief that, hey, our fans are talking, we're close, we might even be in first next week. If you buy that as a management structure, top-down, ownership, GM, A.J. Hinch, it's not, oh, Miggy's going to play every third day out of pity.
Right.
It's going to be, we actually have something to win, and we owe it to the city to make the move.
I'm not arguing.
Okay.
I think you're
so I want to
spot
know
on.
where people are at, because the premise that you would take a legend and say exit stage left is going to rub some people the wrong way, but winning is the goal.
When you're putting a dead body, when you're putting Bernie Lomax out there, you're putting a dead body out there every night. Why should I respect you? Not every night, but you get my point.
Yeah.
When he's on this roster and you're asking A.J. Hinch to play shorthanded when somebody else, who certainly could be better than a -2 WAR, could be up here, I'm not going to respect you. And the Erod thing is simple. You're not making the playoffs if Erod's not here. And if you don't extend him, you have to trade him.
Agreed.
He's making $14 million with you. He'll make $25 on the open market.
Agreed.
Because he's a hard-throwing lefty with stuff that should age well.
So which camp are you in is another way of looking at this.
Yeah, for me, I'm Jim, you know, and I'm not trying to bleep in the punch bowl. I have no interest in this. I'm selling.
Yeah. You would sell. You'd keep Miguel around because what the hell difference does it make?
Oh, no, I would get rid of him still.
You'd still do it.
No, I would
but
because...
no, but Mike, that's what I don't get. If you think this team's not going to make a run of it, then who
my
cares? Let him
argument-
get his jollies and let him pat people on the head
My
at first
argument
base.
is development. My argument is, let's say he's at 87 at bats so far. We're 2 months in. Extrapolate the numbers. So let's say there's 200 ABs the rest of the year. That's 200 at bats I can give to somebody who might have a future with me. This guy's got no future. Yeah. His future died after 2016.
I just think it would send the message, and yeah, you'd be disrespecting a guy. I think it's disrespectful to make a guy work for the $30 million when he doesn't have it
How
anymore.
do I disrespect a guy that I have paid $30 million a year in perpetuity, and he hasn't been any good the last 7 of them?
You know,
I've handed you over $200 million, and you haven't been functional. Disrespect? Do me a favor. Disrespect me that way.
No, I think it's disrespectful at this point. I'd argue to tell a guy who is an all-time great, one of the greatest right-handed hitters of all time and a franchise icon, the only way you're getting the $30 million is if you got to limp your way out to the plate every third day.
Right, it's pathetic.
You got to go out there and earn this $30 million, so we have to play you and we have to keep you active. To me, that's more disrespectful to him.
Right.
To
him
say,
the
like, you
check.
haven't earned the money yet.
Write him the check. Say thanks for the memories.
Sure.
Say you're retiring. It's blatantly obvious you're no good. We'll put you out there. You can talk to the crowd, all 12 of them, and say your goodbyes. But for me, no, you know what side I'm on. This division, I still believe it's going to take 85 to win it. And I don't think this team's winning 86. You can laugh. You could tell me it takes 82. You think they're winning 83?
What'd the Cards win? 83? When
That
they
was,
won in 06?
yeah.
That was a World Series team. I'm not telling you this is a World Series team.
Anthony Reyes.
It's an awful division. I think combined with it being an awful division, you having a plus manager in A.J. Hinch,
and
giving him
Torque.
an extra roster spot. And yeah, a summer where Torque and Green may be actually putting this thing together.
Last month, they've been good. I need more power.
Yeah.
But look, I'm saying, hey, I'll take this over what we were getting in April and the first week of May.
My point is that you could give yourself every chance. You could give yourself every chance to make
what
this
side
real.
of the fence are you guys on? 248-539-9797. That's really what it comes down to. And if you want to have fun, go for it. Just understand, having fun, I think, requires the two moves that Jim talked about. You got to extend Erod, and you got to get rid of Mickey. Now, if you think they're bad, you're with me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trading Erod. And if we love each other so much, I guess you go and get him in free agency. But I'm trading him. And I'll tell you right now, Alex Lang will be worth a mint at the deadline. A mint. Those are the moves I'm making because I want Scott Harris to build a World Series team here. You want to fart around with Zach McKinstry, Zach Short winning games with home runs? God bless. You go to the playoffs, play Tampa Bay in the playoffs. I'll feed you ass first into a wood chipper. You're out of your mind.
A pleasant image as you get home on Memorial Day weekend.
Hey, the Tigers are in the playoffs. It's the scene in Fargo. I mean, come on. That's what I don't get is like this fan base has seen what World Series teams look like. This franchise has seen a team whose rotation was Max Scherzer, Justin Verlander, Rick Porcello, David Price. What? I got Joey Wentz, Mike Lorenzen. I mean, sure, if I'm doing an all-hair team, come on. Matthew Boyd.
See Fiedo's lettuce?
Yeah. Come on, guys. I want a World Series as much as anybody. Christ almighty, what are we doing? Akil Baddoo? A third base position that in total has an OPS of 580? Gee whiz.
And yet, in this division, only 2 games back.
Right, but
what if you get Scooble back and you use every single roster spot you've got and you take advantage of a lousy division and you bring Erod back?
Then do the things you're advocating for, and I will join you.
Okay.
It'll be Voltron.
Look at us.
248-539-9797. If you're headed to Vegas, go to the D Las Vegas, located in downtown. And also bookended with Circa. 2 great properties, 1 great location, 2 free stadium swim passes that are there if you stay at the D. So whatever you're looking to do, they got you covered. Bet a game, have a cocktail, enjoy the people watching, because I will tell you it's a bit of a circus these days. But the D Las Vegas has what you're looking for. Vegas is out of hand. Check it out, thed.com to book your stay today. It's the D Las Vegas, your home for sports in Vegas. to the people. And we begin with Tommy from Troy. Tommy, what's going on, buddy?
Michael.
Tommy.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, we talk about the Tigers, and you know what I think about? And Mike, don't laugh at me at first. I know, cookies will, but I think about that movie, Major League, where Coach Lou Brown said, I think it'll, like 87 wins. We're gonna win this division if we get, and with this weak division, they might be able to do it.
All right, so here's what needs to happen. You need to step up, and you need to get Miguel out of here. Replace him on the roster.
Well, I was saying,
and you got to extend Erod.
Why can't he just become a coach?
Sure.
Okay.
I know everybody says it. Whether it's an honorary coach, let him travel with the team, let him be in the clubhouse. Yeah. I don't care. They just need the roster spot for someone who can actually hit.
Honorary.
Or you know what? Let him, do what he does. If you have to keep him on for financial reasons, you know what? Let him just. Maybe he'll get an occasional hit here. He's done it a couple times.
See, Tommy, that you can't do that. God. It's too few and far between. He's the worst hitter in all of baseball. Like, Tommy, if you want him to greet people at the ballpark, fine.
Hey, Tommy, by the way, I was told you were calling in about this Michigan State Penn State thing. What was your thought on that?
Oh, yeah, that's exactly what. You know what, Mike? I'm with you. I would be totally pissed off if I was you, Mike. I would not want them to move that game from East Lansing to Ford Field. If they ever did that, I was a season ticket holder for U of M. Are you still with me?
Yeah, listening.
If they did that to me, Mike, I would sell my tickets as fast as I could.
No, that's better, and that's as I could. And again, because U of M would never allow it, because even at their lowest, they acted like a real program. Michigan State's acting like a Mickey Mouse lemonade stand. True. And I don't care how angry Rico gets. It's the truth. It's bottom line. No school. Pull up the top 20 in revenue and attendance. Michigan State has both.
MAC schools aren't giving up home games.
No other school in the top 20 would be giving up a home game. Michigan State has got bird brains running that opera. Oh, well, they got a financial guarantee. I don't care. You gave up a conference home game. For what? Oh, and what is this good of the conference? Where was the conference last year when they allowed every employee of the University of Michigan to basically assassinate the character of our players? And where's the conference then? Where was the conference when somehow it was our fault that Devin Bush acted like a bleep hole? Where was the conference? Where was the conference when we got screwed out of a BCS game? A year we beat Michigan head-to-head, and we sat and had to sit home while they got gifted a soft opponent in the Sugar Bowl. Where was the conference?
Remember the banner?
Oh, yeah, Spartan Tears taste like sugar. My point is, where was the conference? This is the conference we want to do. Oh, yeah, I'm sure Penn State would give up a home game if this game was in Happy Valley this year.
Fall on the sword.
You know what it says?
Man of integrity.
It says they didn't sell any tickets this year. It says they're scared bleepless the team's going to blow. And it says that, you know what? We're paying our coach $10 million and we're not getting the product right now. I want it to work for Tuck more than anybody. Because getting rid of coaches is bad, believe it or not. But right now, that's a second-rate attitude. Oh, my God, we'll only have 20,000 people in the States. Then get a better product. Get a better product. I had season tickets for years. People show up when a team wins. Team loses, you don't have a crowd. Welcome to college football in 2023. Moving a home game to Ford Field. Oh, I can't wait to see Bubbles the Lion at midfield for a Spartan home game. It's going to be hot. What? You laugh.
It's sad.
It's not funny.
Michigan State, whether you're a fan of them or not, should be playing their home games at Spartan Stadium.
I've heard that.
It's not a radical idea.
That's all right, but I'm the bad guy.
I hate the kickoff classics. So when I see them doing it late in the year in a conference game and even a B-level rivalry, it's ridiculous. Anyway.
It's okay. It's okay. We allow people to call in on the things we're talking about. We talked about it last hour. Tommy was patient. Okay. We had to get to it. We'll go to Mike in West Bloomfield. Mikey, what's going on, bud?
Nothing much. How you guys doing?
Good,
what's
Mike.
Up, bud?
What's up?
I just want to attack these Miggy and Erod topics just separately, if you don't mind.
Sure. Not at all.
Miggy, real quickly. his career, as you mentioned, has been on life support since 2017. And how long is this organization just going to just keep dwelling on or just keep celebrating this guy's career from 7 years ago? Like, okay, 500 home runs, fine. 3,000 hits, fine. Okay, it's time. It's been time to get rid of him and bring up somebody who can actually contribute or somebody who could develop into having a future here. He needs to go as of right now. I don't care about his last game. I don't need to celebrate it. It's been sad, really, to watch in the last 7 years. That's number one.
Yep.
Number two, with Erod, I think it is worth it to trade him. But if I'm trading him, I want somebody with a pedigree. I mean, I want a top 30 prospect at a minimum for Erod because I'm not just going to trade him for like a Veerling and a Maton. That's my opinion. Because I do think there's value.
There's a middle ground, though. Look, you're not getting a top 30 guy, but you can get some. No, I know. And Mike, all I'm saying is just so Cookies doesn't get bombarded on ticket text. You can get what you call a B+ prospect. The A guys are going to be a top 20, top 30, top 40 guys. But do I think you could get a back-end top 100 guy with upside? Yes, I do. He's a hard-throwing lefty with good stuff. Yeah.
But let me ask. But I mean, I see what you're saying, and I'm not calling. I don't think you're crazy for saying that. But what I think is there's also value in if you are in it in June or closer to July. If you're still in it. And you got Skubal coming back. If you think Manning is a part of this future, he's coming back. There's value in pushing for the playoffs, in keeping Erod, and just kind of trying to, even if you don't make the playoffs, you push for it. There's value in it if you're not getting a great player in return for Erod. That's all I'm saying.
You give yourself a little bit of leverage. It's kind of like what Yzerman was doing last year with the Red Wings, where before the deadline he's playing possum. Bertuzzi's off the block. We're kind of in it. And then as soon as they dropped out, they got, I thought, a good return for the guy.
Listen.
And if your GM is good,
if you go
you'll
for
get
it,
a good return.
You go for it and you don't come home with a World Series and he walks for nothing, that's a disaster.
Well, you got to know that you're willing to pay him. And if you're not, then yeah, the decision's made for you.
Okay. As long as it ends up in we kept him. If you believe in him and you want him here and you think having two guys in your rotation that would be good, solid lefties and Skubal and Erod, there's value there.
Well, in some ways, the Erod thing's more important than the Miggy thing here because if they know they can't pay him or won't pay him.
It's a statement is what it is.
Then we don't need to play pretend that they're going to chase something because the right thing to do is to trade him away.
Let me give you an example. So currently, and I'm spitballing, but I have these numbers pretty well committed to memory. They're number 19 in payroll. Okay. It's not embarrassing by any means, but it's 19. But the problem is the gap from 19 to 18 is about 20 mil, and the gap from 18 to 15 is about another 30 mil. So you're 50 million off being a middle-of-the-road payroll. I do not want to hear you can't pay him.
So, yes, the Boston Red Sox are 15th in payroll at about 180. The Tigers are 19th in payroll at 123.
So, all right, so it was 57.
Yeah.
Okay, so almost 60 mil.
Yeah, 50 to 60.
I do not. Now, listen, I have never held this ownership to a standard of Mike Ilitch. Okay? Dad was spending top 4, top 5 money. I don't need you to have that. But don't tell me the Detroit Tigers can't be a middle-of-the-road payroll. And after this season, Jim, when Bernie Lomax's dead body goes off this roster at $32 million, I don't want to hear it.
So what's the gap? It's going to be $100 million between them and average.
So I don't want to hear. We can't afford it. No one is saying, and again, I'm only saying this for effect. I'm not saying it seriously. No one is saying, oh, let's get the Ohtani sweepstakes.
No.
Stop. A, that he ain't coming here. And B, you're not paying $600 million, which is what it's going to take. Newsflash, he's going to be a Dodger. I think everybody knows that. It's just, guys, they need to make a statement that they want to be real. Trotting out Rodney Dangerfield in Back to School every other night is not real. That's an embarrassment. If you value A.J. Hinch, give him the tools to succeed. Give him the extra roster spot. And if you're going for this, you better already be making plans to keep Erod. What?
No, you're right. You put it so bluntly, but we've been hitting this today, and I think people have to figure this out themselves. If this team is going to be real or quasi-real this year, which is what we all want, we want a good baseball team, then it doesn't come without strings. You can't be having Cabrera count against this roster and play a man down, and you can't go into the summer without a plan for Erod.
248-539-9797. We've talked Northville Lumber for a long time. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more. It's Northville. Bottom line, they move enough product to cover 26 football fields. There's a reason they move that much product, because it's all in stock. It's right there in their warehouse. All varieties of Trex decking, railing, lighting. It's all there. And if there's ever been an advertisement for deck season, it's days like today. If you want to get that that backyard project done, well, great. Guess what? They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. Get there. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right. Now, we are going to take you up to Tiger baseball. And if you missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind. We are going to get to your Tiger calls as well, but I promise this all day. We're just going to have some fun for a couple of minutes. The weather this weekend is going to be incredible. Maybe you're driving down to the Tiger game now. Daiquiris, but Memorial Day barbecues. So I got cookies over here, and this guy's middle name is Basic. He thinks having people over the house for hot dogs is a Memorial Day barbecue. And I mean, Paul Serra's a connoisseur. So I said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give you, according to Food and Wine, the best Memorial Day recipes to, like, impress your guests.
Step it up.
And you guys decide whether this is, like, I'm in or that's just garbage. And then we'll get back to the Cabrera stuff. Yes. All right, here we go. Paul, you playing? Or have you lost your appetite with what happened in Boston last night? All right, here we go.
It was disgusting.
All right, first, little side dish, if you will. Esquites style poblano pasta salad. You know what esquites are, right? Paul, being that you are fluent in Spanish?
I have no idea.
No, esquites is like Mexican street corn.
It's a corn and mayo.
Corn, queso fresco, like it's and this is a pasta salad version of that. Interesting side dish. Yay or nay?
I'd try it.
Not for me.
Cookie. Well, hold on. If you listen to Cash the Ticket, this is Middle America Costa. Anything short of meatloaf and frozen peas, this kid doesn't know what to do. All right, number 2. Grilled chicken with chimichurri.
Now we're talking.
Come on now.
There we go.
What's wrong with that?
That sounds great.
Absolutely.
That spices it up a little bit. Something a little different. It's not just burgers and dogs.
Paul's been eating chimichurri since he left the womb. South Florida specialty. All right, now this has Detroit written all over it.
Is it a Coney something?
Ultimate loaded chili-topped hot dogs.
So what's the hook?
Pickled jalapenos, radishes, sour cream, all kinds of things on this crap. Not my deal, but I know this city's affinity for hot dogs.
Absolutely.
You're in.
Yes.
You are a Coney kid.
Who doesn't like a... Well, you don't, but I think most people like a Coney.
You lose me at sauerkraut, though. I can't do sauerkraut.
Sour cream.
Sour cream, still no.
Okay, then. Now, this one requires the host knows what the hell they're doing. So that means the two of you are out.
This is advanced level stuff.
Smoked brisket. Arguably the most difficult thing to do in the barbecue world.
I'm not going to be able to pull it off on the starter grill that Rico gave me.
Listen, your Barbie car grill? No. Not at all.
Got 3 whole burners. It's great.
Your grill couldn't fit a brisket. The thing's the size of a Frisbee. Now,
I mean, that's delicious, so yes.
But very difficult to pull off.
Yeah.
All right, now this one is phenomenal. And this is something very popular in this area. May I offer you lamb shish kebabs?
Absolutely.
Yes.
You can. Shish kebabs are great.
What is it with people who don't like lamb? Why do people, I don't get it. Delicious.
We got great Mediterranean food around here.
Fabulous. All right, now this one this is for Jim Costa. According to Food and Wine, Memorial Day, we're going to up the barbecue level.
Yeah, more than hot dogs and hamburgers.
This is for the guy who wears the cabana outfits. Fresh homemade pina coladas.
Not a pineapple guy.
Wow.
I will say Jim has the shirts for it.
But you're out on that too?
Yeah, not really.
So what is it? You don't like pineapple either?
I don't mind pineapple.
So why not pina colada?
I'm not really much of a drinker, honestly.
Okay, but hold on.
on a nice summer day.
Wait a minute. Watching Cabrera go 0 for 4 tonight with 3 Ks or a homemade pina colada?
The pina colada.
Fresh squeezed.
Thank you. That's all I needed. This is an East Coast treat. These are easy to make unless you're a ding-dong, and they will absolutely impress your guests. A classic Maine lobster roll. On a hot dog bun for all of you hot dog-obsessed Detroiters. Maine lobster roll?
Hey,
have you ever had one?
Yes, I've had them in New England.
Okay, then you know the magic.
Yes.
You're in.
Yes.
Paul Serra?
No.
What?
Have you ever had, like...
I've never had it, but I don't like lobster when I've had lobster.
Did you a little butter drizzle in there?
Paul, what do you like?
I'm not a big seafood guy, despite the fact that I'm from a place that has abundant seafood.
Dude, you are an alien.
Fresh catch right in your backyard.
All right, hold on.
I thought you had like a school of mackerel where you grew up.
Cabrera being here for another 200 at-bats or a lobster roll with a gun to your head?
I'll have the lobster roll, Mike.
Okay.
Stepping up for the people.
Now, this one is for the dessert crowd. According to Food and Wine, Memorial Day specialties to impress your guests.
So I'm guessing this could be like fruit-based, right?
Old-fashioned strawberry rhubarb crisp / cobbler. Rhubarb being very sour. You in on that?
Yeah, I'd try a slice.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, I thought you were going to tell me you were
Another
anti-rhubarb.
thumbs down. I hate strawberries.
Paul Serra's going to say no to this one, but here we go.
Do it anyway.
See, this sounds like a Costa one. Like if you did Memorial Day with the Costas, somehow this would be on the menu. Crispy fish burgers.
Yeah. well, hold on. Can we... Why is this a knock on me? Why is that bad? Little breaded fish, put it on the grill. He's laughing at me. What's wrong with that?
Because everything... It doesn't matter with Cash the Ticket when we did the Christmas episode.
This guy just roasts me for 45 minutes as he talks up his culinary excellence.
Everything Jim Costa eats
well, you gotta understand,
comes in sandwich form.
Now I'm Kenny Cott. You got to understand, this guy's talking about his feast for the holiday where they're preparing for days. They're getting ingredients like from overseas, sailed in, shipped in.
I'm sorry.
He's out there with crates feeling the grapes. You're into the details.
And meanwhile, Jim's doing mashed potatoes out of a box. All right, your next item. This is going to be controversial. Here we go. According to Food and Wine, for Memorial Day, for your barbecue, green curry steak skewers with basil oil.
Yeah.
That's bougie.
Yeah, that's like next level stuff right there.
But you're in.
You said basil oil?
Yeah.
I've never even heard of basil oil. Where do you get basil oil? Like the high-end grocery stores?
Places.
He makes a face. He knows a guy.
Places.
He can hook you up.
You can make your own.
I suppose you could.
All right.
With your fresh basil in your backyard.
Ready for this? Let's go to the man who's never eaten at the Ticket. This guy refuses lunch, does not eat at work. We go to Paul Serra.
Well, steak's delicious. It has steak in it, so I'm going to try it.
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
I was going to say it was going to be Cabrera for the rest of your life or these steak skewers.
I'll fall on the sword. I'll take the steak.
Basil oil sounds fun.
Now, this one to me, this is always a winner if you put any effort into it. Pasta salad, this one with feta and Greek herbs. Oh, my.
Not a feta guy.
Okay.
I don't like the pasta salad, that like wet pasta. No. No, thanks.
Wow. Okay, we go to Paul Serra.
I'm a little bit like Jim on this one. It's just no thanks.
Both of you. Animals. All right, dessert crowd.
Yes.
Here we go.
Stick to the sweets.
Memorial Day.
Yes.
Strawberry cupcakes, cream cheese frosting.
Prefer more of a buttermilk frosting, but
Okay,
I can make some exceptions.
All right.
I'm not going to say no and turn down the cupcake.
One of these cupcakes from Food and Wine or watching Miggy on loop in the batter's box?
Yeah, I'll take the cupcakes.
Okay, then. Paul Serra?
Yeah, cupcakes. That sounds great.
Now, this one, I don't know how this works because I don't know who does a morning or even an early lunch barbecue. A barbecue Bloody Mary.
So I'm that weird person who likes tomato sauce but doesn't like tomatoes, and Bloody Marys could go either way. I'm not a Bloody Mary.
Do you know how they make this barbecue? All right, first of all.
Break it down. Do you have a breakdown?
Well, yeah, I have a breakdown that if I drank this, I would die with my acid reflux. But here we go. This is, I can't believe this.
What's in this?
They use beef au jus, or as Stoney likes to call it, barbecue seasoning and the drippings from your brisket. Oh, I would throw up everywhere. Oh, my God, absolutely not. Oh, dear heavens. Paul Serra.
Yeah, that does not sound right. No thanks.
Now, in all seriousness, what is on your Memorial Day weekend menu? Tell me you're doing better than hot dogs and hamburgers, please.
I don't think we've picked up anything yet for the weekend.
Oh, my God.
First of all, I'm working all weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
I'm sorry. That's my bad.
No, it's okay.
I'm sorry.
I still need to do something. And
All
this gets the idea machine rolling.
Now, I don't know if that guy over there even owns a pan, but let's see. Paul Serra.
Well, like Jim, I'm going to be here most of the weekend.
Unbelievable.
So, but I was just going to do, like, if I do grill hot dogs and hamburgers, Mike, I know it's kind of basic.
Paul, let me ask you a question. Will you let me buy you lunch if I'm not here? Will you let me do something nice for you so you can eat something nice while you are keeping this station afloat during the holiday weekend?
I'm good, Mike. I don't want to.
There it is.
Can't get him anything.
You can't buy this kid lunch. I love it. He's a mystery wrapped in a riddle.
What are you doing this weekend? You putting steaks on the grill? What do we got going?
I'm not sharing that with you. You wouldn't even understand.
Oh, this guy.
Listen. I know Rico gave you that little Barbie car grill. When you're ready.
When you're ready
to step up.
The offense in my face.
Yeah, because I got news
I think
for you.
within the next year, I'm making an upgrade. We're stepping the game up.
Paul, he said, yeah, I like to throw steaks on there. I go, ooh, gray matter. That'll be exciting.
How dare you?
If you don't know how to cook a steak, you shouldn't be grilling.
I know how to cook a steak.
Right. When you said you eat them well done,
I
I'm
know
out.
I said my dad eats them well done.
Like
That's
I
a
said,
travesty.
You come from a family.
Watch yourself.
Heathens.
You wash your mouth.
Heathens in the
You
kitchen.
tread very lightly.
Why? We talked about it at Christmas. It's a disgrace.
Come from a family of heathens.
Heathens.
Some friend this guy.
The Costas are serving grape nuts on Christmas Eve. Oat bran. All right, listen. Let's get back to the Miggy stuff. Hey, check it out, Food and Wine. Lots of foofy recipes for you on Memorial Day. Some of these I don't know anyone who's making.
No.
But it's fun. Thank you, Paul. Enjoy your lonely lunch that you won't let us buy you. Mystery Man 3000. All right, here's what Paul might be doing. Hungry Howie's 50th anniversary, celebrating 50 years of flavor. Paul likes pizza. He has to like pizza. There's no way you don't like pizza. 100% real mozzarella cheese, real toppings, and 8 different flavored crusts, which they invented. Right now, they're doing menu items galore, special stuff. The 73 Classic with the satellite dish pepperonis, you get 73 of those puppies. Dial it in, $9.99. You don't feel like cooking tonight because you're going to be a grill master all weekend? Hungry Howie's got you covered. 73 Classic, the mix and match, $6.99. Try it now for a limited time only. Only at Hungry Howie's. Restrictions may apply. All right, just having a little fun with you there. We can get to your Miggy calls, and we'll get the big finish. Take you to Tiger baseball here, playing the White Sox again. Hey, look, a couple games out of first. We've talked a lot about it today, and what would it take for buy-in. I think Jim did a great job with the Miggy. The bottom line is you got to show your fans you're real. You don't have to show me per se. No. I'm saying I represent a certain amount of this fan base who goes, look, you know a little bit about baseball. You know this division is horse's ass. Mm-hmm. I want to trade some pieces. I want to give Scotty Harris a chance to build a World Series team. But if you want to go for it, you want to show me you're real, get this dead body, get this bag of potatoes off the roster, and let me start to hear they're trying to extend Erod. And then I'll have to view it that, okay,
they're serious.
They're going to be serious about doing this. Now, I could disagree with it fundamentally, but I would begin to take it serious out of respect for the listener.
Well, because
I know the trade deadline isn't going to be the sell-off.
Being 2 games back today, and Paul Serra put on the board that they win tonight. Let's say they're a game back tomorrow. That doesn't mean you're serious, being a game back in May.
No.
What means you're serious is you have the means to close the gap and to hold the lead and to win the division. As we sit here today, none of us say they've got enough to do it right now.
No.
But if you told me I'm keeping Erod the whole season and I'm taking Miggy's spot and giving it to Carpenter or Malloy or anybody with a pulse, you're getting closer. You're warming up. Now we can't have the F word. We can have some fun.
Yay, daiquiris. 248-539-9797. You got some ticket text coming in? Then we'll get to the callers.
I can dig some up.
Well, then I'll do this. I'll go callers, and then you can present tickets.
Okay.
We'll go to Joe. He's up next. What's up, Joe? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm good, thanks. I'm so glad this topic is front and center. I mean, this Miguel Cabrera thing has just been a disaster on every side. The Tigers look ridiculous for keeping him on the roster. Like you said, Mike, he has not been any semblance of a legitimate major leaguer for the last 7 years. And to see him out there constantly being thrown out there and that we see game after game after game of Miggy this, Miggy that, it's embarrassing. He needs to go. My suggestion is that they name a weekend in the next month or 6 weeks before the All-Star break. Tell everybody he's going to play all 3 games, and at the end of the 3rd game, cut him a check and wish him well. But he's been paid, like you said, over $200 million for the last 6 or 7 years and has provided absolutely no value to this team. So we don't need to have any sympathy for Miguel Cabrera.
That's right. Think about this. Think about this. I mean, Joe, it's a two-way street. They made this guy rich beyond his wildest dreams. The guy's made $250 million playing baseball. And I got to hear about disrespect. Guys haven't been any good in 7 years. Joe, if you weren't good the last 7 years at your job, you wouldn't have made it to year 6. Come on. What are we doing?
You're right. Totally right. I'm tired of this. It's ridiculous. It's stepping on eggshells all the time around him. It's embarrassing. Yeah. The other point I want to make is about Erod. And I think you guys there's 2 things I'd say about that. First of all, the last couple of outings he's had have been a little rough.
Yep.
And I think, I'm kind of like, look, I'd like to see if they could maybe make a run to win the division. I'm not suggesting they sell assets or re-up him, but we're a little bit too early to trade him. And what I'm afraid is if you try to put him on the market now, you might not get that good of a return. But on the flip side, if you keep him out there and don't trade him and he starts to regress,
there it is.
Then he's worth less.
Well, and that's the key.
So that's
And Joe, for me, look, I watched the guy for a long time in the AL East with the Sox. I like him. I've never disliked him. I like the signing. But exactly what I warned about is happening. And believe me, I get plenty of things wrong, so let's not act like I'm just patting myself on the back here like I'm perfect. I'm not. I'm just saying in this regard, I hated what Avila did. I said if Erod comes here and he's good, he's gone. And if Javi comes here and he's good, he's gone. I go, if they're bad, they're going to bilk you out of how many millions of dollars. That's why I don't sign deals like this. So now I'm in a spot where you're stuck with Javi, and now I got to get rid of the guy that I signed, that I want to keep.
Yeah, that's actually doing a nice job. Some ticket textures. Miguel Cabrera was once the best player in the league, and now he's the worst player in the league by far. Full circle career.
The circle of life. What is that, The Lion King or whatever the hell that is?
Moves us all. Dexter says,
wow.
Play some calypso music when Miggy bats. He'll show some life at the plate, a la Weekend at Bernie's too. Hashtag deep cuts.
Exactly. You could attach some strings to his hands. It's like Kevin McAllister when he's got the clown in the bathtub and he's moving the arms like it's dancing. I mean, it's just, look, if this is the problem. It's the easiest thing to say in the world is, yeah, well, if someone was paying you, you'd do it. It's like, well, no, wait for it. I'd like to think I'd have a little personal pride and go, you know what? I've seen it all. I've done it all. I'm a Hall of Famer. I made all the money. I don't like being embarrassed.
Well, there's a precedent for it. And I don't know how much pressure was applied by the Yankees or A-Rod himself, but A-Rod did it. I believe Griffey did the same thing, too. He walked away mid-season when it was clear, like, I don't have it anymore. Is Miggy going to do that and make the decision for the Tigers?
Well, let me help you. He's still out here like he's Don Rickles. He's out here like it's a roast. Laughing and partying. And you're like, this can't be any fun. It's horrible. You imagine being someone who used to go to the plate, and it didn't matter if the pitcher made a mistake or not, they would punish you. Prodigious power. A guy who routinely would put up 1,000 OPS. You are at the plate now, and you can't get it out of the infield. But again, everybody's wired different, man. For me, I'd be on the beach. I wouldn't have any time for this. This is stupid.
Ticket Texters, Cookies comes from a well-done steak family. That explains so much.
Doesn't it? Middle America Costa. He went to a Mac school because he's a Mac guy. M-A-C. Middle America Costa.
For the record, I have grown up. I do not have my steaks cooked all the way to the point where they are hockey pucks and are undigestible.
Whatever you say, Stovetop.
Texter says Mike is grilling spaghetti this weekend.
There you go.
We cue the Italian music.
No. Hey, all I'll tell you is this. Real funny how you can get away with that, but Lord help you if you did that to another ethnicity or race. Let me tell you.
Here we go.
Must be nice.
Ticket Texter says a great side that nobody...
I'll also be wearing a chef's hat, sporting a mustache, and holding a pepperoni when I come to the door all weekend. And finishing every one of my words with an A. I mean, it's unbelievable to me. Have you seen where Kenny orders his pizzas?
Tell me.
That pizza box is the most disgraceful thing I've ever seen in my life.
Mustache.
Even worse. Even worse.
What?
No, I don't.
You want to say it on the air?
No, I don't want to get into it.
Okay.
Unbelievable.
Texter says a great side nobody does is cottage cheese with diced cucumber, red onion, and tomato. I think there might be a reason nobody does it.
It's very possible. Yikes.
And we got a bunch more on the Miggy stuff. We'll keep checking it. People have asked if we saw the Kevin Ollie Instagram post. We did reference
and I'll
that.
tell you what we're going to do. Why don't we touch on that to finish the week?
Perfect.
We'll do it next. Your final thoughts on MSU being Mickey Mouse, Miggy, little big finish here.
D-Hop.
As we get you to Tiger Ball. Next, 97.1. Still my favorite drop on the board. All right. So we do this when we go to 610 because it's a fun way to kind of, I don't know, it's like PTI, the big finish, the whole deal. Tell you everything we did and do it very quickly. Jake, music. All right, Jim. The day started with big news, the Arizona Cardinals releasing wide receiver DeAndre Hopkins. It's a guy you've wanted. Now you don't have to trade for him. We battled a little bit on this. Make the case one last time.
The Lions don't have a number 2 receiver. They're in win-now mode after taking a running back in the first round. You just keep adding. It's an obvious need for this football team. You bring him in and give him single coverage, and you tell him this is the most stable situation you've ever been a part of. You get him on his best behavior.
And I happen to disagree with it. Guy's a diva. I don't want to upset the apple cart with Amon-Ra, and I also want J-Mo coming back in to be the number 2 here, number 3 here. I don't want to pay this guy. That's the other thing. And we did agree on that. It would have to be reasonable, and I don't think DeAndre is going to be reasonable. Number 2, we've done a lot of Miguel Cabrera stuff today. You presented statistics that suggest not only should he be benched, he should be off this team and collecting a check like Bobby Bonilla. If this team is real. You want to present those numbers one last time?
If they're real, you cannot have a DH with 3 extra base hits and 85 at-bats.
That's unbelievable.
He would rank dead last in OPS if he qualified. He does qualify in WAR. He's the 3rd worst player out of over 1,100 major leaguers.
And you're going on the field, one less player on the roster every night, and that's not fair to A.J. Hinch, who's doing a really nice job with a really flawed team. Number 3, we hinted at this a few minutes ago. A cryptic Kevin Ollie social media post. Some people believe it's him saying, I don't know, I'm going to be the Pistons' next coach. Do you want to read this?
Yes, Kevin Ollie. What's got everybody hung up is the phrase, as I close this chapter. He said, the prize won't be sent to you. You got to go get it in person with your work ethic. As I close this chapter, I want to thank the Overtime Elite family for always having my back. We don't get even. We elevate. Hashtag all love. Hashtag level 5.
Oh, hashtag. Listen, all I'll tell you is this. If your offseason was not getting Wembanyama, falling to 5, hiring Ollie, and signing Dylan Brooks, put this team in a box and ship it to Vegas and just give me a new one.
I can't justify Kevin Ollie signing. He can't be the head coach of this team. Nobody even viewed him as a candidate
interviewed him
for any of the other jobs. I get it. Troy Weaver knows him. They might be buddies. That doesn't mean he's the right coach for this team.
No one interviewed him. I'll say it again. By the way, we did bring up a name we'd like to see interviewed if they're now reopening the competition. Why not Chris Quinn?
Thank you.
Miami Heat assistant. Spoelstra's right-hand man. Defensive oriented, player development. I don't know. Guys, I don't have a great idea. Monty Williams did not want your money.
In this round alone, they had 5 undrafted players contribute, including what's his face last night, Hightower.
Yeah.
Player development, defense. Listen, you fall to 5. You don't get Victor Wembanyama. How do you pick up the pieces? A good coach will go a long way.
I still vote expansion team. Send this one to Vegas. All right, we did talk about Game 6 tomorrow night. We briefly mentioned it. All I said to Jim is, don't let the Celtics get hot tomorrow night because the pressure goes right to the gym class heroes. And I'm sorry, undrafted free agents trying to close out a berth to the NBA Finals. That's a lot different than what they've been doing. Cookies, you have a belief that even if it goes back to Boston, the Heat can get this done.
Yeah, I think the Heat are winning this series. I wouldn't get your hopes up. Even if they lose on their home floor, they would go to Boston, where they've already won twice in this series. They've won a game in Milwaukee to ice this series earlier in the playoffs, and if it comes down to a do-or-die game, I get Jimmy Buckets against Jason Tatum. I get Eric Spoelstra against Joe Mazzulla. I get Bam Adebayo swarming on defense. He's the best defensive player on either team at the very end of the game. I'll take Miami, even if it means breaking your heart in Boston.
If they lose tomorrow night, I don't have a reaction. We lost the series already.
Yeah.
But if they go to Game 7 and lose in Boston, My opinion on the Michigan State-Penn State game, that'll seem tame. That'll be a love story compared to how I feel.
But Boston's had issues closing. That's been their MO.
You think?
And the only reason they're here is they beat a team in Philly that chokes worse than they do.
Now that's not fair.
Come on. It's Doc Rivers, the biggest Game 7 loser in NBA history. James Harden and Joel Embiid.
So what, we don't get any credit for being undefeated in closeout games the last couple of years?
Zero. Zip.
Okay, good. Fun. Thank you. Your view of MSU and what am I going to do?
I don't know. I was just giving you a hard time.
It's fine.
We've had fun.
MSU game, your final word on it. I think it's Mickey Mouse. I don't need the pity party.
Yeah.
What is your take on MSU giving up a home game and playing at Ford Field?
It's just profoundly sad because this is college football and it should be played on your campus. You should have your alums. You should have your students. You should have those businesses. You should have the uniqueness that is college football front and center. And if it can't be played on Saturday because of TV, I'm well aware of that as a MAC guy. But you don't give up the campus game. Move it to Friday night. But it should be played at Spartan Stadium.
You know what they're doing next. With the college football playoff expanding, that means conference championship games have to move up a week, which means you're not playing these games on Thanksgiving weekend.
Oh.
Which means week 1 would now move back a week, which means we're into like mid to late August for week 1 of college football.
Hey, that sounds great. It started sooner.
Yeah, but see what
Hey, by that time of year, you and me are both chomping,
it's fair,
excited.
But you're good with it. You're good with that?
Yeah, sure.
Where do you think this sport is in 5 years? Because I think for guys like you and me, largely dead.
I think it's alive, but more unrecognizable.
Where's your school in 5 years? D2?
It's a great question.
I'm asking. You know all the people up in Mount Pleasant.
I don't think they're not going D2, especially after they beat the Spartans week 1 this year. Come on, we got to start that. We have to. We got to build up to that.
I don't want to record week 1
Bert
cash the ticket
Emanuel
tonight.
Jr. gliding
Listen.
past the MSU defense.
If that happened, you could escort Mel Tucker to Capital City Airport right after the game. I mean, I'm telling you, Rico gets upset. They better win some games this fall. I don't want to hear about his shoe collection. You can't kick an extra point.
No, we're going to become a feeder program. It's what the smaller schools are in the era of the transfer portal. So make the most of it.
All right, good talk. The music is telling us, I guess, we're out of here.
Tiger baseball.
No, listen. That is going to have to be fixed. I don't know why it died. Oh, well. You know what? Have a great Memorial Day. Weather's going to be amazing.
Yeah, guys.
I think we only appreciate this weather because we deal with so much bad weather. But we will take it. Hey, your second-place Tigers are coming up next. Daiquiris!
The goal, and he runs over 300, and they got it.
The crack of the bat.
There's a swing, and there's another drive to left. It's deep, and this one is gone. The second home run by Travel. Whitaker scores.
The roar of the crowd.
Into a mob scene at home. Walk-off winner.
It's unbelievable. It's magic here in this ballpark.
The love of your team.
You Tiger fans are the greatest fans of all. No question about that.
A 123-year tradition continues. This is Detroit Tigers Baseball on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network. Brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, committed to providing members access to care they need whenever and wherever they need it. From the Metro Detroit Buick GMC Dealers broadcast booth, here's the voice of Tigers Baseball, Dan Dickerson.
Hello again, everyone. We're getting ready for Game 2 of this 4-game weekend series. Tigers and Chicago White Sox, joined by Andy Dirks on the entire homestand. And Andy, you got to like the way this series started. Chasing the starter last night, Lucas Giolito, in the 4th inning, and a lot of good at-bats.
If the adjustments from last year to this year haven't got you fired up about this young team and what they're capable of, I don't know what will, because they're a lot of fun to watch right now. They're continuing to make those adjustments, so there's going to still be a few growing pains, but I love the progress.
Lance Lynn is having a tough year for the White Sox, but his history is he is tough on the Tigers. He goes for the Chicago White Sox tonight. Joey Wentz trying to get back on track. 3 of his last 4 starts have been on the rough side. Joey Wentz goes for the Tigers. Stay with us. Our conversation with bench coach George Lombard coming up after this on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
Michigan! PointsBet Casino is live and giving away up to $800 of free spins. In addition to slots and video poker, you can get the live casino experience from the comfort of your home with PointsBet's live dealers. When you play with PointsBet Casino, you'll enjoy easy deposits and quick withdrawals. Sign up for the PointsBet Sportsbook app today using code TRIPLE to get free spins up to $800. PointsBet, your move. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
Here you go. Go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Have Varsity Lincoln hit a home run with out-of-the-park savings on every certified pre-owned Lincoln at Varsity. And with a complimentary 6-year, 100,000-mile warranty, every Varsity customer is a winner. Save thousands on your next vehicle from Varsity Lincoln and enjoy complimentary delivery to your home or work. Check out Varsity's great inventory online at varsitylincoln.com or stop by to see Jerry Law and the team at Varsity Lincoln in Novi.
Not many people are prepared for the journey that you must embrace.
Hearing the diagnosis is hard.
You must understand that it is not over, and you are not done yet.
We hope you find a path forward, filled with new perspective, unknown strength, and unexpected opportunities.
Cancer is just the beginning.
That's the belief we share to give you your best chance. Kermanis, part of McLaren Healthcare.
The A.J. Hinch Show, a preview of today's game with Tigers manager A.J. Hinch. Brought to you by McLaren Healthcare, the official health system of the Detroit Tigers.
Getting ready for Game 2 of this 4-game weekend series. Tigers and White Sox, 7-2 win over the Chicago White Sox. And today on the Manager Show, we are joined by Tigers bench coach George Lombard, who does so much work with the outfielders and base running with his team. But George, you are here today because this has been graduation week. Your oldest, George Jr., graduated. You were away for a couple of days. AJ's now gone for his daughter Caitlin's graduation. That time of life, isn't it?
Oh, my. We talk about family first as an organization, and to be able to be present for my son's graduation. This is the first time we've gone through a high school graduation. AJ has already been through it once, but that means the world to me to be able to get home and not feel like I'm missing out on something and be there for my boys.
You got two good ball players, don't you? Tell me about George, and we'll talk about Jacob.
Well, George is he's a senior, actually just graduated, committed to Vanderbilt. Loves baseball, played a lot of soccer. They grew up playing everything. And then I have Jacob, who's a freshman, he says he's going to take his older brother's job every day.
He's been pushed by his older brother.
Yes, absolutely.
He plays for Cameron Mabin's summer team, and Cameron showed me a video of him. That's a terrific athlete you got there.
He, like I said, we were fortunate to have athletic kids, and they love playing whatever they're playing. Keep them active. They started. I like to think they're my genes, but my wife's got some pretty good genes. She was a gymnast and a soccer player as well. But it'll be fun. Cam's going to teach them to play the game the right way. It's the Padres scout team, so they'll have like their infield coordinator around the boys, or outfield coordinator. So it should be a great experience.
Let's talk about this Tigers 7-2 win from last night. George, there was so much to like about this game, but as AJ said after the game, you talk about controlling the strike zone. This might be the perfect game when you talk about that. 0 walks, 13 strikeouts for your pitchers, 11 walks for your hitters. By the way, that is the third time this year this team has drawn 10 or more walks in the game. But it really was, on both sides of the ball, a great example of what you've been preaching all year.
I mean, if we rewind this and go back to Scott's interview and talk about winning the strike zone, I mean that was as good of an example of it last night. Faedo just like filling it up in the zone, and our guys walking and doing damage in the zone. So it was fun to watch. The players have bought in. Our hitting staff has done a phenomenal job of getting the guys to buy in. With Badar and J-Ro and Keith. I mean, fast forwarding, a year ago, getting Javi Baez to talk in the hitters meeting. Like I said, you earned your keep just in doing that. And when a guy like that speaks in a hitters meeting, and Miguel Cabrera talks in a hitters meeting, guys buy in. Like when you get those veteran players and your best players to buy in, then that kind of wins over the group.
Scott Harris said at the start of the year, it might take a while with all that you're throwing at these hitters for us to see the results, and it might be just kind of slow, steady progress. Last night was such a good example to me because there's a guy, Giolito's had success against the Tigers, throwing that high fastball changeup combination, getting guys to chase above the strike zone. You could tell he was visibly frustrated that this team wasn't chasing that high fastball.
Oh, I mean, Giolito always shows a lot of emotion out there, but I wouldn't stand a chance because that was my weakness, that fastball at the top, and then I'd start cheating for that and chase the changeup down. But no, the guys are doing a great job.
Give fans a feel for, I mean, it's more than just the daily message of control the strike zone. Some of the things that you do to help hitters understand how to go about doing that and the reinforcement of that message in different ways.
Well, just like I think we want to paint a visual for our hitters, like if how to beat this team, how to beat this pitcher, how to steal a base. So we don't want any surprises out there. We want to paint the best visual of and that is combined with knowing the hitter's strengths and his weaknesses and knowing the pitcher's strengths and weaknesses. So each hitter needs to know what to expect, what ball to lay off of, and they want to do damage on that ball when they have that opportunity.
You impressed with how far they've come in just the last few months in terms of controlling the strike zone?
Yeah, and it's a constant grind. I mean, just because they did it yesterday doesn't mean it's going to happen today. So baseball, 162, it is difficult. And I think one thing that helps me in this game, I will never think this game comes easy. I know how difficult this game is. So just being there for the players and just kind of when they're struggling, when they're going good, just kind of be there for them.
You and Gary Jones do a lot of work with these outfielders. AJ and I have talked about it quite a bit on this show, but it is impressive that this outfield leads all of Major League Baseball, turning air outs to the outfield into outs, or balls hit in the air into outs. I want to just talk about a couple of guys because we could talk about this for a long time. But Akil Baddoo in left field, I know he graded out pretty well last year, but it seems like he's even better this year, getting that shallow fly ball maybe off the bat of a lefty. Can you just talk about the work you put in and what you've seen in his progress in left?
Yeah, well, it starts with an attitude of when a ball's hit, when you think of the really good ones, you want a ball hawk. You want somebody that wants the ball hit to them, and you want them to go catch the ball. And then it also helps that he's very athletic. He puts in the work. This core group of outfielders have done great, but he's always striving. I remember asking him, what do you want to do in this game? How do you want to be? He's like, I want to be good. And he said, nah, I want to be great. All right, so I'm going to challenge you you got to put in the work to be great. Are you doing the work to be great? And he's just kind of taken off with some of the work he's done and just to continue to improve.
Vierling and Wright wanted to get better at his first step quickness, and there's a lot of work that goes into it. Give fans a feel for what you do to help a guy in that regard.
Yeah. Oh, Vierling is like super energetic guy. What Vierling and Maton have brought to this team is a little bit of an attitude. They're fun to be around. They keep it light, keep it easy. So just first step quickness. That was one of the first things he talks about. Like, let's talk about a pre-pitch. Like, what are we going to do to be able to get off the ball? And the vision I try and give them, if I have like a circumference of 15 feet, like when that ball's hit on every ball, or that ball is swung at, like how fast can I get outside of those 15 feet to get to the ball? So not only am I just kind of flinching, I'm actually moving to get out of the circle.
Even on a foul ball?
On a foul ball, and so that comes down to anticipation. Like so now I'm actually visualizing this. First of all, I'm visualizing this pitch. Where this catcher sets up, where this pitch is going, what this hitter's tendencies are, and then now I'm reading the swing from there. So now I'm reading the swing. Ooh, hair late, the ball's up in the zone. I know it's going to be a fly ball the other way. So like understanding what each pitcher can do and then what each hitter can do, and trying to anticipate as good as you can.
And these guys enjoy the work, don't they? Like you said, there's a lot of work that goes into it, but they enjoy it.
I mean, like I said, I didn't come back with a team, but they got back 3-4 in the morning, and we had guys out here doing stuff early. So that's an example of the way the guys are working.
George Lombard, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
George Lombard, Tigers bench coach. Stay with us. We got more to this on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
Where does one community end and the next begin? Across the railroad tracks? On the other side of the river? Is it between the east side and the west side? At Comerica Bank, we believe it's all one community, and we're all part of it. That's why Comerica has invested over $20 million for affordable housing, financial education, and workforce development in lower-income communities. Because when we raise expectations for everyone, we all rise. Member FDIC, Equal Opportunity Lender.
We know what you love. You love baseball. You love the Detroit Tigers. You love spending a day at Comerica Park. We also know what you don't love, standing in line. So we made a VIP entrance, so you could do more of the things you love and less of the things you don't. All you have to do is bank with Comerica. With your Comerica bank card, you'll feel like a VIP the moment you walk in, just like you do at our bank. Learn more at comerica.com/yourpark. Comerica Bank. Raise your expectations. Member FDIC.
Grass is greening up, temps are finally warming up, and deals at Jack Demmer Ford are really heating up. This month, Ford AZ customers can lease the popular 2023 Ford Edge all-wheel drive for 24 months for just $279 a month with $4139 due at signing, and includes $2,000 escape or Edge-to-Edge loyalty trade assist with no security deposit required. But hurry, offer ends May 31st. Go online at jdemmerford.com or discover the Demmer difference at Jack Demmer Ford on Michigan Avenue, a mile and a half east of I-275 in Wayne, only 15 minutes from everywhere.
Daniela Bruce here with a look around the league. Today we'll head to Chicago, where the Cubs and Mets just wrapped up a 3-game series. After the Mets struggled in the first 2 games at Wrigley Field, they looked like a completely different team in yesterday's 3rd and final game of the series. Pitcher Carlos Carrasco gave New York his best start of the season, pitching into the 7th inning and only allowing 1 run. He also added 4 strikeouts. The pitching performance was backed by a great day at the plate for the Mets. They registered 15 hits, their 2nd highest total this season. New York was already up 5-1 when Pete Alonso added some insurance in the top of the 7th.
Here's Pete Alonso.
And he hits one in the air to right, chasing Suzuki back into the well, near the wall, and it's out of here! Pete Alonso goes the other way! His 2nd home run of the series, his 19th of the year, a 2-run shot, and it's 7-1 New York.
The Mets avoid the sweep in commanding fashion, taking this game with a final score of 10-1. The Mets will now head to the Mile High City for a 3-game series with the Rockies. As for the Cubs, who took 2 of 3 from the Mets, they'll continue their homestand today with the first of 3 games against the Cincinnati Reds. I'm Daniela Bruce, and this has been Around the League on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
GMC continues its commitment to professional-grade engineering in the GMC Truck Series, like offering the world's first available 6-function multi-pro tailgate on Sierra. Try the GMC Canyon with powerful and innovative features, or get behind the wheel of the GMC Sierra Heavy Duty with an available Allison 10-speed transmission. We are professional-grade GMC. Well-qualified GM employee program participants with a current eligible GMC lease can get a 24-month ultra-low mileage lease for $339 per month with $32.19 due at signing on a 2023 Sierra Light Duty Elevation Crew Cab 4x4 with a 2.7-liter engine. See your Metro Detroit GMC dealer. Must be a current lessee of a 2018 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. Tax, title, license, dealer fees extra. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles. At participating dealers only. Visit gmcofferinfo.com for details.
If there's anything better than getting a few of your favorite things from McDonald's, it's getting a few of your favorite things from McDonald's for less in the McDonald's app. Delicious. Order in the McDonald's app today.
Bo, go get 'em, Tigers. Buy 1 6-piece McNuggets and get another on us when the Tigers strike out 6. Only in the McDonald's app. At participating McDonald's, must opt into rewards. Details in app.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Hey, baseball fans, Mike Valena here. On your next trip to Vegas, you got to go to the D Las Vegas. You're going to feel right at home because the D, it's all about you. It's all about Detroit. It's not on the Strip. It's in downtown Vegas. The odds are better. The party's bigger. And the D has got things you won't find here, like a world-class sports book, the Long Bar. It's simply the best place to settle in and watch a game. Have a great dinner at Joe Vaccari's Andiamo Italian Steakhouse. And if you're looking for the best bang for your buck, leave the Strip behind and hit the D Las Vegas, the home for Detroit sports in Vegas.
Now, back to the Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers broadcast booth at Comerica Park. From the field, brought to you by Meijer, the official grocery retailer of the Detroit Tigers radio network.
Daniela Bruce here with today's From the Field. Joining me is Tigers pitcher Tarek Skubal, who threw his first live BP today at Comerica Park. Tarek, that's a big step in your recovery process. How'd it feel today?
Yeah, I felt really good, and I feel really good coming out of it too, so I think that's the most important thing.
And you actually got to face some hitters, which I know is a little different than throwing a bullpen. How did you feel from that aspect?
Yeah, it just kind of brings out that level of competition that I haven't had in 9 or so months, however long it's been, so... It was fun to feel that adrenaline flow, and that competitive nature that kind of takes over it's a good feeling to have.
And obviously, when you're fully healthy, you're a very confident pitcher, but I'd imagine that's going to take some time to build back up. How did you feel from a confidence perspective on the mound today?
Yeah, I felt good, and I think all my stuff had good life today, so it's just about executing that and being consistent and just continue to stack good days on top of each other, and I know everything will kind of work out.
So you do the BP today, throw the BP, and then you've got Chris Fetter. And actually, your entire team, it looked like, was out here cheering you on. So let's start right there, because that had to be pretty cool to have all your teammates out there with you.
Yeah, I mean, I got goosebumps thinking about it. Just the support that the team has, for each other. It speaks volumes about the guys that we have and kind of the culture in that clubhouse. We all we really do pull for each other. And to have, 20-plus guys out there watching you throw your live BP, it means a lot.
And back to Chris Fetter, he's obviously out here watching that with you, and you go to him and you discuss what happened out there. What was his perspective, and what did he tell you that he liked or didn't?
Yeah, so he said everything looked really good. Getting down the mound pretty consistently, which is important for me. But I just kind of felt a little out of whack on certain things, which is fine for the first one. I'm not going to try and be perfect, but he agreed with me, and that's just something that we can focus on and dial in, in between this one and the next one.
And you faced a few different batters, obviously your teammates in this BP session. What kind of feedback do they give you, and how much does that help you?
A lot. I can ask questions that I'm not going to get answers from other teams. Hey, does this pitch look like a fastball until it's not? Does this pitch tunnel well? Out of the hand, what do you see? To where I can then clean up some things. People talk about pop, or when things look different, it's easier to hit. So just be able to make things look like a fastball as much as I can, and then obviously pitch off that.
And some of this may be more of a question for coaching and management, but when you look at the next steps, obviously you have to review what happened in that session today. Do you get to look at the video and kind of see what's going on there, and then you guys decide what happens next in your recovery process?
Yeah, I think tomorrow will be probably a pretty good video day, or maybe if there's some time before the game today. Just there's a lot of data that they have out there that I can then take a look at and compare to last year, and make sure I'm hopefully moving better than I was last year, to where I have some improvements, whether it be with velocity, command, consistency, all that type of stuff. So I'm excited to take a look at that stuff.
Okay, and I actually heard that you're taking on a special role tonight because manager AJ Hinch is out of town celebrating his daughter's high school graduation, so he won't be at the game. Heard Tarek Skubal is standing in as manager tonight.
No, I can't. I can't do that. George Lombard will take the role, and hopefully we're 1-0. And is this his debut? Maybe
I think it is.
Managerial debut. I like that. Be 1-0 for him. So it's going to be a fun game.
We're going to have to see if he can work the matchups as well as AJ, or if they're going to be texting throughout the game, and AJ's going to be like, no, put this guy in now.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. I'm excited.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Tarek, and best of luck in the rest of your recovery.
I appreciate it.
This has been From the Field with Tarek Skubal on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
Detroit Tigers Baseball, brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, committed to providing members access to care they need whenever and wherever they need it. Now let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
Contact us, they always ask, is this call and consultation really free? The answer has always been yes, it's free for over 50 years. It's always been free. A free call, a free consultation, and we don't get paid unless we win your case. That's our no-fee guarantee. Get a free consultation at 1-800-CALL-SAM or callsam.com. It's always free.
1-800-CALL-SAM.
Summer starts here in a new Toyota with more electrified vehicles than any other brand, like the adventurous RAV4, the best-selling SUV in America. Now through May 31st, you can get low 3.99 APR financing on a new 23 RAV4 and 4.99 APR on the electrified RAV4 Hybrid. With approved credit through TFS, excludes RAV4 Prime, and every new Toyota comes with 2 years no-cost maintenance included. Get complete details at buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Swing, there's a drive to left. That one is long.
123 years of baseball tradition continues.
And it's gone, a home run.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, Corewell Health, The D Las Vegas, General RV, Meyer, PointsBet Sportsbook, Comerica Bank, DraftKings Sportsbook, UWM, Little Caesars Pizza, and Rocket Mortgage. Brought to you locally by Jack Demmer Ford, Northville Lumber, Jack Demmer Lincoln, McLaren Healthcare, your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers, and your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. It's time to play ball with the call of the game from the Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers broadcast booth at Comerica Park.
The following is a presentation of Odyssey Sports. For even more coverage of your team, download the free Odyssey app and listen to your favorite stations, shows, and podcasts.
Clear skies, light breeze, very pleasant in downtown Detroit. Hello again, everyone. We're getting ready for the second game of this 4-game weekend series. Tigers and Chicago White Sox renew their rivalry. White Sox come in for 4, and the Tigers take game 1 last night, Andy. And as we said at the beginning of this broadcast, make sure you build off what was a very good win, a very complete win last night.
Yeah, today's story is really going to be between the two starting pitchers. Both of them have had their struggles as of late. Joey Wentz for the Tigers and Lance Lynn for the White Sox. Lance Lynn's coming off of a little bit of struggles, which we haven't seen much in his career, but he's going to have to work the cutter. That's what he's been working on in his bullpen session heading into this game.
Tigers have already taken the field, so let's quickly check those starting lineups with Daniela.
We'll start with the visiting Chicago White Sox. Leading off is the shortstop, Tim Anderson. Batting second, left fielder, Andrew Benintendi. Batting third, center fielder, Luis Robert Jr. Batting fourth, third baseman, Yohan Moncada. Batting fifth, first baseman, Andrew Vaughn. Batting sixth, the catcher, Yasmani Grandal. Batting seventh, the designated hitter, Jake Berger. Batting eighth, right fielder, Clint Frazier. And batting ninth, second baseman, Hanser Alberto. And for your Tigers this evening, leading things off is third baseman Zach McKinstry. Batting second, center fielder Riley Green. Batting third, shortstop Javi Baez. Batting fourth, first baseman Spencer Torkelson. Batting fifth, second baseman Nick Maton. Batting sixth, left fielder Akil Baddoo. Batting seventh, designated hitter Miguel Cabrera. Batting eighth, right fielder Matt Vierling. And batting ninth, your catcher Jake Rogers.
Pitching matchup is brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. Keys to the game brought to you by Sarah Whalen Chevrolet. Customer satisfaction is number one. We know the numbers. It's been a rough go for Joey Wentz, Andy, the last 3 of the last 4 starts. Real quickly, the keys for him in this game against the White Sox.
Against the White Sox, you cannot leave the ball over the plate consistently. You got to hit the corners. They're a free-swinging type of team, and I know his fastball has been a little bit hittable this year, and that's been one of his struggles. So he's really going to have to locate that early and often, mix the cutter in, keep him off balance a little bit with the slider.
Tigers come in at 23-25. The White Sox come in at 21-31. And they now get ready to face the 25-year-old native of Lawrence, Kansas, looking for a good start tonight. Joey Wentz, Anderson, Benintendi, Luis Robert Jr. to face him in the first. First pitch of the game, ground ball base hit into right field. Fastball away, and Tim Anderson just poked it in between Maton and Spencer Torkelson, and we are underway here at Comerica Park in downtown Detroit. So glad to have you along for the second game of this 4-game weekend series. Tigers 7-2 winners last night. It's all about the fastball right now, or I should say the fastball has been his most hittable pitch. So right now the Tigers really trying to get Joey Wentz to balance the whole being in the strike zone, fastball low, with the fact that when he's in the strike zone he's getting hit. But it to me is a lot about the fastball, Andy. It's a good fastball, 93-95, but right now that pitch is getting tattooed by opponents, especially the last 2 games. Benintendi takes. Cutter a little bit low. Quickly 2-0 on Benintendi.
He's just had a little struggles with the angle, arm angle. You know, if hitters see it well and you leave it over the plate, they're going to hit it. And his fastball definitely needs to either get more mile per hour or a different angle.
2-0. Low and away. 3-0 as he misses with the fastball. This is a free-swinging team. They don't have a lot of power. Benintendi, one of the more disciplined hitters, but he's not a guy who's going to draw a ton of walks. He'll make you throw him a strike right here. This is a solid hitter. Puts the bat on the ball. 3-0, low and away, and that was not a good trip to the plate. Benintendi walks on 4 pitches, but those were big misses by Joey Wentz. It seems like more than anything, Andy, he just needs to get off to a good start tonight.
Looks like he's cutting the ball off a little bit. It means a little tight, and your arm gets a little short, and on that delivery he's missing like low and down, right? And he's not getting extension through the ball.
And again, this can be a time when it's favorable shadows for the pitcher. First pitch off the plate inside, and Cutter just missed. It looked like Jake Rogers thought he had a strike, but it was a ball. Ellen Porter's our home plate umpire tonight. He's the crew chief, and he's one of the best balls and strikes umpires in the game. 1-0, swinging a foul. This is a good live fastball. And to you, because that fastball's been so hittable, does it put a premium on landing that curveball, say, early in the count to steal early strikes?
Absolutely. You have to get ahead. And usually, traditionally, you get ahead with the fastball. But if the fastball's getting hit, you got to think of something else to do.
The 1-1. Change up away. Luis Robert Jr. at the plate. This is a dangerous hitter, and this is a key early at-bat for Joey Wentz. Righties have the big edge against him. The 2-1, way up and away with a cutter. These misses are big for Joey Wentz. Last time out was just a really tough time for Joey. 2 innings, 6 runs on 10 hits. The 3-1, Swing and a miss. He just helped him out on a 94-mile-an-hour fastball that was riding up and away.
Looks like he's aiming it a little bit. You know, he's a little tight. He's not just letting it fly, which is normal. If you're struggling in anything, you get a little tighter. You don't just trust it and let it go.
What does Robert get on the 3-2? The 3-2 pitch, swinging a fly ball shallow into right. Veerling will come in and make the catch. That's a really nice job. He busted him in with a fastball. Looked like he got it in toward the trademark, and a weak fly ball off a dangerous hitter's bat.
He's got a good fastball. I mean, he can run it up 94, 95 consistently. I think a lot of it comes down to just letting it go. You know, he gets to try to get a little too precise because he does need to hit spots with it. When he starts leaving it out over the heart of the plates when he gets in trouble, and I think sometimes then you try to nitpick and nibble, and then you get into real trouble.
That brings up Yohan Moncada. Switch hitter batting righty. First pitch fastball 95, top of the strike zone. Yeah, at any one moment, especially with the improved cutter, improved meaning he wanted to throw it harder, and he is. It's a pretty good 1-2 punch, especially when he has the curveball in his back pocket. Fastball 95, cutter 88. Curveball will snap off in the 70s. Wentz on the rubber, stepped off. Moncada willing to wait him out in that right-handed batter's box. Switch hitter who is better as a lefty in his career. He was better right-handed last year. Waiting on the strike one. Below the strike zone with a changeup. Pretty good movement on that changeup. Moncada's hardly had any at-bats as a righty this year. He's hitting .260. The power noticeably off last couple of years. Swinging a foul out of play. No balls and 2 strikes.
They haven't really been on his fastball yet. You know, he's kind of throwing it by him at the moment, which is good. You know, if his fastball's got some life in it and he can just have some confidence to just let it go. Just throw it. And not try to be so precise.
Works toward the third base side, the 1-2, swinging a foul out of play over the screen, first base side down the line.
I mean, that's almost a Bayou ball. I mean, it's getting on him right now. You know, a little shadowy, but he's got some life in it. So hopefully, if his fastball can do that, you don't have to be quite as precise. He's throwing it nice up in the zone. It's got some heat to it.
Working third base side of the rubber. Wentz sets the 1-2, swing in a little soft tap foul. So what's the work that goes on in between starts? The Tigers, that's one of the reasons why Joey Wentz is still here. So, I mean, the Tigers have not talked about sending him down, but they said the reason that we believe the next step in his development is going to come here is because of his approach, the work that he does, and the stuff that he has. Swing and a miss. Cutter away. What a bounce back after a single walk and a 3-1 count on Luis Robert Jr. He gets Robert on the weak fly ball and Moncada on strikes.
Yeah, he's just throwing it now. He's not aiming it. That was a backdoor cutter, and he let it go about 85 mile an hour. Coming from the left-handed batter's box over to the corner of the plate, striking out the right-handed hitter.
So the work in between starts is always key. That work has always been good. A little mechanical tweak in between these 2 starts, and sometimes that gets mocked. Yeah, everybody's always tweaking something, but Tigers really feel like they might have found something in his delivery, fixed it, and they're really, I think, really looking forward to this start tonight. Strike one to Andrew Vaughn. Change up in the dirt.
I do think professional pitchers and amateur golfers have a lot in common. They're always tweaking, especially starters. You got 4 days.
Sometimes too much time.
Too much time. Well, if I grip it here and if I arm angle here. And
Vaughn hitting .233, developing power hitter. Swings it. It's a fly ball right field on the line, on the run. It's Veerling. It's over his head up against the wall on one big hop. Anderson has scored. Benintendi will be held at third as the ball comes into Maton. Surprised that Benintendi couldn't score on that ball. But it's an RBI double for Vaughn with 2 outs in the first inning, and the Sox take a 1-0 lead.
There was that fastball, you know, he kind of left it up out over the plate, and it wasn't quite as high as some of the ones that they were having trouble with earlier, but nice swing. Went the other way with it, and it was a bullet. Veerling kind of froze, and by the time he had froze, it was over his head. No chance.
So big early run when it looked like Wentz might be getting out of this first inning jam. Now he needs to strand 2 in scoring position. Yasmani Grandal takes a fastball high and tight. He's hitting .279, and he has bounced back in a rather big way. Switch hitter batting righty after just an awful season last year. 200, no power. The 1-0. Fastball strike on the inner half of the plate. That's that pitch a lefty really needs, isn't it? Being able to not just go in on righties, but get that strike on the inside corner.
Yeah, go hard in, because that sets up your soft stuff away. If you can go hard in, you can get the soft stuff away. Get him to chase, get him to swing at it, soft contact.
The 1-1. Beautiful. Fastball, bottom of the strike zone, 1-2 on Grandal. 4 home runs, 13 RBIs. Just shy of 150 at-bats. Did not start the game yesterday. Benintendi coming down the line at third. Vaughn takes his lead at second. Most of the infield in shadow, but right now Wentz standing in a little sliver of sunshine. The 1-2, swinging a shot up the middle, almost hit Wentz into center field. That's going to score 2. Benintendi is in. Vaughn right behind him. He will score as the throw is cut off by Torkelson in front of the mound. On a 1-2 pitch, Yasmani Grandal, sharp single into center field. Again, another hit off the fastball, and it's 3-0 Chicago here in the first.
That fastball is just finding a lot of play consistently. You know, he was a little wild to start the game. Anderson got the hit, then he walked on, got on 4 straight, so then he's just trying to throw strikes, right? Okay, then he got back to throwing strikes, but then the strikes just kind of kept going right over the plate. That was a fastball pretty much right down the middle with the 2-strike count, and he put a good swing on it up the middle. But you cannot, in the big leagues, just consistently throw balls over the middle of the plate or the big part of the plate, what we call it. You have to be able to hit corners. You have to move it in. You have to move it out, up, down, with the fastball. Because you can time up any fastball, Dan. I mean,
right.
You could hit 100-mile-an-hour fastball. if you had enough at bats, you might make contact with one. But the point of it is, big league hitters can time up a fastball if it's over the plate.
That has been proven throughout the years, hasn't it? Change up away to Jake Berger. This is a big power threat. Quick visit to the mound from Chris Fetter. Every mound visit this year is brought to you by Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Your getaway reimagined. The 1-0. Change up away. 2-0 on Berger. Be careful here. 10 home runs and just over 100 at-bats for Jake Berger. Coming into this game in 66 at-bats that ended with the fastball being put in play. Opponents have hit 394 with power. Fastballs swing and a miss. And you're right. That was a fastball that was right down the middle to Yasmani Grandal. Absolutely center cut.
Yeah, you cannot center cut the plate against big league hitters consistently and get good results.
3-0 White Sox. The 2-1. Swing and a pop-up. Shallow left center field. Riley Green will come over. Baду, and it will be Green to cut in front of him and make the catch looking into the sun. Berger pops out, but heavy damage in the first inning. White Sox score 3. We go to the bottom of the first inning, 3-0 White Sox. This is the home of Detroit Tigers baseball.
GMC continues its commitment to professional-grade engineering in the GMC Truck Series, like offering the world's first available 6-function multi-pro tailgate on Sierra. Try the GMC Canyon with powerful and innovative features, or get behind the wheel of the GMC Sierra Heavy Duty with an available Allison 10-speed transmission. We are professional-grade GMC. Well-qualified GM employee program participants with a current eligible GMC lease can get a 24-month ultra-low mileage lease for $339 per month with $32.19 due at signing on a 2023 Sierra Lake Duty Elevation Crew Cab 4x4 with a 2.7-liter engine. See your Metro Detroit GMC dealer. Must be a current lessee of a 2018 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. Tax, title, license, dealer fees extra. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles. At participating dealers only. Visit gmcofferinfo.com for details.
Presented by DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. This week, all customers can take a shot at an even bigger payout with DraftKings stepped-up same-game parlays. Boost your baseball winnings with each leg you add up to 100%. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services Gambling Disorder Helpline at 800-270-7117. 21 and over. Michigan only. One boost per eligible game. Often required. 10-plus leg required for 100% boost. Deposit, parlay, and wagering restrictions apply. Eligibility and terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/baseball terms.
When it's time to park in the Motor City, smart drivers use ParkWiz. Book a space in advance at parkwiz.com or with the ParkWiz app. It's parking perfected.
Today's first pitch is brought to you by McLaren Health, the official healthcare system of the Detroit Tigers. Our first inning is brought to you by Rocket Mortgage. Buy, sell, finance, and save. Not the way Joey Wentz and the Tigers wanted to start. With Joey coming off a couple of rough starts, he gives up 3 in the first inning, so the Tigers now have to answer back. They get ready to face the 36-year-old native of Indianapolis in Indiana, Lance Lynn. 11th start of the year for Lynn. 6 of his last 7 starts against the Tigers have been good to outstanding, or 5 of the last 6. McKinstry takes a strike. But this has been one rough season for a very good pitcher. Works third base side of the rubber, the strike one. Swing and a foul back to the screen.
You know, his fastball was a little off early in the season. It's, 91, 92 instead of 94, pushing up to 95. He throws that cutter about 88 miles an hour. So when his fastball's like 91 and the cutter's 88, there's not much disparity there. So you're kind of setting on one speed.
McKinstry takes a pitch way outside. 3 different batters reached 4 times in the game last night. McKinstry, Green, Torkelson. And they have all been putting together stretches of varying lengths of great effectiveness at the plate. 1-2 fastball is up. That was the pitch that was vexing for Lucas Giolito last night. He just couldn't understand why these Tigers weren't chasing his fastball like they had in the last couple of years. Last night was one of the best examples we have seen all season of the Tigers and their new approach of controlling the strike zone, and that message being repeated day after day after day. But we've talked about it throughout the season. That's the pitch they've probably been most successful at laying off of, that high fastball, and man, did it work last night. McKinstry takes backdoor cutter right there. Alan Porter says ball 3.
Yeah, I think Lance was a little shocked that it wasn't called. But that's that 88-mile-an-hour cutter. He's going to use that often. He's going to use it into lefties. He's going to use it backdoor to lefties a lot.
McKinstry now waiting on a 3-2. Swinging to the line drive foul. Skips in between Alfredo Amezaga on that first base line. Green and Baez to follow here in the first inning.
Lance can nibble a little bit at times, too. We'll see it throughout the game where he really tries to hit the corner, either right on or right off.
The 3-2, swinging a foul, and this is the value of Zach McKinstry. Man, has he turned into a leadoff hitter who just had incredible value for manager A.J. Hinch. Comes in hitting 270 with an on-base close to 390. The 3-2 up and away, draws a walk. It was 3 walks and hit by a pitch last night as he reached 4 times. And his on-base over his last 14 games is almost 500.
That's amazing.
I mean, he's reached 27 times his last 56 plate appearances.
There is nothing you like to see better, too, after a first inning where you give up 3 runs, to have a nice long at bat. You don't want a quick inning the next inning. Give your pitcher a time to kind of relax, take a deep breath.
Riley Green takes a fastball up.
I mean, do you feel a little proud of these guys when you watch them take those fastballs up?
I all year long, but just to watch how it's gotten better.
Like a proud Papa Bear up here.
Week by week. But you just know the hard work that's going into it. Swinging a little fly ball softly into left field, and that will be out in and out of the glove of a diving Benintendi. McKinstry's going to head to third, and Riley Green heads to second. Throw not in time. Andrew Benintendi's an outstanding left fielder. He dove. It went off of his glove. And Zach McKinstry was happy because he was already beyond second base. And the Tigers have runners at second and third as they try to answer back in the bottom of the first.
Luis was out in center field, and he was playing very deep. He was playing Riley extremely deep. He wasn't even involved in the play. So Benintendi tried to go all the way over from left field and just off the tip of his glove. Love to see that.
He's looking, the left fielder's looking right into the sun. Let's pause for station identification. This is the Detroit Tigers Radio Network. Tigers to put runners at second and third. Otherwise, if he'd been playing it safe, it would have been runners at first and second. Ground ball to third, and McKinstry safe as he goes back to the bag. Moncada fielded it. McKinstry was off the bag, realized he was going to be a dead duck at home, went back to third, and Moncada tried to tag him out. He didn't get him. and it's bases loaded on the soft ground ball to third.
I mean, McKinstry's dancing out on the base paths right now. He's everywhere. He started to break home, but he realized, no, that's not a good idea. Retreated back, and the third baseman had to play it first, but he said, hey, he's right in front of me. Went for him. Dove in. This is like a feet-first slide.
Back to the bag. You don't see that.
It was kind of like slow motion over there.
Bases are loaded, and what an opportunity in the first inning against Lance Lynn. Tigers down 3-0. Bases loaded, nobody out. First pitch, fastball away at 94. Lynn comes in 3-5 with a 6.28 ERA. He was terrific in 21 starts last year. We saw him in 2 different games. Tigers got to him in 1 game. That was here. 3 runs on 10 hits in 4 innings. He shut the Tigers down in the other start that he faced them. Torkelson swings, pops it up foul, first base side, and that's going to go out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike. But 5 of the last 6 starts have been dominant. The 4 starts the previous few years in a Chicago White Sox uniform and a Texas uniform, Lynn each time gave up 1 run in 5, 6, or 7 innings. 4 hits each time. The 1-1, swing and a miss. That looked like a shadow swing there. Spencer Torkelson laid on a fastball away.
And it's just off the corner, and this is what he's going to do. He's a veteran pitcher. He's not just going to concede with the bases loaded. He's going to make you earn it. He's going to keep trying to hit his corners, keep trying to hit his spots. You got to wait, find your pitch, put a good swing on it.
McKinstry, Green, Baez, the base runner is the 1-2, swing and a miss. Fastball 95, up and away, gets Spencer Torkelson.
And that was right on the corner. And that's what good, veteran pitchers, even guys, he's been struggling off and on, but he's not just going to concede and throw you something down the middle with the bases loaded. I think he would rather walk you than give you something to hit down the middle. That's kind of how Lance has been his whole career.
There's really nothing obvious about his struggles this year other than lefties are hitting him at a much better clip than they did a year ago. Fastball with cutting action. They said that's another one of the problems, Andy, is that the fastball, has some cutting action to it. I think that was his cutter, went up on the board as a fastball, but that's
the cutter, yeah.
A hard cutter at 91.
That was 91. He's ramping up right now. He's trying to mow him down.
The 1-0, swinging a soft tap foul. Righties, lefties hit him about the same last year. Lefties this year hitting .340 in their early at-bats, but it's a home run every 11 at-bats for lefties. Righties, a home run every 40 at-bats so far.
Yeah, he started game 91, 92. Once the bases were loaded, he ramped it up on torque about 95.
The 1-1, swinging a line drive, caught by Vaughn. He's going to not get Javi Baez as he somehow got around him back to the bag. Man, oh man, Maton absolutely hit a rope that was going to score at least 2, and Vaughn leaping to his right, snared it, and then almost doubled off Javi Baez. That's great base running by Javi, though.
Really heads up base running because the first baseman was between him and the bag. They're slippery out there. Tigers on the pads today.
That's amazing. I don't think there are more than 5 base runners in the game who would not have been doubled off.
I would have been doubled off. I wouldn't even have tried.
2 outs. It leaves it up to Akil Baddoo. First pitch cutter, top of the strike zone. He swings and fouls it back to the screen. So Maton has been putting together some pretty good at-bats. Absolutely crushes a ball and lines out. Bases loaded, nobody out, and now it's bases loaded, 2 outs. Average team scores a little over 2 runs in the bases loaded, none out innings. Akil Baddoo swings and fouls it out of play, and now he falls behind. No balls, 2 strikes. It was walk, the pop fly double. Fielder's choice. Moncada couldn't get McKinstry going back to the bag at third.
Right here, you cannot give up on the cutter away because he will try to backdoor that cutter or he'll throw the cutter in on your hands.
The 0-2 fastball stands him up. So now get ready for that cutter away.
Cutter away. He will throw a changeup once in a while too. But he's either going to try to get him to freeze or get him on the handle. One or the other. He's not going to throw him anything like over the meat of the plate. So you just got to make sure that you don't give up on the ball away.
Baddoo waiting, the 1-2, swinging a foul. It was the cutter. Fouled it off third base side, well back. Tigers going to at least make Lynn work hard, but you know what? We've seen Lance Lynn forced to throw a lot of pitches early in starts and then end up throwing 110, 115 pitches. He did that in a start against the Tigers last year. It's a workhorse out on the mound. Badu waiting. Again, the 1-2. Off the plate away. That's where Grandal was set up. He was almost over in that right-handed batter's box. Lynn popped the glove, but he wasn't set up close to the plate.
Yeah, that's an interesting call. You figure they're going to try to backdoor something. Just went fastball away.
Lynn working third base out of the rubber. Sets the 2-2, swinging a foul to the screen. This is a battle. Lynn, 6'5", 280-pound righty. Big, gentle giant, according to those who've gotten to know him with the White Sox. DJ and our good friend Len Casper sitting to our left. They say he's just a good guy. Big bear of a man. Fierce competitor on the mound. Badu waiting. The 2-2. Off the plate, away. Whoa, he didn't miss by much. What a take. I was ready for Alan Porter to go up with the right hand.
And here we go. Runners will be moving on this.
3-2, 2 outs. The 3-2 pitch. Ground ball softly to third. Moncada will field. Bobble the ball. My goodness. And Akil Baddoo is safe. It just all felt a little casual for Moncada. Probably should have let Anderson take it because he was going to have to make a very difficult throw. The Tigers score a run, and they've got a chance to add more.
That was a little excuse me swing just to put it in play, make sure he got the bat on it. And I think it kind of, the timing, third baseman broke to the left, a little nonchalant on it. You're right, he was really nonchalant on that. Lost it on the transfer.
Pitch clock violation on Miguel Cabrera, according to Alan Porter. Miguel's like, wait a minute, what? So it's strike one before a pitch is thrown to Miguel, hitting 176 in his 85 at-bats. If he gets the first pitch fastball, he'll be swinging. First pitch high and tight, though, with the fastball.
Be a good spot for a Miggy moment.
Absolutely.
Little cutter away. Base hit over first baseman's head.
Green at third, Baez at second. Akil Baddoo at first. They'd all love to come home. The 1-1, swing and a miss. I just can't picture him getting anything but a fastball in this at-bat. Lynn's cruising at 94, 95. Miguel has had mighty struggles against the fastball this year.
Yeah, they're definitely pounding him in so far.
The 1-2. Swinging a foul out of play. He did get a breaking ball away.
Interesting pitch selection, but it was off the plate away. You know, he made sure to get it out off the plate away.
Lynn is going to throw 30 pitches plus, perhaps, in this first inning. This is pitch number 30 on the way. The 1-2, fastball way outside. Miguel drew a couple of walks last night, so look at the at-bats in this inning. Even if the Tigers settle for just one, it's 3-1 Sox. McKinstry saw 8 pitches. Torkelson saw 4. Baddoo saw 8. Miguel will see 6. Lynn gets the sign. He's ready. Bases loaded. 2 outs. The 2-2 way outside. Wow. Yanked the fastball down and away. Miguel's had that force field working the last couple of days.
The runners will be moving again.
2 big misses.
Yeah, that
with
ball
the fastball.
was not even close.
So once again, everybody in motion. Lynn sets. Everybody moves. 3-1, 3-2. Got him on the outside edge. Fastball looked like it might have missed the mark. Miguel not happy. Alan Porter brings him up. Tigers scratch out 1, made Lynn work hard. We head to the second inning. It's 3-1. White Sox on top on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
Is it too early to start planning for our kids' inheritance? At Comerica Bank, We don't think so. But we're not talking about 401ks or trust funds or estate plans. This is about the greatest gift we can possibly pass on, a healthy planet. That's why Comerica actively invests over $1 billion in green businesses and environmentally beneficial projects every year, because this inheritance is too important to waste. Comerica Bank, member FDIC, equal opportunity lender.
It's easy to talk about diversity
and equity
and inclusion.
They're just words.
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 It's not as easy to live up to them.
At Comerica Bank, these words don't describe what we try to do. They define what we do.
And who we are. This is why 52% of all Comerica managers are women.
And why 31% of all Comerica senior leaders are racial minorities.
Because actions always speak louder than words. Comerica Bank, member FDIC.
Michigan! PointsBet Casino is live and giving away up to $800 of free spins. In addition to slots and video poker, you can get the live casino experience from the comfort of your home with PointsBet's live dealers. When you play with PointsBet Casino, you'll enjoy easy deposits and quick withdrawals. Sign up for the PointsBet Sportsbook app today using code TRIPLE to get free spins up to $800. PointsBet, your move. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117.
It's baseball season, and you know what that means. It's Faygo time. Nothing beats an ice-cold Faygo. Faygo, the one true pop. Faygo is a proud sponsor of Detroit Tigers Radio.
Brought by Northville Lumber, the official lumber yard of the Detroit Tigers radio network. That's about as long a first inning as you will see. 3-1 Chicago. As we go to the top of the second inning, Dan Dickerson along with Andy Dirks. So glad to have you along. Just a gorgeous night for baseball as we begin the holiday weekend. You said, Andy, on your way in, the little stream of cars maybe heading north? Clint Frazier batting, swing and a miss at a fastball up.
Everybody's ready to get up north. You know, the winter is past. Summer is here, and they are out.
Pretty good turnout on this Friday night. The strike one, ground ball wide of third. That'll be fielded by Baez. He flips over to first to get Clint Frazier just up from the minor leagues. He's been with two different teams in the minor leagues, trying to make it back to the major leagues after not getting many at-bats at the major league level the last 2 years.
I like Joey's curveball. I hope he starts throwing that a little bit more often. That's a pretty sharp curveball. He got the ground ball with it. But it was awesome to have a long inning like that, give him a chance to kind of take a breather over there, relax.
Yeah, worst thing he has to do is go right back out after a 1-2-3, right? Swinging a pop-up, fouling out of play out the bat of Hanser Alberto. This guy is up there to swing the bat.
He is. That ball was about 6 inches off the plate, and he let it eat. Yeah, definitely for Joey. I mean, you know, you have an inning like that. If you have to just sit down and it feels like I'm right back out there, it's hard to get locked in and feel relaxed.
The strike one, swing and a miss. Best changeup he has thrown. No balls and 2 strikes. Alberto has been well traveled in his career. Baltimore to Kansas City, to the Dodgers, to the White Sox. Dodgers fix a lot of hitters, but there's not a whole lot to work with here in terms of the aggressiveness. The 0-2 is swinging a tap foul. Hanser Alberto, again, he's a valuable reserve on the infield. Hanser Alberto has walked 7 times the last 2 years in over 400 trips to the plate. That's a tiny little walk rate. The windup in the 0-2. Swing and a miss. You can do that to a guy who's up there to swing the bat. You don't really have to throw him a strike.
You shouldn't. I mean, 7 walks and 400 at bats. I don't even know what to say. I feel like you're just going to run into like
a
20,
few, right?
20 or 30. You're going to they just don't ever throw you a strike.
That was the fastball right by him. It'd be nice to see Joey have a nice quick 1-2-3 second inning. First pitch curveball. Oh man, good looking pitch, just missed inside.
I really like that curveball. He looks comfortable out of the windup right now. He didn't look as comfortable out of stretch.
The 1-0. Fastball, got it on the inner half of the plate for a called strike. Tim Anderson started the game by jumping on a fastball, ground ball single to right. Then Benintendi walked on 4 pitches. Looked like Wentz might get out of the jam with a pop-up, a strikeout. But then the Sox got 2 big 2-out hits. Cutter, swing and a miss, 1-2 on Anderson. Again, a very aggressive team that does not draw many walks. There's very limited upside. Everybody keeps talking about the upside for the Chicago offense. There really isn't a lot of upside. 1-2 bounces up to home plate. I mean, getting guys healthy, but Eloy Menez has just been spent a lot more time on the injured list than healthy the last few years. He certainly would be a nice bat to have back, but even with him in the lineup, it's a low walk, high strikeout, high chase, and really, surprisingly, the last 2 years, low power team given the ballpark that they play in. The windup and the 2-2. Fastball high and away, and grabbed to the backhand by Jake Rogers as he reaches up to his right. So shadows covering the infield now. The sunshine starts right beyond the infield dirt, all the way out to the batter's eye. Roofline shadows going out to left field. The 3-2. Up and away, the cutter missed, and Tim Anderson draws a rare walk.
Yeah, he tried to backdoor it. It started quite a ways off the plate and tried to sneak it back in, but it might have stayed just off. It's a good 3-2 pitch. He just barely missed with it.
Pitch count already at 40 after a long first. It looked like he was on his way to a 1-2-3 second. Now he's got some work to do. Benintendi at the plate. He swings and fouls it out of play.
I always liked when left-handers threw me cutters as a left-handed hitter. I feel like the two-seamer was harder to handle because it's coming away from you. You know, it kind of runs out into your barrel.
Wasn't a pitch that would give you trouble.
Not as much, no.
The lefty-on-lefty slider is what you dread. Swing and a miss at the curveball.
Not if you're setting on it.
Like you talked about last night.
Exactly. You kind of got to, I think as a left-handed hitter, you got to keep your head in. You just got to concede the fact they might hit you in the face and just try to hit the ball up the middle.
The 0-2, fastball up and away. It's funny you say it because Cameron Maben has described Riley Green, who hits lefties pretty well. He said he just sticks his nose right in there.
You have to. You have to concede. You just got to stay in there and trust that the pitcher's going to throw it over the plate.
Wentz working third base side, the 1-2. Fastball away. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Benintendi. Average walk rate for him. Walks are actually up league wide. So he's a tick below league average. But again, pretty good bat to ball skills. Upright, relaxed stance from the left side. The 2-2 was swinging a little soft tap foul, just a little flick of the bat, wasting a curveball that was going down and away.
His curveball looks good. It's got some depth to it. It's sharp. That's going to be a pitch that we'll see if he continues to use.
Short, cautious lead for Tim Anderson at first. The 2-2, swing and a foul straight back. That cutter was up and in. It looked like Benintendi was on it.
And that's the one. I mean, it starts a little bit in, and by the time you go to it, it kind of comes back out over the plate towards the barrel. And it doesn't move as much as a slider.
Wentz has been easy to run on at times this year. Anderson's got a really short lead. Swinging a line drive into center field, coming in Riley Green. He dives, and it's by him, and it's all the way to the wall. That might be 3 and more for Benintendi. In to score comes Anderson. The throw comes into Baez. It's a 2-out RBI triple, and the White Sox add to their lead. They've got a 4-1 lead here in the second. That ball had to be tracked down by Vierling, who had to run a long way from right field.
Yeah, it looked like Riley got a decent read on it, and it was kind of as he's diving, I think he realized this might not be the best decision. Because with 2 outs, you really want to keep the ball in front of you, runner at first, keep it in the pitcher's hand. Aggressive mistakes happen. You know, he was trying to make a play for his pitcher and just didn't quite get there. It was pretty close.
Well, we got a good shot from behind home plate as Luis Robert takes the pitch a little bit low. Changeup misses. You could see he was tracking it a certain way, and then it looked like that ball just either knuckled on him or just sliced away at the last minute, which was kind of an odd, more of a hook, an odd hook away from him from a lefty. Now fly ball to center. Riley Green backs up a step, makes the catch. Luis Robert, 2 routine fly balls. That's a big 2-out triple, though, for Benintendi, and a big add-on run for Chicago. And Joey Wentz was looking for that shutdown inning. We've got the makings of a wild one here at Comerica Park. It's already 4-1 Chicago. We go to the bottom of the second inning. This is the home of Detroit Tigers baseball.
Pests don't attend spring training. Nope, they're bent on infestation and destruction from day one. Craig Monroe here. This is a season when pests emerge and try to take over. Well, Rose Pest Solutions and their team of technicians are here to take them out. Rose is so on top of their game that they even keep Comerica Park pest-free all year round. Got a pest problem? Rose is the solution. Call the pros at Rose at 800-966-ROSE or visit rosepestsolutions.com.
Stories. We love to hear them. We love to tell them. Even more, we love to be in the moment our stories are born. Like the trips we take to the forest, to the campground ball field where your little girl got her first base hit. Little moments like these create stories that last a lifetime. So here's to the next trip. Here's to the next story. General RV. Come home with a story.
Hi, Matt Garkle here with Bill Brown Ford in Livonia. With our winning team at Bill Brown Ford, we'll hit it out of the park for you every time. You'll never strike out at our dealership when shopping for your next vehicle. With our True View inventory at BillBrownFord.com, what you see online is what we have on the lot right now. Save your valuable time and check out our Bill Brown Ford's True View inventory at BillBrownFord.com today. That's BillBrownFord.com. Just one more reason you'll do better at Bill Brown Ford.
Hey, baseball fans, Mike Valena here. If you're looking for a great trip to plan, go do something fun, how about Vegas? The D.com, the D Las Vegas. It's your home for Detroit sports in Vegas.
One White Sox at the bottom of the second inning. Dan Dickerson, Andy Dirks from Comerica Park in downtown Detroit. Beautiful start to the holiday weekend. Glad to have you along. Jenny Honatsky. Sean Thomas, our engineers for Game 2. Tigers took Game 1 yesterday, 7-2. Now they need to come from behind if they want to win Game 2. Matt Vierling shows bunt, pulls the bat back. Not a bad idea with Moncada deep at third. Strike one, though, on Vierling. 8-9-1 hitters, Vierling, Rogers, McKinstry. Lance Lynn needed 32 pitches to get through the first. Now swinging a foul on a cutter that backed up on the front door. No balls and 2 strikes. Time for dollars on deck if Jake Rogers gets a hit this inning. Northville Lumber will donate to Detroit Blightbusters, helping to revitalize Detroit's neighborhoods. Northville Lumber, Michigan's oldest business and largest Trex decking dealer. Second inning today, brought to you by Citgo, the fueling good inning of the game. 4 runs on 4 hits for Chicago. 1 run, 2 hits in the first inning for the Tigers. Vierling takes a fastball perfect, painting the outside edge. You said that was going to be the plan of attack and a key for Lance Lynn to be able to locate, and right now he is working the margins very effectively.
Yeah, he can spot a fastball, and he'll work the cutter, and he'll work the little two-seam. So he works it back door, he swings it back door, he'll swing it off the plate, cutter, two-seam.
That brings up Jake Rogers. Fastball low and away. Injury report brought to you by McLaren Healthcare, the official healthcare system of the Detroit Tigers. The 1-0. Low and outside.
You made a good point. You said, hey, that ball looked like it knuckled to Riley. I saw him in the dugout, and he was showing with his hands like that ball was knuckling. It went the wrong way.
Fastball off the plate inside. Quickly 3-0 on Jake Rogers. With our injury report today, it concerns Tarek Skubal and he had a bullpen session today out here at Comerica Park. And his entire team came out to watch. Live BP. A little different there. Bullpen was the first step, and he's thrown many. Today was live BP. And Daniela Bruce, you had a chance to talk with Tarek down in the clubhouse after he finished that session, swinging a foul out of play, and he had a big smile on his face, didn't he?
He did, and he always says the biggest thing when you're rehabbing like this and you're taking those steps is how you feel after the fact. He said it when he threw the bullpen for the first time, and now with the live BP, it was how do you feel after, and he felt really good after he threw some pitches today to some actual hitters.
3-2 is swinging another foul out of play.
He also mentioned that throwing to batters, and he threw to 3 of his teammates today. Ibanez and McKinstry were 2 of them. Can't remember the third off the top of my head, but he gets feedback from those hitters, and it's something that's very valuable for him in his recovery process, as well as the feedback from Chris Fetter.
Yeah, I love all the feedback from hitters. Was important to him. Breaking ball misses up and in. The cutter misses to Jake Rogers.
Dan, the other thing I really wanted to add in here is when we were watching Tarek take this live BP earlier, the entire team was out on the field. All of the bullpen guys were inside the batting cage, and everybody was just rooting for him. And I asked Tarek about that, and he said he actually gets chills thinking about it, just how supportive this team has been, and being able to be out there with the guys is everything for him. So he loved that his teammates were there to cheer him on, too.
Zach McKinstry at the plate takes a fastball up. Yeah, he was saying that, I mean, there's kind of the nerves for that first bullpen session because you've done all this hard work. Now you're getting on the hill for the first time. This was another one of those, he said you definitely got that adrenaline rush. But I think he was absolutely fired up to have all of his teammates out there.
Oh, he was,
foul.
for sure. He was definitely excited to be out there and have his teammates out there with him. And the most exciting thing for him is that he knows he's getting better, and he's getting to the point where he's going to start making some starts, and he's going to get back to the mound and be able to actually join his teammates and impact this team. And, Dan, we've talked about it at length. When some of our pitchers get healthy again, hopefully A.J. Hinch has some tough decisions to make.
Swinging a foul straight back. Yeah, Matt Manning he's been cleared to throw off a mound. He's kind of a few weeks behind Tarek Skubal. Remember, he's got the broken pinky toe. But this is another benefit, I think, of Tarek Skubal and Casey Mize. Had a nice chat with Casey today. Being with the team while they rehab and while they complete their rehab, in the case of Tarek Skubal. Fastball up, 2 balls and 2 strikes on Zach McKinstry.
And not only the pitchers, Dan, every member of this team talks about how close this team actually is, and that's huge. It's great to have the camaraderie, and Scott Harris and A.J. Hinch have done a great job of building that culture in the clubhouse, and yes, being around them really helps.
Fastball moves away, so Lance Lynn, after dotting up a fastball to strike out Vierling, walked Rogers. Now 3-2 on the walk machine right now. Zach McKinstry. Think about Zach McKinstry, always ready to swing the bat. On 3 times last night with 3 walks, also hit by a pitch, walked his first time up today. 3-2, swing and a foul, and he can do that, extend the at-bat with a foul away. So the next step for Tarek Skubal, and one of the reasons he talks, the value of having live BP versus a bullpen session, knowing which pitches. Now I'm throwing to batters, a little more adrenaline. I've got to be a little sharper with my changeup. You could see the swings today, they didn't have much of anything. McKinstry fouls another one out of play. So that's the big, important advantage. Don't know when the next one will come or what the next steps are, but he is definitely and probably closing in on a rehab assignment.
He's getting there. And like you said, nobody has an exact date for that, and they have to review everything from the live session today. But he worded it as it was great to throw to not a ghost batter. You have to make your pitches.
Pitch outside, and Zach McKinstry draws another walk.
He's a walk machine.
This is something.
It was like he was purposely fouling off really tough pitches. Lance Lynn threw him some on the corner, some really tough pitches to handle, and he fouled him off, extend the at-bat, fouled off, extend the at-bat, draw another walk.
Tigers chased Giolito in the 4th inning yesterday. Andy, talking about that team camaraderie and chemistry, you literally hear this question every year, what comes first, winning or chemistry? But I don't think there's any question that the way Scott Harris built this team, he targeted not only certain players and their baseball skills, but certain people with the additions that he made with the Matons and Vierlings of the world, knowing that how these pieces fit together would be a kind of a culture that everybody's pushing each other, trying to get better every day. And that does matter, and that can lead to, as he has talked about, the whole being greater than the sum of the parts.
Absolutely, and that's as they worked out, they said the big word was always buy-in. If we can get them to buy in to what we're trying to do, and the guys who have bought in are now seeing that everybody around them is buying into the same philosophy, which is this is how we're going to play baseball. This is your role. This is your opportunity now. This is what we're going to do as a unit. It makes it a lot easier to let the next guy have his turn. Let the next guy have his turn. There's a lot less pride in individual achievement.
Right. Riley Green batting, first pitch cutter on the inside edge for a called strike after a quick visit to the mound for Yasmani Grandal.
I think he was just trying to give Lance Lynn some time up there.
51 pitches with 1 out in the second inning. The strike one, swinging the ground ball softly to first, backhanded by Vaughn. He flips down to second. He bounced the throw back from Anderson to first. What a play by Tim Anderson to get the force at second. That ball could have easily gone into left field. Bad throw from Vaughn. They couldn't turn the double play, had no chance at that, but they do get McKinstry at second. The putout goes 3-6. Runners at the corners, 2 out for Javi Baez.
Kind of an awkward throw for a first baseman, a right-handed first baseman trying to throw the ball to second, kind of short arm inside, and Tim Anderson made an outstanding play. He even tried to double it up. I mean, that's what's really more incredible.
Yeah.
It's like a little short hop. Backhanded it, came across the bag, tried to get Riley at first.
Rogers ends up on third. Javi Baez at the plate. 4-1 Chicago. We're in the bottom of the second inning. First pitch to Baez. Cutter away, but you chase Giolito, who is a workhorse in game one. These are the things that the Tigers have talked about. Once you can get an offense that can make pitchers throw a lot of pitches, knock a starter out in the first game of a series, you affect the entire rest of the series. Swing and a miss at a high fastball, something we really have not seen Javi do a lot this year. He's going to chase, but we haven't seen him chase that pitch a whole lot. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I think he just still kind of picks his times. He's like, I'm going to let it fly regardless of where this is at. Percentage-wise, you would have thought that would have been around the zone somewhere.
The 1-1. Fastball called strike. Just off the plate away.
And that's something with Lance, because he's a nibbler. If he gets some calls off the plate, it's definitely in his benefit.
Green edges off of first. Vaughn holding with him. The 1-2 is swinging a miss. Sweeping breaking ball away. Javi waved at it. Tigers get a couple of walks but do not score. We head to the third inning. It's 4-1 Chicago after 2 on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle. Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
At Rocket, we know buying a home is exciting and a bit overwhelming. Ready to buy a home but stressed about writing those big checks? Rocket can help you save. When you buy with Rocket Homes and finance with Rocket Mortgage, you can get up to $10,000 cash toward closing from Rocket Mortgage. It's a pretty big deal. And one you can get only with Rocket. Visit onlywithrocket.com to get started today.
For purchase transactions only, must log rate between 331 and 831. Call 8337-ROCKET for conditions and restrictions. Equal housing lender licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein. 1-800-CALL-SAM is always a free call. And your fast, confidential consultation is always free too. And for over 50 years, our no-fee guarantee means you don't pay us a fee unless we win your case. If you're hurt in an accident, get the Bernstein advantage. Call 1-800-CALL-SAM. What do you have to lose? It's free.
1-800-CALL-SAM.
BOGO, get 'em Tigers. Opt in to McDonald's Rewards in the app for a buy one, get one 6-piece McNuggets when the Tigers strike out 6 during all home games.
Today's game brought to you in part by Meijer, the official grocery retailer of the Detroit Tigers Radio Network. Instant replay brought to you every game by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm when you need the right call made. 1-800-CALL-SAM. 4-1 Chicago. We're in the top of the third inning. It's one of those rare games where every half inning is a long half inning. 56 pitches thrown already by Lance Lynn through 2 innings of work. And for Joey Wentz, well, he's not far behind. He's had 2 long half innings. First pitch fastball, top of the strike zone, got the called strike. Joey Wentz has needed 49 pitches to get through 2. The strike one. Swing and a foul tip. Caught by Jake Rogers. No balls and 2 strikes. So we'll say it again. Joey Wentz could use a nice, clean inning. 1, 2, 3 inning would be terrific for him. Third base side of the rubber, stands at a slight angle to home plate. Step back, arms up over his head into his motion. Change up low and outside. Sox in their road gray uniform pants with the black piping down the pant legs. Interlocking socks across the front of the jersey on the left with the numbers on the right in white outlined in black. Fastball high and away. Moncada hitting .265. Another year full of injuries for the Sox. Moncada has had an injury-shortened season. Anderson already has spent time on the IL. Moncada swings and hits a fly ball softly into right, charging his rear lane. That's going to drop in front of him. He'll pick it up on one hop. That's just a little baby pop-up for a single for Moncada.
Yeah, and it'd be nice to see if Joey can start, getting some first pitch off-speed strikes. Right now he's kind of got the fastball and the slider. If he can learn to throw that curveball kind of early in the count, get some easy get-ahead strikes, I think that would benefit him in the long run. He's been a little more – he looks more comfortable out of the windup to me, Dan. The stretch, he's been a little more tight. So hopefully, I don't know if something that's they're working on some different angles or what.
You've seen him a couple times now. I mean, again, the stuff at any given moment is good, but for you it's about the fastball being too straight, and because of that, he has to be precise with it, and too many are in the middle part of the strike zone.
Absolutely, and then it's even kind of the slider, kind of the same issue. It's not as precise in location. Too many over the plate.
The strike one to Vaughn, changeup, swing and a miss.
And even the chase pitches, because this is a team that will chase. But it's like the pitches that he's throwing out of the zone, the guys they're spitting on him pretty quick. It's a straight take out of his hand, so they're seeing it, and he's not getting the swing and miss.
The 0-2 below the strike zone.
Like that pitch right there, it starts down and just stays down. It was not a real effective, maybe I'm going to swing or not.
Strike throwing's been pretty good for Joey Wentz, but again, it's not a lot of chase, swing and a miss. And Vaughn strikes out on a fastball away. Third strikeout for Joey Wentz. Gave up 3 in the first, 1 in the second. 1 on, 1 out here in the third. Tigers being managed by George Lombard, the bench coach for the Tigers. It's graduation week for both George Lombard and A.J. Hinch. George went home for a couple of days to see his son, George Jr., graduate from high school. Fastball up and in to Yasmani Grandal, switch hitter hitting from the right side. George Jr. is going to go to Vanderbilt. I think they've got a pretty good baseball program there on a baseball scholarship. He's got 2 terrific young men and very good athletes. Strike on the outside corner. Jacob, his younger son, is 15. He actually plays for Cameron Mapin's summer team. Cam was showing me on the last road trip some video of his younger son swinging a miss, and that kid just doing a little workout. And I'm like, this kid's 15?
Oh, it's
You're
unbelievable.
kidding me
now.
right now?
It's unbelievable now. Some of these guys that, they're 14, 15, and they're bigger than I ever was. Stronger, faster, smarter.
1-2. Breaking ball bounces, and A.J. Hinch is away at his daughter Caitlin's graduation, younger of his 2 daughters. So she's graduating high school, and he is away tonight. And I don't know if he's taking a red eye back or what, but he's going to be back for tomorrow's day game. The 2-2. Change up. Jake Rogers thought he had it. He was about to throw it back to Joey Wentz, and then his shoulders slumped when he realized Alan Porter had not called strike 3. Wentz working third base side. Sets, holds the glove at the letters. The 3-2. Check swing. Did he go? Appeal to first. Yes, he did. Jim Wolf on the appeal goes up with the right hand. That's a big check swing strikeout of Yasmani Grandal.
That is, and he went with the backdoor little slider again. He tried it the first time, went with the changeup, kind of faded away, and then the slider on the backdoor. Good pitch, just off, got the check swing. Oh yeah, he went.
2 outs. It brings up Jake Berger, swinging a tap foul right at home plate. So if you're a Sox fan and you're wondering, can this continue for Jake Berger? Well, he's not going to hit a home run every 10 at bats. almost nobody does, not named, Aaron Judge. But this guy's got legitimate power. But the thing that's going to hold him back, Cutter misses high and away. It's low walks, high strikeouts. I mean, you've got a low walk rate below league average and a strikeout rate over 30% especially. It's really hard to hit with sustained, consistent power. Fly ball right field. This one's fairly deep, but Grilling will go to his left a few steps, make the easy grab. Berger flies out, and the leadoff bloop single off the bat of McConaughey does no harm. Head at the bottom of the third inning. Tigers down 4-1. This is the home of Detroit Tigers baseball.
Your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers have vehicles ready for you to drive home today. Hundreds of vehicles are arriving daily, so you can choose from a great in-stock selection, like the 2023 Ford F-150. With class-leading towing capabilities and payload, the F-150 makes work or fun a lot easier. Right now, get 0% APR financing for 36 months, plus $1,000 XLT cash on the 2023 Ford F-150 XLT. And if you qualify, you can get an additional $2,500 Ford Loyalty Trade Assist. Not all buyers will qualify for Ford credit financing. 0% APR financing for 36 months at $27.78 per month per $1,000 finance, regardless of down payment. $1,000 XLT cash only valid on XLT models. $2,500 Ford Loyalty Trade Assist only valid through Ford Credit. Take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by May 31st. See dealer for qualifications and details. So take advantage of this 0% APR financing and additional bonus cash today and drive away in a 2023 Ford F-150 XLT. Think Ford first.
Trust is the foundation of any successful partnership, especially when it comes to managing risk and planning for the future. That's why businesses in Michigan turn to Gallagher. With over 95 years of experience, we have the expertise and resources to help businesses of all sizes navigate complex challenges and seize new opportunities. As a proud partner of the Detroit Tigers, we want to do the same for the city of Detroit and all of Michigan. To learn more, visit ajg.com. Gallagher, your trusted insurance broker and HR and benefits consultant.
Cancer is a beginning. It's a belief we share as we guide you on your path to give you your best chance forward. Carmanis Cancer Institute, your best chance.
Brought to you in part by Comerica Bank. Only one bank has been proudly committed to Michigan since 1849. Comerica Bank. To learn more, visit Comerica.com/committed. Every Tigers home run this year is a Little Caesars Pizza home run. Order online for delivery or pizza portal pickup. Torkelson, Maton, Badu, Cabrera would be due up fourth. Tigers have made Lance Lynn throw 56 pitches through 2. See if they can continue to make him work hard, throw a lot of pitches, get him out early, get into that Chicago White Sox bullpen, which has certainly had its issues. Fastball to Spencer Torkelson on the outside edge for a called strike. Conditions getting easier to hit now as the only sunshine is a little swatch of sunshine in deep left center. Not a problem for Robert in center field or the left fielder. Well, maybe for Benintendi. He's the only one looking into sun right now. Spencer Torkelson takes a pitch low and outside the cutter away. So it's been an interesting mix. At times, Lance Lynn has been dotting the fastball, but the command has really been off tonight. Torkelson hits a fly ball center field, not deep. Robert a few steps to his right. Calls off Benintendi, makes the easy grab straightaway center. Just a routine fly ball for the first out here in the third inning. 4-1, White Sox on top.
Yeah, Lance is really, he's a nibbler, and he's going to throw balls out of the zone. And the Tigers have done a good job, as they have the last, few days, few weeks, of not chasing too many out of the zone and really making him work, making him earn it out there.
Tigers last year, their high in walks in a game was 8, and they did it twice. Nick Maton takes on the inside corner cutter for a called strike. They've drawn as many as 8 walks in a game 3 times in the last week. 10, 8, and 11 walks in their last 5 games. The strike one in the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike on Nick Maton. And it's not all about walks, but the walks certainly are a reflection of a team that is staying in the strike zone better. What are the things we're tracking? Are they chasing? Still, yes. But is it back down toward league average? Absolutely. From 36, you got to be precise with this, 36 to 31%. Now you're down to league average 36 plus last year, led the league. They chased more than any other team. Big point of emphasis, they're improved. Fastball away, 3-1 on Nick Maton. Walk rate from barely over 6 to almost 9%, which is league average, but that's a big jump. That's a 40% jump in the walk rate in 1 year. The 3-1. Ground ball deep short, backhanded by Tim Anderson, plants and throws, bounces in, and a good pickup by Vaughn at first base. Vaughn finally getting to play his natural position after being really out of place in the outfield. But those are the things we're looking for. It's going to be slow, steady progress for this offense, but we're seeing the progress in terms of the areas where the Tigers really trying to be more selective. They are trying to. That's reflected in a walk rate that's definitely higher. Power component to me is the next level for the Tigers, the next step for this team. Akil Baddoo swings it. It's a fly ball softly into center field. Luis Robert over toward right center makes the easy catch, and that was a quick inning for Lance Lynn and the Chicago White Sox. We head to the fourth inning, 4-1 Chicago on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
Where does one community end and the next begin? Across the railroad tracks? On the other side of the river? Is it between the east side and the west side? At Comerica Bank, we believe it's all one community, and we're all part of it. That's why Comerica has invested over $20 million for affordable housing, financial education, and workforce development in lower-income communities. Because when we raise expectations for everyone, we all rise. Member FDIC, Equal Opportunity Lender.
We know what you love. You love baseball. You love the Detroit Tigers. You love spending a day at Comerica Park. We also know what you don't love, standing in line. So we made a VIP entrance, so you could do more of the things you love and less of the things you don't. All you have to do is bank with Comerica. With your Comerica bank card, you'll feel like a VIP the moment you walk in, just like you do at our bank. Learn more at comerica.com/yourpark. Comerica Bank. Raise your expectations. Member FDIC.
How do we know you'll love pretzel crust pizza? Because anytime we walk out the door at Little Caesars, this happens. With creamy cheddar cheese sauce, pepperoni, and a soft salted crust, pretzel crust is a real crowd pleaser. So yeah, we think you'll love pretzel crust from Little Caesars too.
Hey, does anyone know where my car is parked?
Available at participating locations.
Pizza, pizza.
Michigan's corn farmers innovate every year to protect our environment while providing food, fuel, and fiber. Find out more at micorn.org.
White Sox here at the top of the fourth inning. Fourth inning brought to you by Rocket Mortgage. Solutions for every step of the home buying and selling process. Today's game brought to you in part by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, the official healthcare provider of the Detroit Tigers Radio Network. Joey Wentz just worked a quick inning, his first, not 1, 2, 3, but a quick inning in the third. Now faces the Chicago White Sox in the fourth. Pitch count at 67. He really needs a pretty quick fourth inning. I'm sure the Tigers would love to have him go at least 5 today. First pitch, cutter in the middle of the plate, fouled straight back. Then Frazier at the plate. This guy at one time was highly thought of, originally drafted by Cleveland in the first round back in 2013, so 10 years ago. Fastball high and outside, then traded to the Yankees for a guy named Andrew Miller in 2016. Andrew Miller went on to have one of the great postseasons of all time in a relief role. The 1-1. Fastball perfect on the outside edge. 1-2 on Frazier.
After those first two innings, the third inning seemed like it flew by, didn't it?
It absolutely flew by.
Back to baseball.
Time called just as Joey Wentz went into his windup. That was a very late call, but it was granted by Alan Porter.
Yeah, Alan's got a little more of a generous strike zone than some of the big league umpires that I've seen.
Now we're ready. The 1-2. Change up in the dirt. Frazier is absolutely on fire down in the minor leagues. The Sox need some help, especially in the power department. Started the year at AAA with Texas. And he was picked up after they released him by the White Sox in late April. Lined right at the gap in right center. That's triple territory. And that's all the way to the wall in right center field. Tracked down by Riley Green. Frazier will end up on third. Absolutely smoked it up the right center field gap on a 2-2. Leadoff man on at third for the White Sox here in the fourth.
And that's just an adjustment that Joey's going to have to make. You get 2-2, you can't throw a fastball over the heart of the plate. Hitters can handle that. I'd like to see him throw that curveball a little bit more. I think that probably keeps some guys off balance. But obviously, I was a hitter, and I'm not a pitching coach. But I think something to get that fastball a little more sneaky. Something off speed to kind of break up that fastball rhythm.
Yeah, they have teed off on the fastball again tonight. Changeup up and away to Hanser Alberto, who swings at everything, but he's not going to swing at that.
Yeah, look at his changeup's about 84, 85. His slider's about 84, 85, and his fastball's about 93.
The 1-0. Swing and a miss. That was a cutter in.
So it's kind of like he's got, his changeup and his cutter. There's only a couple miles an hour difference. So he throws his two off-speed pitches, kind of the same speed, and then the fastball about 92, 93.
Tigers draw the infield in tight, the 1-1. Swing and a pop-up foul, first base side. Torkelson over, but he's just going to get a better look at where it lands into the seats beyond the White Sox dugout on the first base side.
And I couldn't imagine playing the infield, and then they say, hey, you have to play even closer. Those balls coming off those big league bats are hot. These guys are pretty amazing what they can do in the infield.
The 1-2. Swinging a ground ball, sliding back into stop by Baez. He looked home, but he had no chance to get Clint Frazier, who was off on contact. Throws to first to get Alberto. It's another run for the White Sox, and now a 5-1 lead here in the fourth.
I mean, he made that play look much easier than it really was. Infield in, hit to his backhand side. He takes about 2 steps, makes a quick little sliding dive, picks it on the short hop. No chance at home, makes a nice play at first. These guys are good.
There aren't many shortstops who make that play.
No, that was a plus play. He made it look pretty easy.
Tim Anderson takes ball 1. Now the 1-0. Swing and a pop-up softly into right field. Veerling will come in and make the easy grab. Maton out. There was another pitcher today, and you really root for this guy who had a live BP session. Liam Hendricks, the closer for the Chicago White Sox, had his session today. And that is a popular player on the White Sox. He is coming back after battling and having cancer treatments from non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Diagnosed last offseason, and he's kind of, I don't know if beating the odds is the right thing, but I mean, he's back more quickly than a lot of people thought he would be. He is now cancer-free, and he is on his way back. Ground ball to second base. Whoa, comes up a little bit on Maton, but he'll jump up, field it at the waist. On an 0-1, Benintendi grounds out. Another run for the White Sox. They've scored in 3 of the first 4 innings. But go to the bottom of the fourth. It's 5-1 Chicago in the second game of a 4-game weekend series. This is the home of Detroit Tigers baseball.
Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are changing the game with their impressive family of SUVs, like the popular Chevy Equinox. Equinox is the perfect compact SUV. Its sporty style is versatile and spacious. Its safety features surround you with security. And with technology like an available built-in Wi-Fi hotspot, Chevy Equinox keeps you connected wherever you go. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
How do we know you'll love pretzel crust pizza? Because anytime we walk out the door at Little Caesars, this happens. With creamy cheddar cheese sauce, pepperoni, and a soft salted crust, pretzel crust is a real crowd pleaser. So yeah, we think you'll love pretzel crust from Little Caesars too.
Hey, does anyone know where my car is parked?
Available at participating locations.
Pizza, pizza.
Hi, I'm Powell Miller, founder of the Miller Law Firm, and I'm pleased to introduce Amy Good, CEO of Alternatives for Girls.
Alternatives for Girls has served girls and young women experiencing homelessness and other risks for over 35 years. Through education and vital support, girls and young women learn to avoid violence and exploitation. We help them access resources and opportunities needed to be safe, grow, and thrive. To learn more and to get involved, visit alternativesforgirls.org.
Hey, baseball fans, Mike Valena here. If you're looking for a great trip to plan, go do something fun, how about Vegas? The D.com, the D Las Vegas. It's your home for Detroit sports in Vegas.
Mickey Moments are brought to you all season long by Bally Sports. Stream Mickey and the Tigers all season long on Bally Sports Plus and the Bally Sports app. Cabrera, Vierling, Rogers here in the fourth inning against Lance Lynn. Time for dollars on deck. If Matt Vierling gets a hit this inning, Northville Lumber will donate to Detroit Blightbusters, helping to revitalize Detroit's neighborhoods. Northville Lumber, Michigan's oldest business, largest Trex decking dealer. First pitch fastball, bottom of the strike zone at 92 for a called strike.
Lance kind of cruised last inning. It'd be nice to put a little more pressure on him.
Too easy. It was just a 9-pitch third after 56 pitches through 2. Fastball low and away. Dots the fastball. Miguel swings and misses.
You see how he nibbles those corners? It's either on the corner or right off the corner.
Needs some calls, but yeah, he is absolutely working the edges. The 0-2 is swinging a ground ball to third. Moncada to the glove side will field an easy toss over to Vaughn at first. A little soft on the throw. Vaughn had to reach to his left to grab it. One up and one down. So second trip through the order. Really, Lance Lynn, there wasn't a problem the first trip through the order. There was a line out off the bat of Maton, but there was not hard contact the first trip through the order. Green's double with a pop fly that went in and out of the glove of Benintendi. He just was having a lot of long at-bats, walked 3 batters, 3 of the first 10. Now he's retired 6 in a row. First pitch cutter to Matt Vierling, misses low and away. 8-game hitting streak for Matt, where he's hit 387. Some nice extra base power, a couple of home runs in there for Matt. Swings and taps one softly to third. Moncada will field it to the left of the mound. Throw on the run. That's a beautiful play. Boy, he's got nice actions over there at third.
Yeah, that little grab it and little sidearm flip throw, that has always impressed me. When third basemen can come in on the ball like that, they make it look pretty easy, but that is not an easy play. You know, you see them barehanded sometimes. They use the glove sometimes.
Well, that's what the veteran pitchers can do. Labor early, high pitch count. They can figure out. We used to love watching Justin Verlander figure this out. How can I get through the middle innings with a minimum number of pitches so I can be still around in the 7th, 8th, and 9th? Lance Lynn is working on a second straight quick inning. Strike 1 to Jake Rogers. Swing and a miss at a cutter. Make it strike 2. 5 pitches to get the first 2 outs. Now 0-2 on Jake Rogers.
You know, he never gets in a stretch where it looks like he's just trying to throw a strike. He's always trying to throw quality strikes, even if he walks a guy.
The 0-2, sweeping curveball away.
I think that's just the trust factor. You know, veteran pitcher, they don't freak out. Even if there's runners on and things happen, they still just try to make a good pitch,
Rogers very upright, very still stance. The 1-2. He swings it's a fly ball center field. Robert tracking it toward left center. Calls off Benintendi. Makes the catch fairly deep in the left center field gap. But Rogers flies out. That's 8 in a row retired by Lance Lynn. Another quick inning for him. We head to the 5th inning at Comerica Park. Tigers down 5-1 after 4 on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
Touchdown! From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. you're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Skip, congrats on the win today. Hey, I heard you just bought a house. How did everything go?
Well, speaking of wins, I worked with an independent mortgage broker right in my neighborhood who guided me every step of the way. Got my loan faster, cheaper, and easier.
Any advice to those looking for a home loan?
Yep. FindAMortgageBroker.com or 1-800-BROKERS. They'll find you a local expert.
You heard it here, folks. That's FindAMortgageBroker.com for the win.
Powered by United Wholesale Mortgage, LLC, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 3038.
How do we know you'll love pretzel crust pizza? Because anytime we walk out the door at Little Caesars, this happens.
With creamy cheddar cheese sauce, pepperoni, and a soft salted crust, pretzel crust is a real crowd pleaser. So, yeah, we think you'll love pretzel crust from Little Caesars, too.
Hey, does anyone know where my car is parked?
Available at participating locations.
Pizza.
Download the PointsBet app today and use code TRIPLE to get free spins up to $800. PointsBet, your move. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117.
5-1 Sox go to the top of the fifth inning. Let's pause right now for station identification. This is the Detroit Tigers Radio Network. Mason Englert takes over on the mound for the Tigers. 5-1 Sox.
Mason's going to throw some sliders.
First pitch, changeup, low and away, swing and a miss. Luis Robert at the plate.
Yeah, you know Mason's he's actually gonna work the off speed to use the fastball. Throw the slider a lot, throw the changeup, off speed.
The strike one, fastball above the strike zone.
So we call that pitching backwards. When guys start with the off-speed stuff first and then kind of work the fastball off the off-speed, it's just a little different way. Usually, he throws 90, 92 on an overpowering fastball.
1-1. Change up low and away. Change up has so much movement. It looked like a breaking ball a couple of times here to Luis Robert Jr.
Yeah, it's kind of got that almost like splitter action, doesn't it? It just kind of falls off the table.
The 2-1. Swinging a line drive foul down the left field line. Over the netting. Another changeup. Does look like it's got different action on it tonight.
Yeah, it's only about 80 miles an hour, and it's dropping a lot. It's dropping 6-7 inches. I had my ruler out.
Measuring the screen.
Yeah.
Changeup again to Luis Robert. 3-2. So Joey Wentz goes 4. He gives up 5 runs on 6 hits, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts. Been obviously 2 really tough starts in a row before this one. Fastball inside, and Luis Robert doesn't walk a whole lot. Draws the leadoff walk here in the 5th inning.
He laid off the changeup a few times. He tried to sneak a fastball in, just missed in off the plate. Yeah, Joey, the stuff is okay. The fastball's just over the plate too much. And the 2 off-speed pitches, the changeup and the slider, are just too close for me. One's 84, one's 86. I mean, so you're setting only 2 speeds against him, and as a starter, it's kind of like 2 pitches.
Fastball high and away. So, if you're trying to tweak, you would just start with how he uses his pitches. I mean, almost pitching backwards.
I would throw more curveballs for sure.
Yohan Moncada batting lefty against the righty. Swings and hits a fly ball deep center field. On the run, Green. He won't get it. Veerling's there as well. Robert will be waved around third. He'll score. Moncada on the way to third, and there will be no throw. Another triple and another run for the Chicago White Sox. Walk triple combination here in the 5th inning. That's the 3rd triple of the night for the White Sox. 1 was a misplay. 2 were crushed to center field or right center.
Yeah, if you hit a ball to right center here, you're pretty much thinking triple out of the box. It's usually going to be a stand-up triple, but that was a little swing-back fastball. Kind of had some action on it to a left-handed hitter. Started kind of middle in and just drifted out over the middle of the plate.
Tigers now draw the infield in tight for Andrew Vaughn. First pitch, swinging a foul back to the screen.
Just throw more fastballs.
Was what, 5 straight changeups to
start?
He
started it with changeups, and now he's just going heater, heater, heater.
White Sox showing they can hit the fastball.
They can hit the fastball. Can't sneak the cheese by these rats.
Strike one, swinging a line drive left field. This one's deep. Padu going back, looking up, and that ball is gone. A home run. Andrew Vaughn on a line, smokes it to left field. 2-run shot, and the White Sox have broken this game wide open.
Yeah, there was another pitch just left out over the plate, and these guys, they're swinging. They're going to swing the bat. Just need more effective strikes. You got to have effective strikes against these hitters. If you leave stuff over the plate, they're already swinging. So the ball's going to run into the barrel if you keep leaving it over the plate, and that's kind of been where the damage factor has obviously been. I mean, everybody knows you want to pitch to the corners, but to emphasize that, you see what happens when you don't.
7-1 White Sox. First pitch curveball for a called strike to Yasmani Grandal.
Yeah, that homer was off a changeup. Kind of just hung up.
And man, did it get out in a hurry. Yasmani Grandal swings, pops it up to left field. Padu over toward the line will make the catch right on the line in fair territory, medium depth left field. Grandal flies out for the first out here in the 5th inning. Tigers 7-2 winners last night. It's 7-1 Chicago. We're in the 5th inning. And unfortunately, Lance Lynn, who was on the ropes in the first 2 innings, at least a high pitch count, now has settled in and cruised through the last 2. But if you could have gotten a starter out 2 nights in a row, line drive grab by Javi Baez, that was a shot off the bat of Berger, and with a backhand, Baez grabs it for the second out here in the 5th.
Pretty comfortable in the box right now, the White Sox are. They're taking good swings. They're hitting balls hard everywhere. And that's where, even in a game like this, you still got to dial in. Like, you don't just concede a game. You dial it back in, throw the fastball in.
First pitch, curveball for a strike on the outside edge.
That's kind of what I expected more. He's thrown a lot of changeups. His slider's his pitch. That little curveball, that's curveball slider.
There it is again. Well, that's a changeup. Does have interesting action. It's fooling me tonight. The 0-2. Curveball pulled down and away. Frazier's only had 10 at-bats coming into this game since being called up from the minor leagues, where he was hitting over 300 with big power numbers. The 1-2. Swinging a fly ball, right center field. Vierling Green converging. It will be Riley Green avoiding the collision somehow with Vierling to make the catch in right center. That didn't look good for a moment. They avoid the collision. Green makes the catch. Frazier flies out. 3 runs for the White Sox. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Tigers down 7-1. This is the home of Detroit Tigers baseball.
Get your summer adventures started now at your Detroit area Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram dealers. It's the season sales event. Take advantage of amazing deals. Right now, returning FCA employee lessees can lease a new Chrysler Pacifica Touring L for $319 per month for 24 months with $3,369 due at signing. Or returning FCA employee lessees can lease a new Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab for $339 per month for 36 months with $3,535 due at signing. 2 great lease offers for returning FCA employee lessees. Chrysler Pacifica for just $319 or Ram 1500 for just $339 per month. Tax, title, and license extra. These great deals and much, much more going on now. So hurry into a Detroit area Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram dealer today. Call 1-877-RAM-5722 for Ram or 1-888-CHRYSLER for Pacifica lease details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Chrysler Capital for Ram and Ally for Pacifica. Extra charge for miles over 10,000 per year. See dealer for details. Take delivery by 5/31/2023.
Not many people are prepared for the journey that you must embrace.
Hearing the diagnosis is hard.
You must understand that it is not over, and you are not done yet.
We hope you find a path forward, filled with new perspective, unknown strength, and unexpected opportunities.
Cancer is just the beginning.
That's the belief we share to give you your best chance. Kermanis, part of McLaren Healthcare.
The stadium lighting for Tigers home games has been supplied by Musco, the official lighting partner of the Detroit Tigers and Comerica Park. Musco, we make it happen.
Chicago. Tigers bat in the bottom of the 5th inning. Zach McKinstry will lead off for the Tigers. A couple of walks against Lance Lynn. 5th inning brought to you by DraftKings Sportsbook, America's top-rated sportsbook app. I'd like to remind you can stream Tigers games all season long free on the Odyssey app. Go to your local app store and download the Odyssey app today. McKinstry, Green, and Baez. Tigers need to start chipping away. Line drive, base it into left. It's what McKinstry does. He gets on base. Big turn and hold as Benintendi gets the ball into Tim Anderson. First pitch of the 5th inning. Single for McKinstry. And again, just start chipping away. If you can get Lance Lynn out in the next couple of innings.
That's the objective. Make
it a shortened start. Get into that bullpen again. You're in a 4-game series where you knock the starter out in the 4th inning of game 1. There's going to be value in that even if you don't come all the way back.
Absolutely. That's great baseball IQ, is understanding that this game still matters.
Riley Green takes a fastball off the plate inside. 8-1 Chicago. We're in the bottom of the 5th inning.
Objective now, get Lance Lynn out of the game. Make him work a lot, throw a whole bunch of pitches, and get into that bullpen.
The 1-0, low and inside. We didn't get to because it was such a quick inning. Last inning, kind of your thoughts on the improvements in the Tigers, cutting the chase rate, bumping the walk rate, which again is not the objective to draw more walks, but it is absolutely a reflection of controlling the strike zone better. 2-0, Riley Green. It's a ground ball to second base. Alberto down to second one. Tim Anderson's relay to first. That's tailor-made. 4-6-3. Double play. Bases empty. 2 outs.
Yeah, and that's something you got to prove over time, because at first the scouting report on the Tigers was don't throw the ball in the zone. So now teams are going to have to start making a little adjustment the more walks they accumulate and say, hey, we got to throw more strikes against these guys, which means there'll be more mistakes. Mistakes are the balls that get driven in the gaps. They're the balls that get driven over the fence. So your power numbers generally come up as you're a little more selective. You're forcing the pitcher to throw more pitches over the plate.
Javi Baez takes a cutter up and in, which is a great point because there was going to be that progression. This is a team that is progressing toward a team that hits, you would think, because of the guys in this lineup, that will hit with more power. The 1-0. Ground ball to third base. Waist high bounce for Moncada. An easy flip over to first to Vaughn, and that's 3 easy innings for Lance Lynn. In trouble on the pitch count after 2, and now he's needed just 23 pitches to get through the last 3 innings. We head to the 6th inning. Tigers down 8-1 after 5 on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
Is it too early to start planning for our kids' inheritance? At Comerica Bank, we don't think so. But we're not talking about 401ks or trust funds or estate plans. This is about the greatest gift we can possibly pass on, a healthy planet. That's why Comerica actively invests over $1 billion in green businesses and environmentally beneficial projects every year. Because this inheritance is too important to waste. Comerica Bank, member FDIC, equal opportunity lender.
It's easy to talk about diversity
and equity
and inclusion.
They're just words.
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 It's not as easy to live up to them.
At Comerica Bank,
these words don't describe what we try to do.
They define what we do.
And who we are. This is why 52% of all Comerica managers are women.
And why 31% of all Comerica senior leaders are racial minorities.
Because actions always speak louder than words. Comerica Bank, member FDIC.
To keep up with your grandkids. To keep up your game. To keep the doctor away. Any reason is a good reason to pay attention to your health, and preventive care is the best way to prevent more serious care down the road. If you've been putting things off, get on track by staying up to date on your immunizations, screenings, and checkups. Welcome back to health. McLaren has the resources and care you need near you. Learn more at mclaren.org/welcomeback.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little. Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams around the Midwest. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
2-1 Chicago. Go to the top of the 6th inning. 6th inning is brought to you by the Jack Demmer Automotive Group. Go in and experience the Demmer difference. Every Tigers pitching change this year is brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Visit Mike Dorian Ford in Clinton Township. Think Ford first. Hanser Alberto does not swing at a fastball at the belt. A surprise. Ball 1.
I think everybody was shocked at that one.
Doesn't matter that it was a ball. It was close enough that he should have been swinging.
I think he's taken.
Change up 2-0 on Hanser Alberto, who will go, heck, weeks probably between seeing at-bats that start 2-0. Ground ball fouled on the third base line. Hitting .219 with 3 home runs. But again, this is a valuable utility guy who can play around the infield. He's good wherever he plays, second, short, third. We just saw him turn a nice double play. Very smooth actions on the double play with Tim Anderson. Swinging a line drive down the left field line. That one is hooking into the seats almost, but not quite. Home run distance. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
I think one of the issues we have in a little bit in today's game, because we track so many metrics, is you want a perfect player. But a perfect player doesn't exist. Everybody's got their strengths and their weaknesses, and you just want to put guys into positions where they can utilize their strengths.
The 2-2. Swinging a pop-up. Spencer Torkelson comes in out of the grass. Third of the way to home, makes the catch. Yeah, Dave Dombrowski always used to make that point, and it is always a good point, because as fans of the game, we sometimes just look at guys and go, well, he can't do this, or this is his weakness. But, okay, what does he do well? Talk to guys like Zach McKinstry, Connor Joe, who went through the Dodgers system. What did they do well? What did they help you? Because both of those guys, their careers took off in the minor leagues when they went to the Dodgers. Zach McKinstry probably benefited, maybe as much as anybody. He said they emphasize your strengths.
Yeah.
Do that.
You do that. If you can help the team win games, you got a spot.
The strike 1. A little tap foul over by the third base side, and that's what the good organizations do. Sure, there's flaws in this guy's game, or there's a weakness in here, but this is how we can use him, and I think that's what the Tigers are doing so well with this 13-man roster right now. It's not a 9-man lineup every day. It's a lineup that has really 13 possibilities. Line drive, base hit into center. Maton leaped to his right, but couldn't get the 0-2 curveball that was hit sharply up the middle off the bat of Tim Anderson.
Yeah, absolutely. I think sometimes you want all-stars. It'd be great to just roll out a lineup of all-stars, but teams can't just hand out contracts and contracts and contracts. So you got to find more creative ways to put a really solid team on the field.
Zach McKinstry is just a great example. This is what the good GMs do, the good presidents of baseball operations do. They seek out the talent. They find the skills that they're looking for. And there was nothing obvious at the major league level for Zach McKinstry in terms of his production. He had not produced at the major league level like he had in the minor leagues. The 1-0 to Benintendi, fastball above the strike zone, but Tigers took note, and certainly Scott Harris knew some of the history there, but this is a guy who produced in the minor leagues. He knew what his strengths were, and he knew how the Tigers could use him. And what a valuable pickup for the Tigers. The 2-0, swing and a miss.
Yeah, it's a fun way to develop a team, to where you have a strategy in place. This is the type of baseball we're going to play. Now let's find guys for the roles that we need to fill. Let's see who's going to fill those roles, and then bring in guys if we can't find somebody right now.
2-1, line drive, base hit into center field. Change up, and Benintendi was on it. Man, the Sox are just having really comfortable at-bats, and they're on everything right now, especially fastballs, change-ups. Benintendi with a sharp single. Over to third goes Anderson. It's already 8-1, and the Sox threatening to add more here in the 6th inning.
Isn't it amazing how contagious it is? Like when a team starts getting in a groove, and the next thing you know, there's a fight at the bat rack saying, I want up, I want up. Everybody's getting hits.
Chris Fetter out to probably deliver the word to Mason Engler. The Tigers could really use some innings from him. Mason Engler gave up walk, triple, home run last inning, then got 3 outs. Now he got the first out here in the 6th inning, has gotten 2 more outs, but Tigers don't want to go deep into their bullpen with 2 more games left in this series. No off day coming up until next Thursday. Tyler Alexander is getting up, but they don't want to have to use too many pitchers to get the final 11 outs in this game.
And it doesn't get easier, you know, with Luis Robert coming up. This is one of the Sox best power threats, best hitters overall. So I'm sure he went out and said, hey, do you remember the game plan on how we're going to approach this guy? Stick to the game plan.
Dangerous Luis Robert, 0 for 6 in the series with a couple of strikeouts, 2 routine fly balls today. First pitch fastball. Fastball's 89-90 at the moment. A strike on the outside corner. Comes in hitting .267, 13 home runs already for Luis Robert. He swings and pops it up. Will it be playable? First base side. Spencer Torkelson has room and makes the catch. Falls over the tarp. Coming home, Tim Anderson. The throw to the plate. Not in time. Oh! Porter says he got him. Anderson's going to ask for the review. Live, I thought the hand got in. What a throw from Spencer Torkelson to Jake Rogers. If they cut him down, it was a great play. But the Sox are asking for a moment to decide, and they say no, they will not challenge. Great play by Spencer Torkelson.
He might be the only first baseman in the big leagues that can make that play. I mean, he was clear over on the tarp, turned, strong throw. Great play.
That ends the top of the 6th inning. See if the Tigers can build off a little momentum on that fine defensive play by Torkelson and Rogers. We head to the bottom of the 6th inning. It's 8-1 Chicago. This is the home of Detroit Tigers baseball.
Get in the game with Sarah Whalen Chevrolet, the #1 volume Chevy dealer in the country for new and certified pre-owned vehicles. Sarah Whalen's winning team is hitting it out of the park with new and pre-owned sales. That's because every team member at Sarah Whalen makes customer satisfaction their #1 priority. Check out Sarah Whalen Chevrolet today and drive away a winner. Sarah Whalen Chevrolet, 17 half mile in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. Call 800-WHALEN-1 or visit sarahwhalen.com. Find new roads.
Hometown feel and big-time winning. That's Saginaw Eagles Landing, the place where everyone greets you with smile after smile. In the casino, at the restaurants, or in the hotel, this is a getaway that makes you feel right at home. We've got hundreds of slots, great food, and a comfy place to stay. So come on in and see what the good times are all about. Saginaw Eagles Landing Casino and Hotel. Real fun, real friendly. Visit Saginaw-EaglesLanding.com for complete rules and details.
One bite of 100% Angus beef ballpark frank, and you'll say, hello, summer. Ballpark Franks. They plump when you cook them. It's time to take a bite out of summer and fire up the grill, America, because, oh yeah, it's ballpark season.
Cancer is a beginning. It's a belief we share as we guide you on your path to give you your best chance forward. Carmanis Cancer Institute, your best chance.
Spencer Torkelson. Hey, look who's leading off. Spencer Torkelson leading off here in the bottom of the 6th inning. That is just a fine, fine play. I thought Anderson had the hand in. And on the replay, the one replay we saw, couldn't tell. Oh, he did. He absolutely had the hand on home plate.
We'll take it.
We just saw him. Probably because it's 8-1, the Sox decided not to challenge, but we just got a pretty good look.
Yeah.
The hand was in before the tag was made. Great replay on our Valley Sports monitor. Showed it was pretty clear the hand was in. Pitch up and in. Fastball hits Spencer Torkelson on a 2-0. But no matter what a play by Spencer Torkelson in terms of catching it, falling into the tarp, quickly off the tarp, a one-hop strike to Jake Rogers.
That's as athletic of a play as you'll see from an everyday first baseman in the big leagues. I would have ran all day. I mean, you wouldn't think that play would even be close to make that play close, I mean, Torkelson's got an arm. A nice one-harp throw, turned, delivered it on a dime. I mean, there shouldn't even have been a play there.
Right. No, when Anderson's charging down, I'm like, well, there's no chance.
Yeah, there's no chance. But really, really nice job getting the ball out quick.
Nick Maton takes first pitch fastball up.
And this is where you just don't concede at bats. You know, you want to stay in a groove. You want to stay seeing the pitches, get locked in, stay locked in. Work on getting that bullpen.
The 1-0 to Maton. Fastball, strike on the outside edge. 1 ball, 1 strike. Now, these are the at-bats that challenge you, right? A young team. And you talked about it on the last homestand, Andy, that this is kind of a momentum team, an energy team. And then when they get out to the early lead, they definitely feed off that. And you see that. And you were saying at the end of the last homestand, the next step for this team, ground ball up the middle softly. Alberto bobbles it with a backhand, and there is no play. That's a good defender who I think was thinking a little ahead and thinking double play instead of getting the sure out at second, but that's not a difficult play. And Hanser Alberto's error puts a couple of men on.
Yeah, and that's where you just keep scrapping and score some runs. Good teams don't concede games. They stay in ball games 8-1. It's no big deal. We're going about our business. You're professional. You have a professional approach to the game that says no matter where the game's at, we take our at-bats correctly. We have an approach. We stick to a plan. We execute.
Akil Baddoo takes pitch up and away. Pitch count is slowly climbing, but Lance Lynn did not look like a guy who would be around in the 6th inning after throwing 56 pitches through 2. 1-0 on Akil Baddoo. But even if he goes 6 and you start to put together some good at-bats, swinging a foul out of play against the bullpen, force Pedro Grifol into using one of his late inning leverage guys that he might not want to use, you can accomplish still a lot. And you can also, can't you, Andy, take some of that momentum, even if your comeback falls short, into the game the next day?
Absolutely. Or you can just score 5 runs right here.
Fastball low and away, 2-1 on Baddoo.
You know, when if you can't win from behind, you're never going to be a championship team. And if you can't push up against an 8-1 lead or a 5-1 lead or a 6-1 lead and scrap together and make it a ball game towards the end, then you're never going to be a championship caliber team.
2-1 is off the plate away. Akil Baddoo having some really good at-bats. We talk about the fact that this walk rate as a team is up. McKinstry leading this team with a 15% walk rate. Again, league average is right around 9 this year. But it's McKinstry, it's Maton, it's Baddoo leading the way, throwing walks. The 3-1 way up and away. Akil Baddoo, another good at-bat, loads the bases. And again, chip away, down 8-1, bases loaded, none out.
I mean, nobody says you can't score 6 runs or 7 runs in an inning. Nobody, that's not a rule, right? There's no limit on how many you can score in an inning, so you might as well just fill up your basket, get it rolling, and score about 5 or 6 right here.
Crowd getting to their feet for Miguel Cabrera. Ethan Katz is going to make his way as slowly as a pitching coach can make his way to the mound. Very slow walk for this visit, so the bullpen can get the hurry-up call and get busy. 60, Akil Baddoo just drew a walk. 60, Gregory Santos is up and throwing. In the White Sox bullpen, Alan Porter is going to go out to break up this conversation. The entire infield joining the conversation.
Good teams also make teams, when you make a mistake, good teams make you pay, right? Little error at second base, walk a guy, they deliver. You deliver, you deliver. You get the guys out there, you go ahead and knock a few in. Miggy's in a big spot here. I mean, this is a big at-bat in this game. If this game's going to get broke back open, heading back in the Tigers' favor, this is a big spot right here.
Lynn is not a big ground ball guy. Miguel has grounded out to third base in this game. First pitch up and in has Miguel jumping back out of the way. This is where Lynn, so the big differences from last year when he had an effective season, not getting out lefties like he did last year, and also he has really struggled with men on base. Opponents have hit .380 with power this year with men on base. Fastball off the plate inside, and with runners in scoring position, those numbers go up a little bit more. But that's 83 at-bats with men on, where Lance Lynn has allowed opponents to hit .380 with power. Bases loaded, nobody out. 2-0, the count on Miguel. Fastball up and in. He jumps back out of the way. That could have been a strike. But Alan Porter says nope, it's 3-0. Matt Vierling is waiting on deck. Might be the last batter for Lance Lynn. The 3-0. Fastball just grabs the outside corner for a called strike.
You know, Lance is a nibbler, and sometimes when you nibble and you get behind in the count, especially with runners in scoring position. He's in a jam now.
3-1, the count on Miguel. Bases loaded. Tigers down 7. 3-1. Oh boy, swing back fastball. That's got a lot of action on it. Starts off the plate away to a righty and then snaps back onto the plate.
He hadn't thrown that as much today.
He really hasn't.
That was a nice two-seam. Started it away, brought it back to the outside part of the plate.
Middle of the infield and double play depth. Miguel hits a lot of balls on the ground. The 3-2 up and in. He walked him. Boy, he was so close on 2 of those pitches that end up being ball 3 and ball 4. A bases loaded walk makes it an 8-2 game.
It's getting more interesting.
Matt Vierling steps to the plate.
Be a good time for a big fly, wouldn't it?
I'm all for your. There's no rule that says you can't score 5. I'm all for that. Matt Vierling takes a cutter low and away. 8-game hitting streak. Struck out today against Lance Lynn. Grounded out to third. Really consistent at bats from Matt Vierling. The 1-0. Fastball up and away. The strike zone's got a little tighter. 2-0 on Vierling.
Yeah, I agree. He was giving him a few of those calls earlier in the game. It seems to have tightened up a little bit. Good time to do it. It's a good time to be really tight back there.
The 2-0. Swinging the ground ball to third. Moncada will step on third. Long throw to first. He bounced the throw, but they got him. Wow. Fine play by Yohan Moncada. He had to be quick to get Vierling on the double play, and he was. Maton scores, but a huge double play. 8-3 now. Tigers down 5. And it's Cabrera at second with 2 outs.
Pretty hard hit ball. That was a really nice play.
Really was.
He stepped across the bag and made a throw across his body. But not a bad swing. Just hit it on the ground. Now just pick this one up, Jake.
Cabrera's the runner at second. Might take an extra base hit to get him. Although Miguel's feeling pretty good on the bases these days.
Yeah.
He might run through a stop sign just for old time's sake.
He'd probably just say, Jake, just hit it over the fence. for my sake and yours.
The 1-0. Swinging a pop-up foul. First base side, Vaughn over, but that is safely into the seats for Jake Rogers. Tigers really have not hit the ball hard at all against Lance Lynn tonight. His only problem has been command issues.
Well, it's because he's throwing everything on the corner or off the plate. And it's really tough to hit guys hard if they don't leave it over the plate.
He has walked 5 in this game. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Fastball right by him. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, he's pretty much exhausting the reserve tank right now. He pulled back in 93. That's as good a fastball as he's probably got left in the tank.
You would think he lets another one fly. 1-2. Swing and a miss. He got him with a curveball instead. Tigers load him up with 1 out, and for the second time tonight, after loading the bases with 1 out, they cannot get that big inning. They do score 2, but couldn't get that big hit. We head to the 7th inning. It's 8-3 Chicago on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
Michigan! PointsBet Casino is live and giving away up to $800 of free spins. In addition to slots and video poker, you can get the live casino experience from the comfort of your home with PointsBet's live dealers. When you play with PointsBet Casino, you'll enjoy easy deposits and quick withdrawals. Sign up for the PointsBet Sportsbook app today using code TRIPLE to get free spins up to $800. PointsBet, your move. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117.
How do we know you'll love pretzel crust pizza? Because anytime we walk out the door at Little Caesars, this happens.
With creamy cheddar cheese sauce, pepperoni, and a soft salted crust, pretzel crust is a real crowd pleaser. So, yeah, we think you'll love pretzel crust from Little Caesars, too.
Hey, does anyone know where my car is parked?
Available at participating locations.
Pizza, pizza.
At Rocket, we know buying a home is exciting and a bit overwhelming. Ready to buy a home but stressed about writing those big checks? Rocket can help you save. When you buy with Rocket Homes and finance with Rocket Mortgage, you can get up to $10,000 cash toward closing from Rocket Mortgage. It's a pretty big deal, and one you can get only with Rocket. Visit onlywithrocket.com to get started today.
For purchase transactions only, must log rate between 331 and 831. Call 8337-ROCKET for conditions and restrictions. Equal housing lender licensed in all 50 states. NMLSconsumeraccess.org number 3030.
Northville Lumber is Michigan's Trex decking leader in the official lumber yard of the Detroit Tigers radio network. NorthvilleLumber.com.
Alexander takes over on the mound. Every pitching change this year is brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Visit Mike Dorian Ford in Clinton Township. Think Ford first. Tigers just have not been able to get that big hit. They've had some opportunities. First inning, second inning, and now in the sixth inning, Lance Lynn went through the lineup 3 times, gave up 3 runs, walked 5, hit a batter, but really there was maybe 2 hard hit balls all night against Lance Lynn. Alexander takes over on the mound for the Tigers. First pitch fastball away. It's Moncada, Vaughn, and Grandal to face Tyler Alexander.
He's going to work the fastball and the cutter.
1-0 is low and in with the cutter.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for Tyler's, it's similar to Wentz. You know, it's that finding the command around the zone, just in the zone.
Swinging a high pop-up into shallow right field. Drifting in is Vierling. He's under it, and he makes the catch for the first out here in the 7th inning. So he can locate his pitches, obviously. This is one of the most precise strike throwers that the Tigers have. Not just in the strike zone, but he can absolutely locate. It's been a rough start for Tyler Alexander. What are the keys, Andy, for him to kind of get back on track and become that guy who can give you 2-3 innings at a time and be a very valuable bridge guy? Vaughn at the plate. First pitch, cutter middle for a called strike.
I think a lot of it's confidence. You know, when you look at a guy on the mound, the presence that they have, the kind of wherewithal, the way they stand, the way they approach the pitch. And
the strike one, swing in a high fly ball center field. Into left center. Akil Baddoo will come in and make the easy grab for the second out.
You know, we used to always say, like, if you're going to hit with conviction, or if you're going to throw that pitch with conviction. And that means you're kind of like bearing down with confidence that each pitch I'm throwing, I have confidence in. The result's the result, but I think sometimes for Alexander, he can get a little bit timid, and it's like the ball's not jumping out of his hand. You know, the explosive fastball. Right. He's got it in there. It's in there, but it's just like to let it go with conviction and say, here I am, you know?
Yes, Monty Grandal takes fastball outside.
All the best pitchers I ever faced, that's the way they were. They had that conviction. Whether they threw 80 or they threw 100.
The 1-0. Fastball low and in. And he's always been 89-91.
Which just doesn't matter.
Right.
You know, it's in body language. I'm a big body language guy, too. What's your body language like when you're in the box on the mound? Do you look like you're there to do it?
2-0 on the outside edge with the cutter. For Tyler Alexander in 21 innings, a 6.40 ERA. He's given up 5 home runs, just 2 walks, 21 strikeouts. So it's basically a walk per 9 and a strikeout an inning. Cutter on the back door, swinging a foul. 7th inning brought to you by General RV, Michigan's premier RV dealer for sales, service, and parts. With every Tigers triple this season, Paul Miller gives $300 to select charities. The Miller Law Firm, lawyers who support the community. 7th inning, 8-3 Chicago. Trying to even up this series at a game apiece. The 2-2 is swinging a fly ball left field. This one's deep. Baddoo's going back onto the track. He's going to jump up, and he made the catch. Wow! How about that? Optical illusion. Best catch of the year for Akil Baddoo. He just outran a ball that was smoked over his head with a backhand leap and took extra bases away from Yasmani Grandal. That's a play.
That was a no doubt about it double, and he just completely robbed him of all of his fun that he'd be having standing on second base. Great play.
7th inning stretch brought to you by DTE. Manage your energy use and save. Go to DTEenergy.com/save energy. Tigers down 8-3 at the stretch. This is the home of Detroit Tigers baseball.
GMC continues its commitment to professional-grade engineering in the GMC Truck Series, like offering the world's first available 6-function multi-pro tailgate on Sierra. Try the GMC Canyon with powerful and innovative features, or get behind the wheel of the GMC Sierra Heavy Duty with an available Allison 10-speed transmission. We are professional-grade GMC. Well-qualified GM employee program participants with a current eligible GMC lease can get a 24-month ultra-low mileage lease for $339 per month with $32.19 due at signing on a 2023 Sierra Light Duty Elevation Crew Cab 4x4 with a 2.7-liter engine. See your Metro Detroit GMC dealer. Must be a current lessee of a 2018 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. Tax, title, license, dealer fees extra. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles. At participating dealers only. Visit GMCOfferInfo.com for details.
At Trinity Health Michigan, we see the person behind the patient. Not just their symptoms, but a person with hopes, smiles, and a life. A life we're here to get you back to. We have the expert medical teams and technology of a national health system, and we offer personalized care that treats all of you. Learn more at trinityhealthmichigan.org. Trinity Health, we see all of you.
Presented by DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. Download the DraftKings app and use code STEEL to get in on the action.
At the bottom of the 7th inning, down 8-3. Zach McKinstry has reached 3 more times in this game. Kenyon Middleton is the new pitcher, right-hander for the Chicago White Sox. 8-3 Sox from the bottom of the 7th. Zach McKinstry, 2 walks and a single today. The strike 1, fastball up and away at 96.
Kenyon Middleton's not a typical relief guy. He's going to be pitching backwards. His fastball run up to 96, but he throws like 40% changeups, which is interesting. So you're going to have to stay back on him a little bit.
1-1, fastball dots the outside corner for a called strike.
I always wondered when guys threw 96, but they throw more changeups than fastballs. If that's
mystifies you a little bit. Works from the stretch first base side, places that left foot in front of the right when he comes set, swinging a tap foul. Nope, he just popped out of the glove of the catcher Grandal. He'll throw it on the first to complete the strikeout. Through the first 3 trips to the plate for Zach McKinstry, he had extended his hot stretch of reaching base. By reaching 3 times in this game, he had reached exactly in half of his plate appearances going back over 15 games. 58 plate appearances, he had reached 29 times. Now it's 29 out of his last 59. Right at 500 on base. Kind of what you want out of your leadoff hitter.
Yeah, I would say, yeah. That's a very impressive stat.
Riley Green swings and misses at a slider from Kenyon Middleton. Now a good changeup. Well, I can see why he throws it.
Yep.
That's a good changeup right
He's
there.
got a plus changeup.
Wow.
And this is where, you just have to set back, and Riley's going to have to try to hit the ball the other way. Slow himself down a little bit.
0-2 fastball up and away. A little bloop double for Riley Green. Tigers were down 3-0 when they batted in the bottom of the first inning. Loaded the bases with nobody out, but Nick Maton smoked a ball that was a line out, and the only run scored on an infield hit. Riley Green swings and misses. Tight slider to go with that changeup fastball combination. 3+ pitches already that we've seen from Kenyon Middleton. 2 up and 2 down, 2 strikeouts.
Yeah, this is one of their guys. This is one of the guys they really like in the bullpen. And obviously, you know, it's a 5-run game, but they saw what happened last inning, and they're not taking any chances. They want to bring out their best relievers. That changeup is pretty nasty.
Javi Baez swings and it's a high fly ball right field, not deep. Frazier goes back. He'll make the catch. It ended up a few feet from the warning track, but he had it all the way. Baez flies out, and that is a quick 7th inning for the Tigers. We head to the 8th inning in Detroit. All Sox right now. They got the 8-3 lead on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
Where does one community end and the next begin? Across the railroad tracks? On the other side of the river? Is it between the east side and the west side? At Comerica Bank, we believe it's all one community, and we're all part of it. That's why Comerica has invested over $20 million for affordable housing, financial education, and workforce development in lower-income communities. Because when we raise expectations for everyone, we all rise. Member FDIC, Equal Opportunity Lender.
We know what you love. You love baseball. You love the Detroit Tigers. You love spending a day at Comerica Park. We also know what you don't love, standing in line. So we made a VIP entrance, so you could do more of the things you love and less of the things you don't. All you have to do is bank with Comerica. With your Comerica Bank card, you'll feel like a VIP the moment you walk in, just like you do at our bank. Learn more at comerica.com/yourpark. Comerica Bank. Raise your expectations. Member FDIC.
In a perfect world where everyone is a perfect driver.
Please, go ahead and merge. I'll make room.
Thank you, fellow driver.
You wouldn't need a seatbelt. But we don't live in a perfect world. About 1,000 Michiganders die each year in vehicle crashes. Wearing your seatbelt reduces your risk of death in a crash by 45% or more. So make our imperfect world safer. Buckle up. A message from the Michigan Office of Highway Safety Planning.
Northville Lumber is Michigan's Trex decking leader in the official lumber yard of the Detroit Tigers Radio Network. NorthvilleLumber.com.
Alexander getting ready to face the White Sox. We're in the 8th inning. White Sox have an 8-3 lead. Constructing the Future is brought to you every game by the D Las Vegas. Book your stay now at thed.com, your home for Detroit sports in Las Vegas. While we were on the road trip in Kansas City, there was a day with early hitting. There's early hitting most days, but there was a day when Kerry Carpenter was out taking a whole bunch of swings. Remember coming back from the shoulder sprain. And we got word today, Daniela Bruce, that Kerry Carpenter is starting his rehab assignment. We didn't know when it was going to happen. We knew it might be soon, but he's starting it today.
Yeah, he started it tonight in Toledo. Not having a great night down there.
Jake Berger swings and lines one down the left field line. That's going to drop fair into the corner on an 0-1. Akil Baddoo will track it down, and Jake Berger will cruise into second with a leadoff double here in the 8th inning.
Carpenter is batting second in the lineup, the designated hitter for the Mud Hens tonight, and he has struck out 3 times in 3 at-bats. He looks like he'll get another chance in this game, so hopefully he can get something going with another chance at the plate. But Carpenter will be a big addition to this team. He hits for power. He has 4 home runs on the season, and the last game he played was on April 27th against the Orioles when he injured that shoulder, Dan.
Fastball up and away.
The team lead for home runs right now is 5. Kerry Carpenter has 4. So getting him back will really help with the power. That's something the Tigers really need.
Yeah, he's been missed. I mean, AJ has mentioned that. I mean, missing his bat means he's probably had to play Andy Ibanez, a right-handed batter, against more righties than he wanted to. Kerry Carpenter, healthy Kerry Carpenter, would have allowed him to avoid that situation and also create some more matchup issues for opposing managers.
Yeah, even though he's not playing so well tonight in Toledo.
Pop foul out of play.
It looks like that he's close to making his return to Detroit. So that's the positive thing to take away from all of this.
Yeah, and Andy, I mean, good to go on a rehab assignment every now and then, right? What typically, if he's been out about a month, I think.
April 27th was his last game, so
That's
yes.
just about exactly a month. What did you always feel if you had to go on a rehab assignment? Did you want 15 at-bats, or sometimes would it be, as soon as you saw it, swinging a foul tip, Frazier strikes out, maybe you saw a few at-bats, you felt like you were ready to go back?
As soon as your body feels good. You know, as soon as you feel like you can go out, compete one day, the next day you can compete again. About 3 days in a row. If you can go about 3 days in a row, then your body's telling you, okay, it's time for action.
And Daniela, he's the DH tonight, I'm assuming?
DH, yep. Second, batting second, he's the designated hitter.
Because he is still, again, with that shoulder strain, the right shoulder, he is still working his way back with the arm and being able to throw.
Yep.
So for him, it's all about, we've seen him out doing sprints. He looks great running. He can run the bases. He can take as many at-bats. But I think this is all going to be about developing the bat.
Yeah, and it's get the at-bats, and then when he can throw, come back the next day, throw again, come back the next day, throw again.
He'll be ready.
He'll be ready.
Swing and a miss. Hanser Alberto, 1 ball, 1 strike. Clint Frazier just struck out. But that's good news. Good news to get Kerry Carpenter back. I'm so intrigued by that bat and what the potential is at the major league level. 30 home runs in the minor leagues last year, 6 in the major leagues, and limited at-bats for the Tigers down the stretch. Swinging a foul out of play. And when a guy makes that kind of improvement because he changed his swing, went to Aaron Judge's hitting guru, Richard Skank, it just kind of intrigues you. The 1-2. Line drive, base hit into left. That's going to score Berger from second base. Hanser Alberto will stop at first. 9-3 Chicago, and man, has there been hard contact tonight.
They are comfortable in the box. I don't know what hitting coach they went to last night, but they are definitely on it today.
Ooh.
It always is interesting. You see guys work with different hitting coaches and even different kind of swing thoughts. Because what you think in your head and what's real might end up being two different things, but whatever you think that gets you to the right place, it's different for each hitter. So as long as you're thinking the right things and it produces the right result, one guy says it one way, one guy says it another, whatever one sticks.
Right. This concept is probably the exact same, but it's how they say it that sticks.
That makes it stick. And then once it sticks, you just want to keep it stuck for a long time. Because sometimes you lose it.
Breaking ball in the dirt.
It's so funny. I can remember just the amount of different things that I would think throughout the course of a season that would kind of get me going again. Where your
You didn't have that one thing that you always went back to?
A few, but, it's like, which one's going to work this time?
Tim Anderson ground ball foul down the third baseline.
You're like, I need to raise my hands higher. And then so your hands feel like they're about 14 feet in the air. You go back, look at film, it looks exactly the same, but it produced a good result. So then you just keep I'm going to keep my hands so high, so high. Ride that until it doesn't work.
The 2-1, swinging a foul back to the screen. Always think about, we talk about that good feeling at the plate with Spencer Torkelson and Riley Green this spring. I always liked how Spencer Torkelson put it. I mean, you're always chasing that feeling, right? That you want to have that feeling that you're seeing the ball well and you're slowing it down. It comes and goes for everybody. Swinging a pop-up. Torkelson on the run, and he just couldn't quite get there, just past his outstretched glove. So talk about that good feeling for hitters, seeing the ball and slowing it down. Everybody comes and goes for everybody, and Spencer Torkelson talking about the best hitters. They just hold it for a little longer and lose it for a little less.
That's it. That's it. They call it being locked in, where you're seeing the ball out of the pitcher's hand. Your timing seems to be on point. And a lot of times, too, you go through stretches where you get better pitches to hit.
The 2-2 to Anderson, swinging a fly ball right field. Vierling on the run, coming in, dives, and he couldn't get it. Just out of his glove as he tumbled on the ground. The ball popped out of his glove. Great effort, and it's been that kind of night for the Tigers. Ball just out of the reach or just in the reach at key moments for White Sox defenders.
Yeah, he's been getting some good jumps on the ball out there and right, and that's one of those tailing, sinking, soft line drives that it feels like I should get there, and it just keeps out of reach. You just want to grab a fishing pole and reel that thing in, but just out of his reach.
Chris Fetter again out to the mound to have a word with his pitcher, who is, it's been a little bit of a struggle tonight.
Yeah, when the opposing batters start getting in a groove as a team, as a whole team, they just start putting on good at bats, and they're putting really good swings on balls. It can get tough. Some days are tougher than others, and the key today was the amount of balls kind of left over the middle of the plate.
Yeah.
You know, that middle portion of the plate. And to their credit, they hit them. Like, they've hit a decent amount of balls hard today, and they still have to make contact, still have to make solid contact, and they put some good swings on the baseball.
A tough day for Tyler Alexander in his second inning of work, swinging a foul. But, I mean, ideally, he works these last 3 innings, right, to save the bullpen. 2 more games to go in this series, 3 more games with a very good Texas team starting on Memorial Day Monday afternoon. Benintendi fouls the pitch out of play, and Tigers really need Tyler to go these last 3 innings. Still only 1 out, a run in, 2 men on. Benintendi swings, pops it up. Shallow left field. Baду coming in. He'll put that in his back pocket for out number 2. Let's check some scores from the 1-800-CALL-SAM Studios scoreboard, brought to you by Meijer, the official grocery retailer of the Detroit Tigers Radio Network. Again, 9-3 our score here. We're in the 8th inning. Texas beating up Baltimore 10-1. I'm telling you, Texas has a lot of strengths. I was not necessarily a believer. A 70-win team last year, and I just didn't know if they had that rotation. The Texas Rangers are rolling right now. That'll be a 32-18 record. They're winning on the road against a Baltimore team that went into that game 33-17. Reese Robert fouls one out of play. 10-1 Texas. Robbie Grossman hit his 6th home run in that game, and they'll be coming in Monday. Again, a day game, a night game, a day game with Texas. 3-game series to end this homestand. Toronto leading Minnesota 3-0. Tigers started the day 2 behind the Twins in the Central. The Toronto win. Obviously, they can just stay 2 games behind. Swing and a miss and a fastball up. No balls and 2 strikes. Tigers 2.5 ahead of the Cleveland Guardians. They're home against St. Louis, and they've got a 4-2 lead in the top of the 7th inning. The Guardians, though, have fallen to 21-28. That's the Tigers' low water mark of the year, if you will. 7 games below 500. The 0-2 swing and another foul out of play. Well back, first base side. San Diego shutting out the Yankees 4-0.
They have catcher's interference.
Oh, wow. I was checking the scoreboard and missed the catcher's interference. It'll be E2. And that loads the bases for Yohan Moncada with a bloop single and an absolutely crushed triple to straightaway center.
That was about the softest catcher's interference you'll see. The cup of the bat hit the lace of Jake's glove.
That was it. Swinging a line drive softly down the right field line. That's trouble, and it's going to bounce just foul. Oh, a little flare. And it just went foul down the right field line.
Yeah, that was going to be some damage there. That ball was about 6 inches, 8 inches foul. Kind of a slicing line drive. Soft line drive out to right field.
So the Yankees, who got shut down by Kyle Gibson and the Orioles yesterday, losing 4-0 at home today. They'd won 5 in a row. Yankees take a 30-22 record into that game tonight. Everybody still in the East with a winning record. Last place Toronto 26-25. Yohan Moncada waiting. The strike 1. Fastball above the strike zone. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Moncada's had a different color of cleats and little arm sleeve every day.
Yeah, they get the yellow. The yellow is it stands out. The 1-1 swing and a miss. Whoa, he took a big cut and fell across home plate.
Yeah, he's got the pocket out. You know, he's trying to let his presence be known. We used to call that a blinker. When you put your back pocket that you keep your batting gloves in, you pull the batting gloves out, and the back pocket, the little insert pops out, and you got a blinker hanging out.
And that's all part of the look, right?
Part of the look, you know.
That is not by accident.
That's the old who is it? Deion Sanders. Look good, feel good, play good.
Yohan Moncada looks good, feels good, and he's playing well tonight. Batting from the right side against the lefty. The 1-2, swinging a soft ground ball, base hit into center field. 2 runs will score. Alberto followed by Tim Anderson, and the White Sox back to an 8-run lead. 11-3 here in the 8th inning.
Sometimes when it's rolling in the wrong direction, it's hard to get that to stop. Little ground ball with eyeballs up through the middle. Hobby was played over to the hole. towards third base and the left of the void.
Rare off night for this Tigers bullpen, which has been so good. 37 games, 140 innings with a 2.70 ERA. Mason Englert followed Joey Wentz. Wentz went the first 4 and gave up 5. Englert gave up 3, and now 3 more here in the 8th inning. High fly ball off the bat of Andrew Vaughn. This one's deep. This one's trouble at the fence. Akil Baddoo makes the catch. He came in a step at the end. Vaughn made a bid for his second home run of the game. 8 men to the plate, 3 runs for the Sox. We head to the bottom of the 8th inning. It's 11-3 Chicago on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
Summer starts here in a new Toyota, the longest-lasting vehicles on the road. Leading the way is the best-selling Toyota Tacoma, with powerful off-road capabilities and the best resale value in its class. Now through May 31st, you can get low 3.99 APR financing on any new 2023 Tacoma with approved credit through TFS. And every new Toyota comes with 2 years no-cost maintenance included. Get complete details at buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Trust is the foundation of any successful partnership, especially when it comes to managing risk and planning for the future. That's why businesses in Michigan turn to Gallagher. With over 95 years of experience, we have the expertise and resources to help businesses of all sizes navigate complex challenges and seize new opportunities. As a proud partner of the Detroit Tigers, we want to do the same for the city of Detroit and all of Michigan. To learn more, visit ajg.com. Gallagher, your trusted insurance broker and HR and benefits consultant.
Summertime's great, but just because the temps are high doesn't mean your energy bill has to be high. Take some simple, low-cost tips from DTE, like changing your air filter every 3 months to make sure your HVAC system isn't wasting energy. Or install and properly set a programmable thermostat to save about $180 a year. You can keep the family cool and keep your energy bill low. For more tips, head to dteenergy.com/saveenergy. DTE.
Hey, baseball fans, Mike Valena here. If you're looking for a great trip to plan, go do something fun, how about Vegas? The D.com, the D Las Vegas. It's your home for Detroit sports in Vegas.
Brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. This copyrighted broadcast presented by authority of the Detroit Tigers may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Detroit Tigers. 11-3 Chicago. Tigers bat in the bottom of the 8th inning. Dan Dickerson along with Andy Dirks joining us for the entire homestand. It's been all Chicago tonight. Tigers shut the Chicago White Sox down. There were only 4 base runners in that game last night for Chicago, and it's been a steady stream of base runners in this game, much like it was for the Tigers last night. 11-3 lead, and Reynaldo Lopez, the enigmatic Reynaldo Lopez, he of the great arm and wildly inconsistent results, takes over on the mound.
Yeah, he can run it up there 99, 100 mile an hour, but where it goes, nobody knows.
Let's pause for station identification. This is the Detroit Tigers Radio Network. Into right field and coming out, Hanser Alberto. That's Gonzalez, Romy Gonzalez, cutting in between. Right fielder now Benintendi and the first baseman Vaughn to make a catch. That's a fine running catch just into the game for Romy Hernandez.
That ball
Gonzalez
will always find you, won't it? When you just come into the game, you're kind of not real loose, come in. But that's the in the outfield in the big leagues. You say, I got it, I got it, I got it 3 times. That's the lingo. And I think he was like, the right fielder, you take it.
That was Frazier coming in right field. It's still Benintendi in left. Maton at the plate. First pitch, breaking ball above the strike zone. Torkelson, first pitch swinging, pops out. Gonzalez now in at second base. Hazley is now in center field for Chicago. The 1-0. Swinging a foul straight back. Big moment in this game. It sounds funny in an 11-3 game, but big moment in this game. Bases loaded, 1 out, first inning. Tigers had quickly fallen behind 3-0. Maton at the plate, and he hit the hardest ball of the night against Lance Lynn. A line drive. Vaughn leaped, backhanded it before it got down the right field line into the corner. Might have cleared the bases. He swings and misses here, 0-2. But he grabbed it. Somehow Javi Baez, with incredible base running, really, got back to the bag. He had taken a step towards second base, reverse course, avoided the tag, and got back. But that really was a big moment. That ball drops. It's a 3-3 game, maybe even a 4-3 Tigers lead, or a 3-3 game, or a 3-2 game.
Yeah, that's one of the beauties of baseball. It's like sometimes they go through, sometimes they don't. It changes the whole course of the game. You can always look back to, man, what if?
The 1-2. Changed up low and outside.
But to give you an idea of this guy's arm, his changeup runs about 90 miles an hour.
We have seen him at his best. At his best, he's unhittable. The 2-2. Whoa. Fastball up and away. And then you see that.
Yeah.
Fastball just takes off. Catcher has no chance. Was off his glove and back to the screen. He was a starter in 2018 and 2019. Wildly inconsistent as a starter. Actually had a pretty good 2018 as a reliever, up and down. He had a good year last year. 2.70 ERA in 65 innings. Maton takes a fastball outside this year, a 6.60 ERA. He's given up 6 home runs. That's been the big problem. 6 home runs in 20 innings of work. Still plenty of swing and miss, but wildly inconsistent.
You think about the precision. When you throw 100 miles an hour, the precision of your release, it keeps narrowing down. The harder you throw, the more precise you have to be with the millimeters of where you let that ball go to make it accurate.
Swing and a miss. Tarek Skubal was talking about that down after the media session today around his locker. He was talking about, I'm still trying to get my glove side slider down and in. It was kind of arm side. It was better, but it's usually the opposite. So I asked him about that, and he said it's, that's just a matter of working on it in the bullpen. Swing and a miss. But he said with your arm speed, just what you said, the difference between having that pitch and not can sometimes just be the release point, literally millimeters.
Yes.
In terms of how your hand maybe turned slightly and or your release, where you release it out in front of your body, whether it's in this arm path or whether it's just slightly pulled so you're not getting it there. I mean, just the littlest things. When your arm is moving that fast and you're throwing that hard, where you release it can absolutely change the whole, obviously, trajectory of the pitch, but make it a pitch that you're feeling comfortable with versus not. And so he says that's the bullpen work that goes on. The 0-2 to Baddoo in the dirt.
Well, you think about what's really amazing is, like, to be a starting pitcher, you need 3 good pitches. So you have 3 different grips, but you need them all the same arm speed and the same release point kind of location. Because if you drop down a little more with the slider, a hitter picks it up.
Everybody knows.
So you want that to come out of the same spot with the same arm speed, but 3 different pitches, 4 different pitches. To get consistent at that takes a lot of work.
1-2, fastball up and away. So interested talking with Tyler Holden, saying that he's got 5 pitches as a reliever and has actually added pitches since he went from starter to relief a couple of years ago. Usually relievers pare down, and he's adding on. And he said the key for him was just changing the grip on all those pitches. Ground ball to short. Tim Anderson underhand flip to second base. And that'll get the lead man, Nick Maton, at second base as Gonzalez made the catch and crossed the bag. 2 outs. Baddoo's safe at first. 2 outs, and that leaves it up to Miguel Cabrera.
You're not going to get Baddoo at first. He can run. I love how he gets out of the box, too.
Not all lefties do, but he gets out of the box.
He hits it, and he is gone.
Cabrera tonight has walked with the bases loaded. Struck out and grounded out. First pitch, fastball foul back to the screen at 98. Gonzalez at second, shades up the middle. Hazley in center is straight up. The outfield doesn't move much. It's interesting watching Chicago go on the road. They don't move much at home, but they don't move much on the road either. Swinging a foul out of play. It's like they're so used to having a small outfield and not moving. usually come in here, and we notice their outfielders really don't move a lot. Tigers are very active with their outfielders.
Yeah, I think you should be moving in the outfield based on what the hitter, who's pitching, who's hitting, for your advantage.
The 0-2, Miguel takes breaking ball low and away.
We were playing Boston one series, and I was playing David Ortiz so deep in left center. He hit a ball that would have hit around the DET sign, like way left center. I mean, and Austin was playing in pole, and literally he hit it, and I ran back and caught it kind of like a routine fly ball, and he looked at me like, what are you doing?
The 1-2 ground ball deflects off of Lopez. He'll grab it on the grass. Underhand flip to Vaughn. That's a good play. Lopez directed Vaughn, stay at first. I've got this. And after the ball caromed toward first, he did indeed have it. Underhand flip. The putout goes 1-3. Cabrera's out to end the 8th inning. We head to the 9th. Tigers down 11-3 after 8 on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Michigan! PointsBet Casino is live and giving away up to $800 of free spins. In addition to slots and video poker, you can get the live casino experience from the comfort of your home with PointsBet's live dealers. When you play with PointsBet Casino, you'll enjoy easy deposits and quick withdrawals. Sign up for the PointsBet Sportsbook app today using code TRIPLE to get free spins up to $800. PointsBet, your move. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117.
Okay, I'm ready to take your questions.
Josh, I hear you just signed with the #1 mortgage lender in America.
That's right. I'm a part of the technology team at UWM. There's a lot of opportunities. Great benefits, too. It's the total package.
Hey, Josh, tell us about the culture at UWM.
Team definitely comes first, and the campus is second to none. I've definitely joined a proven winner.
Any advice you have for anyone looking for a great career?
Yeah, go to uwmcareers.com and be a fan of where you work.
It's baseball season, and you know what that means. It's Faygo time. Nothing beats an ice-cold Faygo. Faygo, the one true pop. Faygo is a proud sponsor of Detroit Tigers Radio.
Ninth inning, 11-3 White Sox. Ninth inning brought to you by Comerica Bank. Only one bank has been committed to Michigan since 1849, Comerica Bank. Tigers go to a position player on the mound here in the ninth inning in the blowout. Zach Short gets the call. Zach McKinstry is the only other position player to pitch for.
There it is.
For the Tigers.
The old Ephus.
Zach Short Zach Short's got a pretty good arm. He just delivered an Ephus pitch. Line drive right field on a second Ephus pitch, and Matt Vierling will reach up and make the catch. Yasmani Grandal. The first one dropped in at 42. The second one crossed home plate 41 miles an hour. That is the slowest pitch I have seen from any position player. But again, these are the instructions. These guys could all throw 78 to 88 probably, right?
Yeah, easy.
And they do not want their position players doing that. Line drive, base hit into left center field. Jake Berger saw the Ephus pitch and popped it into left. So unfortunately, it's a little tricky, right? I mean, sometimes it's slow enough that it's like just below batting practice speed, really, and guys make easy outs. Now at 42, it's almost like slow pitch softball.
Yeah, that's getting a little too slow, maybe.
That's what I was wondering. We've just seen two good swings.
Yeah, that's getting to where you have so much time. But yeah, definitely you don't normally see anything in the 70s and in the 60s.
And it was just really a couple years ago that you would see a position player throw in 68 to 72, something like that. You don't see that anymore. Swinging a pop fly into right center, that's going to drop for a base hit off the bat of Clint Frazier.
You definitely don't want to get a guy hurt. You don't want him to come out and that
is absolutely what it's all about.
Yeah, you don't want him to injure their arm, injure their back, something stupid, just, trying to get through an inning and save some bullpen pitchers.
You say, well, if how can they get hurt just throwing? That's what they do every day. But no, as Max Scherzer put it, ground ball to third base, scooped up by McKinstry, down to second, one, relay to first. There was no chance at a double play on Hanser Alberto. But as Max said when he was here, we were talking about career longevity and how you stay healthy into your late 30s, and he talked about, I think you have to be the best athlete possible because pitching down a slope is stressful.
Yeah.
On all parts of your body. You
Yeah,
don't
that
think
makes
of
sense.
You think, well, the pitching down a slope, that's fun. No, it's stressful.
Well, if you ever watch a slow motion, like the super slow-mo, the way the arm bends.
Ephus pitch low.
The way that, just the contours of the body. It's not a natural movement, right? So you have to train to be able to do that movement repeatedly.
Yeah, it's different. It's, again, more stressful, called strike on the Ephus pitch, than if you were just throwing flat ground. The 1-1. Ephus pitch goes off the glove of Jake Rogers. I don't know if you're Ellen Porter, you're like, this is, I did not sign up to call slow pitch softball, and that's what this is exactly like. I mean, this is a lob from the mound to the plate. 2-1, swinging line drive down the left field line. That's going to be extra bases, or at least a long single for Tim Anderson. Into score comes Berger, because stopping at second is Hanser Alberto.
Yeah, I remember the story. Jose Canseco in '93 pitched in a 15-1 game for the Rangers, and he had to get Tommy John. Hurt his arm. Had to get Tommy John, missed the rest of the season.
I just remember the ball going off his head and over the fence.
Yeah, he's kind of known for that one, isn't he?
I thought I saw the other day somebody posted it's the X-anniversary of that play. I didn't watch the video, but
that might be the most
it's an all-time classic.
Most played blooper of all time.
It may be.
That and the guy running through the wall.
Andrew Benintendi takes a strike, a 46-mile-an-hour strike on the outside corner. I like how the scoreboard is trying to categorize these pitches. Ground ball up the middle, diving stop by Maton. He'll flip to second for the force on Tim Anderson. That's a good play by Nick Maton at shortstop. White Sox add another run. We'll go to the bottom of the ninth inning. It's 12-3. White Sox on top. This is the home of Detroit Tigers baseball.
Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are changing the game with their impressive family of SUVs, like the attention-getting Chevy Blazer. Blazer is the midsize SUV you've been looking for. Its bold design and athletic stance will turn heads wherever you go, and its roomy interior offers seating for up to 5 passengers with plenty of space for cargo. Chevy Blazer. It's the SUV that has it all. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
When it comes to Coney Island restaurants, why not make it National Coney Island? They are a locally owned and operated company that's been in business in the Detroit area since 1965. We can talk about their award-winning Coney dogs and chili sauce, or even their trademark honey sandwich. But if you've been there before, you know they have a wide variety of burgers, sandwiches, salads, and of course, breakfast. It's good value, but most importantly, it's all made fresh to order. And they pride themselves on fast and friendly service. Stop in to your local National Coney Island today.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle. Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Northville Lumber is Michigan's Trex decking leader in the official lumber yard of the Detroit Tigers radio network. NorthvilleLumber.com.
Today's game brought to you in part by Corwell Health, a made in Michigan company, the new name for Beaumont, and Spectrum Health. Hardest working players brought to you by Carhartt, proud to support Detroit Tigers baseball and all the hardworking people who make it possible. Carhartt. I've got to give this to Zach Short, don't you think? Hardest working player?
Oh, absolutely. 42-mile-an-hour gravity balls.
It's the best execution of an Ephus pitch I have seen in a long, long time.
I don't think you can just, because you never throw a ball like that, ever.
Ever.
I've never.
Zach Short has a great arm, and the last thing he probably wants to do, but he had to have worked on that, right?
I think he's just probably a good enough athlete. Like, that's about how hard I would throw it to my 3-year-old. Maybe a little harder.
You got to toughen him up young, right?
Yeah, throw it up and in on him.
Matt Vierling at the plate. He takes ball one. Now a line drive foul down the third base line. 12-3 Chicago. It's been really all Chicago all night when they scored 3 runs in the first inning.
Yeah, there was a few points in the game that, like you said, could have made the outcome a little different, but
fly ball to center. Jimmy Lambert is the new pitcher, right to Hazley in center field on an 0-2. Matt Vierling lines out to center field for first out here in the ninth inning. 12-3 Sox on top. That brings up Jake Rogers. McKinstry waiting on deck. A couple of afternoon games coming up. Check the scores one more time from the 1-800-CALL-SAM Studio scoreboard, brought to you by Meijer, the official grocery retailer of the Detroit Tigers radio network. Again, 12-3 our score here at Texas. Still 10-1 over Baltimore in the 8th inning. Minnesota at home losing to Toronto 3-0. That game is in the 5th inning. Bo Bichette is having a great year. He hit his 10th home run in that game. Tampa Bay beating the Dodgers 9-3. That game's in the 8th inning in St. Petersburg. So Tampa loses 20-1 in their first game against Toronto. Now they're about to win their 3rd straight. Didn't really seem to affect Tampa a whole lot. 2-0 the count on Jake Rogers. Now a line drive backhanded with a sliding stop by Tim Anderson. Throws from his knees to first to get Jake Rogers. What a play by Tim Anderson. Sliding stop, backhanding an in-between hop, and then getting that much on that throw. Tremendous.
that was not an Ephus to first. I mean, what a play. Backhand, quick reaction, short hop, turns from his knees. And he probably threw that about 84 to 88 miles an hour from his knees.
Wow. That's a play. Zach McKinstry takes first pitch. Strike on the outside corner. So afternoon games the next 2 days. Michael Lorenzen for the Tigers tomorrow. Still TBA for the White Sox. Eduardo Rodriguez against Dylan Cease in the matchup on Sunday. Curveball from Jimmy Lambert hangs up just a little bit.
Yeah, people say, why is it hard to hit in the big leagues? Well, I just squared up a 95 mile an hour fastball. And then I got a guy out here who's doing that.
Another game where McKinstry's been on a lot. 4 times yesterday, 3 times today. Fastball away at 92 from Jimmy Lambert. And a tough go for him. You can see, I mean, this White Sox bullpen, as we said going in, is ranks low. They get a lot of guys with high ERAs. Fastball away. Kendall Graveman, Gregory Santos leading the bullpen, but Lopez 6.60 ERA, Lambert 5.60, Aaron Bummer 8.40. Kenyon Middleton has been terrific. The 3-1. Fastball low, and that's about the last thing you want to see as a manager in a 12-3 game. But how about Zach McKinstry? My goodness.
He's really embraced that leadoff role, hasn't he? Getting bad, good bat to ball skills, good contact skills, hits a lot of line drives, sees a lot of pitches. And I mean, that's exactly what you want out of a guy in the leadoff spot.
And I think he's the embodiment of what A.J. Hinch talks about all the time. Not up there to draw walks. And he doesn't go up there with predetermined swings either.
Yeah.
Premeditated swings. He's ready to hit, but he's going to be selective. But he'll hit that first pitch sometimes. And like you said, he'll see a lot of pitches in other at-bats. So he's not just up there to draw a walk. When they're in the strike zone, he attacks. That's exactly what he wants his hitters to do. Talk about A.J. Hinch and the whole difference between being patient, which can lead to passive, and being selective and attacking pitches you know you can do damage on. 1-2 the count on Riley Green as he fouls a fastball out of play.
There's definitely a comfort factor for a player when you know your role and you don't have to go outside of yourself to achieve that role. Because I know a lot of guys kind of try to do that and it doesn't work well.
Riley Green hits a fly ball center field. This one's deep but playable. Hazley gets around it, makes the catch. And the White Sox even up this series at a game apiece. 3 runs in the first inning for Chicago, and then they just kept adding on all night long. Our Final score at Comerica Park. Chicago White Sox 12 and the Detroit Tigers 3.
Is it too early to start planning for our kids' inheritance? At Comerica Bank, we don't think so. But we're not talking about 401ks or trust funds or estate plans. This is about the greatest gift we can possibly pass on, a healthy planet. That's why Comerica actively invests over $1 billion in green businesses and environmentally beneficial projects every year. Because this inheritance is too important to waste. Comerica Bank, member FDIC, equal opportunity lender.
It's easy to talk about diversity
and equity
and inclusion.
They're just words.
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 It's not as easy to live up to them.
At Comerica Bank,
these words don't describe what we tried to do.
They define what we do.
And who we are. This is why 52% of all Comerica managers are women.
And why 31% of all Comerica senior leaders are racial minorities.
Because actions always speak louder than words. Comerica Bank, member FDIC.
Stories. We love to hear them. We love to tell them. Even more, we love to be in the moment our stories are born. Like the trips we take. To the forest. To the campground ball field where your little girl got her first base hit. Little moments like these create stories that last a lifetime. So here's to the next trip. Here's to the next story. General RV. Come home with a story.
At Corewell Health, every leap forward starts with the same question. Can we? Can we use genetics to fight cancers? As in plural? As in all of them? Can we save a person's heart from 500 miles away using robots? Can we combine psychology, biology, and all the ologies to heal the whole person? We can. Corewell Health. Visit corewellhealth.org and discover what we can do together.
This has been a presentation of Odyssey Sports. For even more coverage of your team, download the free Odyssey app and listen to your favorite stations, shows, and podcasts.
Detroit Tigers postgame from the Metro Detroit Buick GMC Dealers broadcast booth. Here's Dan Dickerson.
With Andy Dirks. Comerica Park crowd sticking around for Friday night fireworks. Every Friday night in Comerica Park. Player of the game is brought to you by McDonald's. Opt into McDonald's rewards in the app for a buy one, get one 6-piece McNuggets, and the Tigers strike out 6 during all home games. Really, I think Zach McKinstry certainly for the Tigers because he got on base again 4 times, 3 more walks today, 3 walks yesterday. He's an on-base machine right now. But really, player of this game is Lance Lynn. After the first 2 innings where he threw 56 pitches, he knew the White Sox needed innings from him today. He found out a way to cruise through the 3rd, 4th, and 5th innings and give his team 6 tonight.
Yeah, the veteran pitchers know how to rebound after some rough innings to start with, but he didn't give up damage. You know, the Tigers had some good swings, could have broke the game open a little bit. Defense made some plays behind him, and then he cruised kind of that 3rd, 4th, 5th, and he was the whole night, you know, he was in the zone or right out of the zone, just hitting the corners, nibbling, working the cutter, back door. He really settled in and pitched a good game.
Tigers lose by the final score of 12-3. Our stat of the game is brought to you by McLaren Healthcare, the official healthcare system of the Detroit Tigers. Kind of got to be about the White Sox offense because the night after the White Sox had just 4 base runners and scored 2 runs, the Tigers no walks and 13 strikeouts in the 7-2 win yesterday. Just 3 walks, 5 strikeouts, but that wasn't the story. 17 hits and a lot of good swings for the White Sox. And what you worry about, Andy, this was not a great Sox offense coming in that you kind of woke up their bats tonight.
Yeah, they banged the ball all around the ballpark. I mean, they were going the other way. They hit it up the middle. They pulled it. They hit homers. And you don't want to get a team in a groove, you know, after they've been struggling a little bit. And one of the issues is we got to get back to quality strikes and get them to chase. If they're in chase mode and we get ahead early and get them to chase some pitches, it's a whole different team. If you fall behind in the count or you leave pitches over the middle of the plate, they're going to do some damage.
Well, talk about Joey Wentz's line real quick, Andy, because, I mean, this is now 3 starts where he's tossed 8 2/3 innings and given up 14 runs on 22 hits. Obviously, that's a lot of damage. But I did want to just go back to your point about some of the things you think about in terms of if he's going to stay in this rotation. And right now there are no obvious replacements at Toledo. That's kind of the first thing. They still believe in this guy in terms of the stuff. What can he do in his next start if he stays in this rotation to turn this around?
Well, I know he's trying to make adjustments because anytime you're struggling, you're making adjustments. You're trying to change things. But for me, the two off-speed pitches that he primarily goes to, the little cutter or the little cut slider and his changeup are too close in velocity. One's 84, one's 86. He's going to have to – I think he needs to work that curveball more. Use the curveball to set up the fastball.
Tigers lose by the final of 12-3. Big hit of the game brought to you by Little Caesars, the home of hot and ready pizzas and more. Take your pick. 17-hit attack for the White Sox. 3 runs in the first, and they just kept adding on all game long. Tigers lose by the final of 12-3. Stay with us. More postgame after this on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
Hi, Tigers fans. It's Dan Dickerson. In baseball, if we can count on one thing, it's that through the course of a 162-game schedule, we'll experience our share of ups and downs. When it comes to our health, Michiganders can count on Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan and Blue Care Network being right by our side, always ready to help the people and communities of Michigan like they have for 84 years. Blue Cross has always offered the largest network of doctors and hospitals. Today, they're offering even more access to care through virtual visits for both physical and mental health and coverage at urgent care centers. They have nurses available around the clock, and members have secure access to their most critical information 24/7 through the BCBSM mobile app. Blue Cross knows that in today's times, you want and deserve health care whenever and wherever you need it. They're ready to help bring you that peace of mind. Find out more about how Blue Cross can help you online at bcbsm.com.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein. 1-800-CALL-SAM is always a free call. And your fast, confidential consultation is always free too. And for over 50 years, our no-fee guarantee means you don't pay us a fee unless we win your case. If you're hurt in an accident, get the Bernstein advantage. Call 1-800-CALL-SAM. What do you have to lose? It's free.
1-800-CALL-SAM.
Hey, baseball fans, Mike Valena here. On your next trip to Vegas, you got to go to the D Las Vegas. You're going to feel right at home because the D, it's all about you. It's all about Detroit. It's not on the Strip. It's in downtown Vegas. The odds are better. The party's bigger. And the D has got things you won't find here, like a world-class sports book, the Long Bar. It's simply the best place to settle in and watch a game. Have a great dinner at Joe Vaccari's Andiamo Italian Steakhouse. And if you're looking for the best bang for your buck, leave the Strip behind and hit the D Las Vegas, the home for Detroit sports in Vegas.
Defensive play of the game brought to you by Varsity Lincoln. It's at Varsity Lincoln of Novi today. Yasmani Grandal up. The game was a bit of a blowout at this point. Tyler Alexander on the mound, 7th inning. Yasmani Grandal hit a ball to left field that was absolutely crushed on a line. I didn't think Akil Baddoo had a chance, and he went backhanded and made one of the finest catches of the year. Akil Baddoo is playing a very good left field right now.
Yeah, he can run, and he's also getting good jumps. You know, it's one thing to be fast in the outfield. It's another thing to anticipate, get good reads on the ball, and then have that closing speed. And he excels in closing speed because that ball was no doubt about a double. Would have hit the wall, and he reached up and made an amazing play.
RBI leaderboard brought to you by Bill Brown Ford. Visit BillBrownFord.com for your next Ford vehicle. RBIs for the Tigers in this game. Akil Baddoo, an infield hit, scored a run. Miguel Cabrera, bases loaded walk, also had an RBI, and the other run scored on a double play ball, so only 2 RBIs in this game. Vaughn had a big game for Chicago, RBI double and a 2-run home run, and just missed hitting a 3-run home run in his last at-bat. That would have made it a 6 RBI night, but everybody contributed 3 RBIs for Moncada as well. Tigers lose by the final score of 12-3. Game recap coming up next. Stay with us on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
At Corewell Health, every leap forward starts with the same question. Can we? Can we use genetics to fight cancers? As in plural, as in all of them? Can we save a person's heart from 500 miles away using robots? Can we combine psychology, biology, and all the ologies to heal the whole person? We can. Corewell Health. Visit corewellhealth.org and discover what we can do together.
Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are changing the game with their impressive family of SUVs, like the popular Chevy Equinox. Equinox is the perfect compact SUV. Its sporty style is versatile and spacious. Its safety features surround you with security. And with technology like an available built-in Wi-Fi hotspot, Chevy Equinox keeps you connected wherever you go. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
How do we know you'll love pretzel crust pizza? Because anytime we walk out the door at Little Caesars, this happens. With creamy cheddar cheese sauce, pepperoni, and a soft salted crust, pretzel crust is a real crowd pleaser. So yeah, we think you'll love pretzel crust from Little Caesars too.
Hey, does anyone know where my car is parked?
Available at participating locations.
Pizza, pizza.
Brian Chapman back in the 1-800-CALL-SAM Studios. Today's game recap is brought to you by the Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. Visit a showroom today for exceptional offers. Tigers and White Sox, second game of a 4-game set between the two teams. Joey Wentz, Lance Lynn, the starters. And here's the game recap brought to you by your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. In the first, Tim Anderson hit a leadoff single and moved to second on a walk by Andrew Benintendi. Then with 2 outs, Andrew Vaughn drove in Anderson on a double. Then Yasmani Grandal made a bad situation even worse for the Tigers, hitting a 2-run single. In the bottom of the inning, the Tigers responded quickly for the Zach McKinstry leadoff walk, a Riley Green double, and Javier Baez reached on a fielder's choice to load the bases with nobody out, and Akil Baddoo infield single drove in 1 run, but that was it. 3-1 White Sox after the first. In the second, Anderson worked a 2-out walk and came in to score 1 batter later on a triple by Benintendi. 4-1 White Sox after the second. In the fourth, the struggles for Joey Wentz continued. A leadoff triple for Clint Frazier. He scored 1 batter later on a run-scoring ground out by Hunter Alberto. 5-1 White Sox after the fourth. In the fifth, Mason Englert on the mound for the Tigers, but the White Sox teed off on him too. Luis Robert became the 4th leadoff hitter in 5 innings to reach base. He did so with a base on balls. 1 batter later, he scored on a triple by Yoan Moncada. Then Andrew Vaughn put the game out of reach.
Yoan Moncada batting lefty against the righty. Swings and hits a fly ball deep. Center field on the run. Green, he won't get it. Veerling's there as well. Robert will be waved around third. He'll score. Moncada on the way to third, and there will be no throw. Another triple and another run for the Chicago White Sox. Swinging a line drive left field. This one's deep. Baddoo going back, looking up, and that ball is gone. A home run. Andrew Vaughn on a line. Smokes it to left field. 2-run shot. And the White Sox have broken this game wide open.
8-1 White Sox after the fifth. In the sixth, the Tigers clawed back a bit. Spencer Torkelson was hit by a pitch to start the inning. Nick Maton reached on a fielder's choice. Torkelson was safe at second thanks to an error on the play. Then Baddoo walked to load the bases for Miguel Cabrera, and as he's done throughout his career, Miggy got the RBI on a walk. Matt Veerling drove in another run on a double play ball. 8-3 Tigers after the sixth. In the eighth, more White Sox. Jake Berger hit a leadoff double. 2 batters later, Alberto singled him in. Alberto moved to second on a single, and then the White Sox loaded the bases when Robert was given first base on a catcher's interference call. That allowed Yoan Moncada to push the White Sox into double digits. He did so on a 2-run single, 11-3 White Sox after the 8th. In the 9th, Zach Short on the mound for the Tigers. Berger hit a 1-out single, moved to second on a single by Frazier, and to third on a fielder's choice. Anderson drove Berger in on a 2-out single, and that was it for the scoring in this game. Final score, White Sox 12, Tigers 3. Lance Lynn with the win, Joey Wentz with the loss. The loss moves the Tigers to 23-26 on the season. For those listening in and around Detroit, we'll talk Tigers baseball coming up in 11 minutes right here on the flagship in Detroit. A reminder that coming up next, we'll go around Major League Baseball with the out-of-town scoreboard. Once again, your final score, White Sox 12, Tigers 3. This is your home for Detroit Tigers baseball.
GMC continues its commitment to professional-grade engineering in the GMC Truck Series, like offering the world's first available 6-function multi-pro tailgate on Sierra. Try the GMC Canyon with powerful and innovative features, or get behind the wheel of the GMC Sierra Heavy Duty with an available Allison 10-speed transmission. We are professional-grade GMC. Well-qualified GM employee program participants with a current eligible GMC lease can get a 24-month ultra-low mileage lease for $339 per month with $32.19 due at signing on a 2023 Sierra Light Duty Elevation Crew Cab 4x4 with a 2.7-liter engine. See your Metro Detroit GMC dealer. Must be a current lessee of a 2018 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. Tax, title, license, dealer fees extra. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles. At participating dealers only. Visit GMCOfferInfo.com for details.
Hey, baseball fans, Mike Valena here. On your next trip to Vegas, you got to go to the D Las Vegas. You're going to feel right at home because the D, it's all about you. It's all about Detroit. It's not on the Strip. It's in downtown Vegas. The odds are better. The party's bigger. And the D has got things you won't find here, like a world-class sports book, the Long Bar. It's simply the best place to settle in and watch a game. Have a great dinner at Joe Vaccari's Andiamo Italian Steakhouse. And if you're looking for the best bang for your buck, leave the Strip behind and hit the D Las Vegas, the home for Detroit sports in Vegas.
Stories. We love to hear them. We love to tell them. Even more, we love to be in the moment our stories are born. Like the trips we take. To the forest. To the campground ball field where your little girl got her first base hit. Little moments like these create stories that last a lifetime. So here's to the next trip. Here's to the next story. General RV. Come home with a story.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein. When people contact us, they always ask, is this call and consultation really free? The answer has always been yes, it's free. For over 50 years, it's always been free. A free call, a free consultation, and we don't get paid unless we win your case. That's our no-fee guarantee. Get a free consultation at 1-800-CALL-SAM or callsam.com. It's always free.
1-800-CALL-SAM.
Cancer is a beginning. It's a belief we share as we guide you on your path to give you your best chance forward. Carmana's Cancer Institute, your best chance.
It's time to take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard from the 1-800-CALL-SAM studios, brought to you by Meijer, the official grocery retailer of the Detroit Tigers radio network. First, let's take a look at some of the games going on right now. Joe Musgrove got his groove back for the Padres tonight. He went 6 1/3 innings for San Diego, giving up just 1 run. Juan Soto's 10th home run of the season gave the Padres their first and second runs of the game. Fernando Tatis's 8th home run of the season gave the Padres their third and fourth runs of the game. They lead the Yankees 4-1 in the 8th inning. The Rangers are beating the snot out of the Orioles tonight. They lead 12-2 in Baltimore in the 9th. Corey Seager hit a grand slam. Robbie Grossman and Leody Taveras each hit 2-run homers for Texas. Shane Bieber did his thing for the struggling Guardians through 6 2/3 innings, giving up just 2 runs. Guardians with a 4-3 lead over the Cardinals in the 8th, thanks to Bieber's pitching and a 3-run double by Ahmed Rosario. Nice day for Nick Castellanos. He has a 2-run triple and a run scored for the Phillies. They lead the Braves 6-3 in the 7th inning. Mitch Haniger has a 2-run homer and a 2-run double for the Giants. They lead the Brewers 10-1 in the 5th inning in Milwaukee. Freddie Peralta gave up 9 earned runs and 8 hits in just 2 1/3 innings pitched. Kevin Kiermaier and Bo Bichette are helping out the Tigers. They have homers for the Blue Jays and lead the Twins 3-0 in the 3rd inning. Lane Thomas hit a leadoff homer for the Nationals in the 1st inning. The Royals responded with 2 in the 4th. KC leads Washington 2-1 in the 6th inning. And the middling Mets got a 2-run shot from Francisco Lindor in the 1st inning. They lead the Rockies in Colorado 2-1 in the 3rd inning. And now for a look at some of the finals. In a Memorial Day weekend matinee, the Reds spoil the Cubs party in a big way with a 9-0 win. Hunter Green struck out 11 in 6 innings. Matt McClain, Spencer Steer, Tyler Stevenson, and Stuart Fairchild all had 3-hit games for Cincy. In a potential World Series preview, it was a big day for the Rays in a 9-3 win over the Dodgers. Yandy Diaz hit a homer, 2 doubles, and drove in 2 runs. Another rough day for Noah Syndergaard. He lasted 6 innings but gave up 6 runs on 8 hits and a walk. And then, of course, just getting underway, Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout will each look to hit their 13th homers of the season and win their 5th game in a row as the Angels host the Marlins, that game in the 1st inning. Chris Sale of the Red Sox has a 5.01 ERA. Brandon Pfaadt of the Diamondbacks has an ERA of 7.65. Each will look to improve on those numbers in Arizona tonight. That game just underway. The 10-42 Las Vegas Athletics of Oakland will try to end their 8-game losing streak against the defending World Series champion Astros. That game just underway. The A's are putting their hopes in James Caprillion with his 8.68 ERA and 1.86 whip. And at 10-10, a couple of pitchers with sub-3 ERAs will battle in Seattle as Mitch Keller's Pirates visit George Kirby's Mariners. And that's your Meyer scoreboard. Coming up next, coming up right now. No, coming up next, we'll send it back out to Nationals Park to Comerica Park for the next game preview. This is your home for Detroit Tigers baseball.
Hi, Matt Garkle here with Bill Brown Ford in Livonia. With our winning team at Bill Brown Ford, we'll hit it out of the park for you every time. You'll never strike out at our dealership when shopping for your next vehicle. With our True View inventory at BillBrownFord.com, what you see online is what we have on the lot right now. Save your valuable time and check out our Bill Brown Ford's True View inventory at BillBrownFord.com today. That's BillBrownFord.com. Just one more reason you'll do better at Bill Brown Ford.
At Rocket, we know buying a home is exciting and a bit overwhelming. Ready to buy a home but stressed about writing those big checks? Rocket can help you save. When you buy with Rocket Homes and finance with Rocket Mortgage, you can get up to $10,000 cash toward closing from Rocket Mortgage. It's a pretty big deal, and one you can get only with Rocket. Visit onlywithrocket.com to get started today.
For purchase transactions only, must log rate between 331 and 831. Call 8337 Rocket for conditions and restrictions. Equal housing lender licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Uncover up to $100,000 of riches in the Pyramid of Cash. Fridays and Saturdays in May, walk like an Egyptian into Saganing Eagles Landing for drawings 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. Lucky players every hour get the chance to climb to the top of the pyramid and win up to $100 grand. It's Pyramid of Cash, only at Saganing Eagles Landing Casino and Hotel. Real fun, real friendly. Visit saganing-eagleslanding.com for complete rules and details.
Not many people are prepared for the journey that you must embrace.
Hearing the diagnosis is hard.
You must understand that it is not over, and you are not done yet.
We hope you find a path forward, filled with new perspective, unknown strength, and unexpected opportunities.
Cancer is just the beginning.
That's the belief we share to give you your best chance. Carmanis, part of McLaren Healthcare.
Well, we look ahead to Game 3 of this 4-game weekend series. Tigers and Chicago White Sox. A couple of afternoon games coming up. Michael Lorenzen on the mound for the Tigers tomorrow afternoon. Still TBA for the Chicago White Sox as the Tigers try to make it 2 out of 3 to start the weekend series. Michael Lorenzen has made 3 really good starts in his last 4, and there's actually something to like about his last start as well. 1:10 first pitch. We're on the air at 12:45. It's going to wrap things up from here at the ballpark. Our thanks to our engineers tonight. Jenny Hornatsky with us here at the ballpark. Sean Thomas back in our studios in Southfield. For my partner, Andy Dirks, I'm Dan Dickerson. Again, the final score, Tigers lose to the Chicago White Sox. They even up the series at a game apiece with a 12-3 win. Thanks for listening. Have a great night, everyone.
Detroit Tigers baseball. Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, Corewell Health, The D Las Vegas, General RV, Meyer, PointsBet Sportsbook, Comerica Bank, DraftKings Sportsbook, UWM, Little Caesars Pizza, and Rocket Mortgage. Brought to you locally by Jack Demmer Ford, Northville Lumber, Jack Demmer Lincoln, McLaren Healthcare, your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers, and your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. This is the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
Yeah, that was kind of a circus of a game, and I guess a circus of a start to the show. As I throw my producer under the bus. But you know what? It might as well, because the Tigers threw their fans under the bus today. It was a bad start to Memorial Day weekend, another bad game with the Tigers 2 games below 500. What happens when the Tigers get to 2 games below 500? They lose. Death, taxes, Tigers get to 2 games below 500 and lose. I believe the only exception to that this year was when they were 1-3 after having beaten the Astros in Game 4 of the year and won to get to 2-3. And other than that, every time they've been to 2 games below 500, they lost. And today it was early. It was over early. It was over quickly. They were non-competitive once again. And a lot of Tigers fans are sitting there thinking, well, you know, what is this team? What are we supposed to think about this team? And 248-539-9797 is the phone number for calls and ticket text. I know that a lot of fans were not able to watch the game because it was on stupid Apple TV. That said, if there was a game that you would want to be on stupid Apple TV, it would be this game because, well, it's not a game that probably brought you a lot of smiles. They got crushed 12-3. That said, I know that there are people that listen to the game like I did on 97.1 The Ticket. I don't have Apple TV just for the 3-4 games that they have for the Tigers each year. I also know that there are a lot of fans leaving Comerica Park with a frown on their face because they were hoping to get to 1 game below 500 finally for just the second time this year. Or I guess the third time because they were 0-1 to start the year. And of course, we know that Chicago's not too far away. It's only 4 hours west of here. I know that there's people that are coming to town for the weekend to see their White Sox play and perhaps coming to town for the weekend to visit some friends and family and figured, hey, why not go see our White Sox play the Tigers while we're here? All of you guys are welcome. Definitely want to open up the phone lines for you guys, but in particular, Tigers fans, look, a lot of us were looking forward to this 10-game stretch against bad teams to find out who the Tigers really were. Why? They started out the season 2-9, and Javier Baez got benched. They looked like they might be competing with the Oakland A's for the worst team in baseball at that point. Then when Baez got benched, they responded, and they started closing in on 500 baseball and all that stuff. So fans in early May said, oh, wow, look at those bottom feeders that we get to face once we're done with all these AL East teams that are mean, nasty bullies and beating us up. When we play the Nationals and the Royals and the White Sox, we'll finally be picking on some teams our own size. And if we can beat them into submission, we can really have a chance to do something in this weak division. That's what fans were thinking. But at the same time, if you're thinking that this is a stretch of 10 games that defines your season against these sorry teams, if you don't play exceptionally well, you have to stick with it and say, well, this is another way to define us. Well, through 8 games of this 10-game stretch, they have not beaten their opponents, Washington, Kansas City, and Chicago collectively into submission. For those hoping they would rip off a 7-3 stretch, they lost 2 out of the 3 to the Nationals. They beat the Royals 2-1, and they split with the White Sox. So in these first 8 games of this 10-game stretch, they're 4-4. The Tigers are playing objectively bad teams, and they are 4-4 against them. That means pretty much regardless of whether they win the next 2, or they lose the next 2, or they split the next 2 against the White Sox, what the Tigers are showing us is who they are, if we assumed that this stretch would show us who they are, and they're a 500 baseball team. Not a 500 baseball team against great teams, not a 500 baseball team against 500 teams. They're a 500 team against fellow bad teams. When you're playing even baseball against a collection of teams that are similar in record, although the Royals' record is definitely worse than the other 2 teams, but when you're playing 500 baseball against these teams that are well below 500, that suggests that you are fitting in with the group quite well. You belong with those other losers. The Tigers are not atrocious like the A's, because if they were in these first 8 games, they'd be something like 1-7 or 2-6. The Tigers are not head, shoulders, and waist above these other teams, because if that was the case, they'd be 6-2 or 7-1. The Tigers are right there with the Nationals and the Royals and the White Sox. They're eye to eye with all of them. A run-of-the-mill bad team. Not an all-time horrific team like the 03 Tigers or the 2023 A's, but they're just a run-of-the-mill average bad team. Not an average team, but if you look at all bad teams, they're right there in the middle. 248-539-9797 is the phone number for calls and ticket texts. Is this the way you see the Tigers too? Is this the way that you see them, as just a bad team? This stretch is showing that that's all they are, is just a bad team. Or are you a little bit more optimistic? Are you saying no big deal because, I don't know if you've seen, Chappie, but the Twins are losing 3-0 to the Royals, or to the Blue Jays. So as long as the Twins are losing, the Tigers look like a fairly good team, because they might just be 2 games back by the end of the night still. 248-539-9797 is the phone number. I'll get to some of your calls and your ticket text coming up next. But once again, this is supposed to be an early defining stretch for this Tigers team. 10 games in a row against teams with losing records, teams well below 500. And so far through 8 games, they're 4-4. Tonight, they got destroyed by the Chicago White Sox 12-3. And it says to me that the Tigers belong right there in the pack with other bad teams. They're not standing out amongst the other bad teams like the A's, but they're just another run-of-the-mill bad team. Tell me if I'm looking at this the right way or if I'm perhaps being too much of a slappy or a hater. Get to some of your feedback coming up next. I am Brian Chapman, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, 10 o'clock hour, Memorial Day weekend. A lot of people have already gone up north. A lot of people are in town to visit family and friends. The White Sox are in town, and they lost to the Tigers yesterday. and they beat up on the Tigers tonight. And, of course, you got a lot of people coming in from all across the country and all across the world to go to movement and to the after party so they can dance to techno music and do all sorts of illegal drugs and not have to worry about getting busted by the cops for possession of drugs. What a weekend for those people. Anyway, Tigers, a couple of weeks ago, I brought up the question, are they ever going to get to 500 at any point this season? And I pointed to this 10-game stretch that a lot of folks pointed to, and I said, if they're going to do so, it's going to happen during this stretch. Well, now it's impossible for it to happen during that stretch because they got to 2 games below 500 after yesterday's win, got blown out today. They're back to 3 games below 500. And I think what this shows, with them being 4-4 with 2 games to go in this stretch, is that they're right there with the other bad teams in baseball. We were hoping for progress. We didn't necessarily think there was going to be progress, and this is what they are. And you look at what happened in today's game. Riley Green, an uncharacteristic mistake by diving for that ball. I think it was in the second inning that ended up being a triple. It happened with 2 outs and a man on. That's an opportunity for you to just let the ball drop in, have probably runners on the corners, and live to see another pitch, live to see another batter. Instead, uncharacteristic error by him. Additionally, we know the Tigers' offense is the second worst in baseball. Only the Cleveland Guardians have scored fewer runs than the Tigers, but it's pretty much as bad as it was last year. And so what did the Tigers get in today's game? They had 3 whole runs. That's it. 3 runs. And their first run came in the first inning, bases loaded, nobody out, Akil Baddoo, RBI infield single. Talk about juggernaut offense. And guess what? Even worse than that, they didn't score for the rest of the inning. Miguel Cabrera, a lot of folks have been ripping him. Said he can't come through in the clutch. They need to just cut him. And look, I'm not going to sit here and disagree with that. But one thing you could always count on throughout the years, when the Tigers need a big RBI, put Miguel Cabrera at the plate with runners in scoring position. And what happened in today's game in the 6th inning? Bases loaded, Miggy at the plate, and he drove in a run on a walk. And then the Tigers weren't done scoring in that inning because Miggy came to the plate with nobody on and 2 outs, bases loaded and nobody out to get the RBI. Matt Vierling stepped up to the plate behind him and drove in a run on a double play ball, meaning he didn't even get an RBI. This Tigers offense is just as bad as it was last year when they score 3 runs, it's on an infield single, it's on a bases loaded walk, and it's on a double play ball. Meanwhile, you got the White Sox pounding out home runs. You got the White Sox that ended the game with 17 hits, the Tigers with 3 hits. And let's also not forget the starting pitching. I saw a ticket text that said, enough with Wentz, he sucks, move on. There's 3 sentences there. I can really only agree with one of them. Enough with Wentz already and move on, I can't agree with. He sucks, I can, because you just look at the numbers with Joey Wentz, and it's clear. I mean, he's got a 7.80 ERA. That's inappropriate for a major leaguer. The problem is, well, who's going to be the replacement? And I was looking during the game and saying, well, who could the Tigers drive up I-75 to morph from a filthy chicken to a tiger? And unfortunately, there's nothing. There's nothing. If you look at every single starter on the Toledo Mud Hens roster who's had at least 3 starts and who is not named Alex Faedo because Faedo's already with the Tigers, every single one of them has an ERA over 4.5. They got guys with ERAs over 6 and 7. I mean, Brennan Hanifree has started 10 games, 4.74 ERA. You going to bring up him to replace Wentz? Reese Olson, 10 starts, 6.38 ERA. Is he the filthy chicken to replace Wentz? Ashton Godot, 8 starts, 9 games total, 6.42 ERA. You going to bring up him to replace Wentz? Zach Logue, 9 games, 8 starts, 4.86 ERA. You got a bunch of bums down I-75. There's no hero ready to come up. And then, of course, Garrett Hill, we're familiar with him. He's started 3 games this year, 4.64 ERA, down in Toledo. There are no options. There's no hero coming up on a white horse. The best you can do to replace Joey Wentz and to boost his starting rotation is hope that Tarek Skubal comes back soon. And when he does come back, you can't expect him to go 6 and 7 innings. He's probably going to struggle to get out the 5th inning. This is a bad baseball team. They're not horrific, but sadly, this is a bad baseball team. They've got issues with the starting pitching. They're still one of the worst offensive teams in baseball, and today they were completely uncompetitive against a fellow bad team. That's where I stand. I want to know where you stand. Am I seeing this with 20/20 vision, or are you a little bit more optimistic saying, but look at the standings? Or maybe even a little bit more pessimistic and saying, Chappie, you're not going hard enough on this team. Let's go to the phones and talk to Santiago in Roseville. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Santiago.
How's it going?
I'm doing all right. Thanks for the call.
I don't even know where to start, man. This team is just, 1 week it's doing good, next week it's the Al Avila era all over again. I don't know what it is. It's like they're playing with their hands in their pockets.
Well, I mean, to be fair, they're not that far removed from the Al Avila era, and it was pretty clear that Scott Harris was not going to create some massively new roster in one off season when he was just tinkering with getting rid of a few relievers for prospects. So, I mean, there's not much difference between what you're seeing out of the Tigers and if Al Avila was still on the team, at least from a roster standpoint.
Yeah, I get that. But it's like you go down to the ballpark, you're paying $60, $70 for, decent tickets, not too bad. And then they're giving you 3 hits. Like, these guys don't even look like pros out there. They're swinging when the ball hits the catcher's mitt.
Right. I mean, but the question is, well, what did you expect?
Nothing better, honestly. I'm just mad as a fan. I don't know why I was born here.
Why you're blaming your parents?
No, deeper than that.
Oh, wow. I don't even know if I want to go there, but appreciate the phone call, Santiago. Sorry for all the pain that the Tigers are giving you. I mean, look, I think the good thing is that despite the fact that the Tigers are bad, they are winning some games. They're more competitive, but it also suggests that if they're as bad as I think they are, if they're as bad as Santiago thinks they are, that once they get through with this 10-game stretch of playing bad teams and they start playing the Rangers and a bunch of other better teams, the Tigers' record will more reflect how good they are, or more likely how bad they are, which is a team that's further than 3 games below 500. 248-539-9797. How about Ryan in Chesterfield? You're on 97.1.
Hey, what's going on?
What's up, Ryan?
How can you not have the doom and gloom attitude as a Detroit sports fan? So, no, I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but let's at least celebrate the fact that we're in the worst division and still in the mix,
Well, so basically you're saying celebrate the fact that Major League Baseball years ago chose the Royals, the White Sox, the Guardians, and the Twins to be in the Tigers division because this year, fortunately, the Tigers don't have to be that good to be in contention.
Well, the White Sox weren't supposed to be that bad either, so.
No, and actually they're playing a lot better over the last week
right
or so.
Now. And that's what that's one thing I'm going to critique you on is that, you said 4-4, but you gotta like the KC road, series win. Gotta like that. The Nats were playing good baseball, so.
I mean, look, when you play each of those 2 teams and you're playing a 3-game set against them, you can't split them and go 1.5 and 1.5. You have to. The closest you can get to a split is going 2-1 either way. And they went 2-1 in one series and 1-2 in the other. So they were 500 against those those two teams,
Yeah,
and
of
500
course.
in the first two. I mean, that's as average as it gets.
Yeah, you'd like to have obviously 2 series wins out of those two, but like I said, the Nats were hot. It was on the road, so I'm okay with it. But you got to move up Alexander to the rotation and put down Wentz. Hold on, I'm gonna sneeze here.
So I mean, look, when it comes to tinkering like that, I would be okay with moving Tyler Alexander in and moving Joey Wentz out. But we all know that Tyler Alexander is no Randy Johnson, and if there's any sort of
more
improvement,
comfortable being a starter, though. I think he's proven that.
I mean, it probably wouldn't take much
Until
after
Manning
seeing
is
Wentz
Super
today.
Bowl ready, you gotta mess with it a little bit. I mean, our 5th starter is not going to be an ace. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
we just need to eat up innings.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, Wentz failed in that capacity tonight. Appreciate the phone call, Ryan. If Wentz has a 7.80 ERA or whatever it is, and Tyler Alexander can give you a 5.20 ERA, would you take that? Yes. Would that have been the difference in today's game? No. Not when you got 3 hits. Not when you got the worst offense outside of Cleveland. I mean, offense along Lake Erie is bad. In the middle of Lake Erie, you got the Guardians, who have the worst offense in baseball, and just to the west and a little bit north of the Detroit River is the Tigers, the second worst. Is it something in the water? Why can't we hit around here? Not that I care about what the Guardians are doing, but 248-539-9797. You can look at the standings like the last caller and say, hey, didn't Rob Manfred and Bud Selig do us a favor, do us a solid years ago by putting us in this bad division? And hey, maybe if we just tinker with the number 5 spot in the rotation, things will be a little bit different. Or do you say, look, this is a bad team. They're playing average baseball against bad teams. And tonight, they weren't even close to average. How do you look at this team? Because I look at them for what they are, a bad team. And once they get back to playing teams that aren't bottom feeders, I think their record will more resemble a bottom feeders. Even if they are quote-unquote in contention because the Twins fall to 6 games below 500 and the Tigers are just 2 games back. Get to some more of your feedback via calls and ticket text coming up next. I am Brian Chapman, 97.1 The Ticket. 11-3. By the way, coming up at 10:33, I know there's been a lot of talk about what to do with a certain hyphenated prospect down in Toledo. I've got a shocking opinion about what to do with regards to this hyphenated prospect down in Toledo, a hyphenated prospect that Scott Harris handpicked to go to Toledo via a trade this offseason. I think we all know, or at least a lot of us know, who that hyphenated prospect is. But I'll give you my shocking opinion on him coming up at 10:33. 248-539-9797 is the phone number for calls and ticket text. Tigers lose 12-3 in this 10-game stretch against bad teams. A lot of us were looking forward to it beginning at the beginning of the month. We're 8 games into it, and the Tigers are 4-4 in this 10-game stretch. What is this stretch showing you? Is it showing you that, hey, they're playing 500 baseball because they're about a 500 team, and if they can just take it up an extra notch, then they can take down the Twins? Or is it showing you that, hey, Chappie's right. They're playing bad teams. They have a 500 record against the bad teams in this stretch, meaning that they fit in with them. They're bad teams as well. The Tigers are in good company, and by good company, I don't mean company that is good. I mean familiar folks, people that they can relate to, teams that they can relate to, which is unfortunate. And I will say this, I did, before I get to some of your feedback via the ticket text, I like listening to Andy Dirks on the radio. I think that both he and Cameron Maben are doing an excellent job for the most part, teaming up with Dan Dickerson for the color commentary on the 97.1 The Ticket broadcast. But there's definitely a significant amount of BS Detroit in him today, and that's not a compliment. In the 6th inning, the Tigers were down 8-1. And he was talking about the Tigers not only potentially scoring 5 to 7 runs in the inning, but he also said, if you're a great team, then you don't give up on a game. Okay, but the Tigers aren't a great team. He also talked about what championship teams should do. And yes, the Tigers did score multiple times in that 6th inning. And for those of you that missed it, the ways they scored were on a bases loaded, nobody out, walk to Miguel Cabrera, and on a bases loaded, nobody out, ground rule double, or not ground rule, but ground out double play ball by Matt Vierling, and that was it. But dudes up here talking about what championship teams do when the Tigers are down 8-1 and have a losing record. Before we talk about what championship teams do or what great teams do, how about the Tigers get a 500 record or get to 1 game above 500? You can't start talking 6 steps ahead. If you're 400 pounds, you don't talk about, well, what marathon runners do. No. How about like what folks that run, a 10-minute mile? Think about that first. And then your 8-minute mile, and then running, 5 miles, 10 miles, and then a marathon runner. But the Tigers and Andy Dirks talking about what championship teams do, they got a losing record. It would be nice if the Tigers could have even a 500 record or winning record in this awful division. But to have a losing record in this awful division, miss me with that championship talk. Some ticket text at 248-539-9797. When are Manning, Mize, and Skubal returning? Mize had Tommy John surgery, and he's not expected to return at all this year. And if he does return, it won't be until very late in the year. But I don't believe he's going to return at all this year. This year is a waste in terms of his career development. In terms of Manning, I'm not sure. I mean, obviously he hasn't pitched since April. It doesn't appear that he's headed for a rehab assignment in the very near future. And then in terms of Skubal, he's been throwing a whole bunch of bullpen sessions. And I know that in the pregame, they were talking, Daniela Bruce was interviewing him and talking about how he's been doing more bullpen sessions. And I think during the game, they were talking about how Skubal threw a recent bullpen session, and a lot of his teammates were out there watching it. So perhaps he's going to be going on a rehab assignment soon. But, I wouldn't expect him to pitch for the Tigers before the start of next month, which is obviously less than a week away. Hopefully by the middle of next month we'll see him, but there isn't I mentioned that there's nobody that you can count on from Toledo who's going to be able to come up and help this Tigers rotation ASAP because they're all terrible pitchers. And the guys that we were counting on to be the leaders of this rotation alongside Eduardo Rodriguez, they're all hurt right now, and no return is imminent. From Darren and Canton, Chappie, the Tigers aren't a bad team. You said it, a bad organization. No one in minor league baseball's top 100 prospects, and having to ruin Wentz like they are hurts. Be better. I mean, look, we knew the Tigers were thin coming into this year. I believe it was Bleacher Report said the Tigers had the weakest farm system in baseball, and no matter which ranking you decided to choose, the Tigers were among the bottom 10 in farm system rankings among all of the baseball experts, all the baseball analysts. That doesn't mean that you can't be bottom 10 with a prospect that excites you. The problem with the Tigers is that they're so bad that they have no prospects that excite a big chunk of the fan base. And if they do have a prospect or two like that, it's not someone who's imminently going to be called up. And it's certainly not, a pitcher who's going to get called up. Their top prospect, Jackson Jobe, is out with an injury. I don't even know if he's going to pitch this year. So, yeah, this is a bad organization without top 100 prospects, certainly without top 100 prospects that are ready to join the Tigers at the major league level. So when it comes to ruining Wentz like they are, when you don't have those prospects, when you have Manning, Mize, and Skubal hurt, and in the offseason when you didn't pursue multiple starting pitchers or something. Well, you know what? I take that back. They did sign multiple starting pitchers. It's just the guys that they signed were Lorenzen and Boyd. And in a best-case scenario, they wouldn't have to worry about Lorenzen, Boyd, or Wentz, and they weren't hoping to rely on Wentz. But certainly when Manning and Skubal went down, you got to throw somebody in there. It is, like Darren and Canton mentioned, a bad organization. And what do bad organizations typically have at the top? A bad team. Now, some of you guys might be sitting there thinking, Chappie, top 100 prospect or not, I've been hearing about that hyphenated character down in Toledo. What about bringing him up? Like I said, I've got a controversial opinion about him coming up next. 248-539-9797 is the phone number for calls and ticket text if you want to weigh in on that hyphenated character down with the Filthy Chickens, and or if you're leaving today's game thinking, wow, we just got blown out by another bad team. Are you looking at this squad that's only 3 games below 500 and saying, hey, they're approximately an average team? Or are you saying, like I'm saying, this is a bad team. They're playing okay baseball against bad teams. What's going to happen when they start playing okay teams or even good teams beginning after this series ends? I don't think it's going to be all that pretty. 248-539-9797. I am Brian Chapman, 97.1 The Ticket. 97.1 The Ticket. I am your big radio star, Brian Chapman. That was one of the White Sox 17 hits. I mean, they've been hitting all year. Their issue's been pitching. They did not pitch particularly well yesterday. They pitched particularly well tonight, and it helps when you play against arguably the worst offense in baseball, which is owned by your Tigers. The Tigers had 3 hits. The Tigers had 3 runs. And the way they scored their 3 runs was wholly unimpressive. Infield single with the bases loaded. Walk with the bases loaded. Double play ball to score a run with the bases loaded. I mean, how about ripping a ball in the gap? How about ripping a ball in the seats? How about 3-4 hits in a row with an extra base hit or 2 mixed in there? How about that? You know, Andy Dirks is talking about that's what here's what championship teams can do and what great teams can do. Even average teams, when they load the bases, do a little more than infield single, walk, and ground into a double play to score their 3 runs for the game. Even average teams do that. The Tigers are not an average team, and so they did what below average teams do. Now, I do like this ticket text from Steve in Waterford. Steve says, at least the Tigers are more fun to watch right now, Brian. Everyone is so hyped up about the Lions and the season hasn't even started yet, LOL. Now, dismissing the part about the Lions, I do say the Tigers are more fun to watch right now because last year you knew that, you know, most games they'd be scoring 3 runs or less, and, you know, they were losing. They ended up 30 games below 500. Are they going to be 30 games below 500 this year? It doesn't look like it right now. They are more fun to watch because they are winning more games. And while they still have one of the worst offenses in baseball, I think that the rule changes have made it so that even if you're a bad team, by scoring more runs, the games are going to be a little bit more interesting to watch. I don't know that the Tigers are going to lose every single time they take the field, whereas I had that feeling last year. There's a pretty good chance that they will, but I don't know, and there is that question mark. So, yes, they are more fun to watch, but at the end of the day, they have a horrible starting pitcher in Joey Wentz, which, you know, because of that, I knew to take the over in this game, and obviously the White Sox hit the over on their own. And they still have one of the worst offenses in baseball, even though their offense has improved because the rule changes have lifted up everybody's offensive numbers for the most part. At least they've lifted up the offensive numbers for the league as a whole. Now, when it comes to finding a way to boost the offense, one name that has come up time and time again is the hyphenated potential hero of the Mud Hens, Justin Henry Malloy. And look, we're desperate around here. We're desperate for something. Like the ticket texter said, you know, everyone's hyped up about the same old Lions. And of course, they lost 8 games last year. Fans are going bonkers over an 8-loss team. But when you think about how the Pistons were the absolute worst team in basketball, the Red Wings were a playoff team for 1 game and then tanked like a no-limit soldier. And you think about how bad the Tigers are, and we're leaning toward, well, look at the standings. Don't look at the record. Look at the standings. You can tell how desperate we are. And when the Tigers have 0 healthy top 100 prospects in baseball, and you got the outlets saying that the Tigers have one of the worst, if not the worst, farm systems in baseball, fans are desperate to say, well, what about Justin Henry Malloy? Certain hosts on this station, a lot of them, have started wondering when he's going to actually get promoted. And I bet some fans are probably thinking, well, bring him up. One host who has not lobbied for Justin Henry Malloy to be promoted is me. And as a matter of fact, I hope that he does not get promoted anytime soon. And I think it's time to pump the brakes on promoting Justin Henry Malloy. Because if you've been actually paying attention, he's not been hitting in the month of May. He's kind of been slumping in the month of May. You can look at his overall statistics and say, well, I mean, he's the best hitter on the Filthy Chickens. his numbers suggest that he'd be one of the best hitters in the Tigers. But number one, being one of the best hitters in the Tigers is not anything to brag about. And number two, I don't know that he would be one of the best hitters in the Tigers. 248-539-9797 is the phone number. I'm going to give you the numbers in just a second. And then after that, after I show you how much he's been slumping, I want you to tell me if you want him up in the majors right here, right now, because he's earned it, or because you think the Tigers can contend with him, or do you agree with me that he should stay in Toledo? Because I am not in favor of bringing up Justin Henry Malloy right now. 248-539-9797. The myth is that Malloy has been ripping the cover off the ball and should be immediately promoted to Detroit. The full season stats going into tonight, he's got a 287 batting average in AAA, an 891 OPS in AAA, 7 home runs, 26 RBI, and a whopping 421 on base percentage in AAA. Walked 35 times, struck out 52 times, and 164 at-bats. Those are the numbers going into tonight. Sounds pretty good. But what about in May? In the month of May, coming into today, Justin Henry Malloy's batting average is 211. His OPS, only 743. He's hit 3 home runs, only driven in 10 RBI. OBP is still good at 349 because he's walking a lot, 14 walks. But in 71 at-bats in the month of May, coming into today, 27 strikeouts. He already has more strikeouts in May than he had in April, and we still have 6 more days left this month. As for what Justin Henry Malloy did today, he got on base a couple more times with 2 more walks. But did he hit? No. He was 0 for 2 with a strikeout and left 2 on base. Do the Tigers need more guys that can leave guys on base? Or do the Tigers need some guys that can mash? Was Justin Henry Malloy mashing in April? Yes. Did he follow it up with an equally good or close to as good May? No. Outside of the walks, he's been pretty bad at the plate this month. So the way I see it when it comes to Justin Henry Malloy, there's absolutely no reason to bring him up right now. You promote a guy to the majors if he's A, better than at least one of your major league options, and B, has a good chance to succeed at the major league level based on his recent play in the upper minors. I think he's definitely a better option, or likely a better option, than Miggy and Scope and Maton and Ibanez. I just don't think that he's likely to succeed just because he's better than some terrible Detroit Tigers hitters. A Tigers offense that has scored the second fewest runs in baseball and has the second lowest OPS in Major League Baseball. Just because Malloy might be better than some of the worst guys on the Tigers offense doesn't mean that he should succeed. You shouldn't swap out a 210 Major League hitter for a guy who could come up and be a 220 Major League hitter. Yeah, the walks are nice, but the Tigers loaded the bases multiple times tonight. They need guys that can drive runners in with balls into the gap, balls out of the park. Not a guy who's struggling against minor league pitching this month. If he was hitting 280, 290 this month, like he did last month, or I guess last month he was hitting about 340, 350. But if he's hitting around 300 or 280 this month, okay, it's a different conversation. But Malloy can't hit this month. He's striking out a lot. Tigers don't need more strikeouts and more men left on base. I hope he turns it around, just like I hope the rest of the Mud Hens turn it around. I hope that the Tigers at the major league level turn it around. But the Tigers offense is not going to be saved by a hyphenated man. A hyphenated first name. Who hyphenates first names? I digress. They're not going to be saved by a hyphenated man who is struggling to avoid strikeouts at the AAA level and struggling to get hits at the AAA level this month. That's where I stand. 248-539-9797 is the phone number for calls and ticket texts. Do you have a strong opinion on Justin Malloy or Justin Henry Malloy? Either way, forgot the other part of that hyphen. And also, when you look at this 8-game stretch that's about to be 10 games in a couple of days against bad teams, are you coming to the same conclusion I am, which is that the Tigers are just a bad team? And what do bad teams do against other bad teams? Play about 500 baseball, and they're 4-4 in this stretch so far against the Nationals, Royals, and White Sox. More of your feedback next. I am Brian Chapman, 97.1 The Ticket. And sadly, they were just getting started. Tigers lose 12-3. They started off the series with a nice, easy win yesterday and get destroyed in today's game. They are 4-4 in their first 8 games out of this 10-game stretch of cupcakes because the Tigers are a cupcake. They're not more sugary and more fattening than the other cupcakes. They're not the A's, but they're also not looking down on the other cupcakes. They're looking eye to eye with them because the Tigers are just a bad team. Not a horrible team. They're more entertaining than a horrible team. They can be entertaining like they were yesterday. They can be even entertaining in losses, which they often weren't last year, and of course they weren't today. But they are just a bad team. That's the way I look at them. And when it comes to Justin Henry Malloy, a guy that was brought to this organization by Scott Harris and has been getting a lot of hype from some of my co-hosts and had a great month of April. And if you look at his numbers for the season, they're still pretty good in AAA. For the month of May, he's been striking out a lot, and he is hitting pretty close to the Mendoza line. If that's what he's doing against AAA competition, now that they've adjusted to him, let's end this conversation about when are they going to bring him up. How about when he starts hitting again? He hasn't been doing that for about a month. He did have a 4-hit game the other day, but he backed that up with a 0-hit game today, a 0-hit game the day before that, and a 0-hit game the day before that. Sounds like a typical Detroit Tiger if you ask me, but that doesn't mean bring him up. 248-539-9797. By the way, 11-17, Michigan State is moving their last home game of the year. They're going to be playing my team. I'll tell you where I stand on that coming up at 11-17. First, though, we go back to the phones and talk to Paul in Southgate. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Chappie, I kind of agree with you. Hyphenated Henry Malloy is definitely not Mr. May. And if we can bring him up maybe later in the year, like you said, he could be Mr. October. But my main question, because we're only a little quarter of the way through the season for the Tigers, who could we have as a captain? Now, I've had a couple of thoughts. You know, Cabrera, we could put a big C, and he could be the captain. In hockey, we have a captain. Not many other teams in professional sports do you have a man on the field or a man on the ice that is a captain. And in baseball, they say the catcher, he's like the quarterback. I want to ask you, is it Rogers? Is it Haas? Is it somebody on this team in the clubhouse and on the field that can do what needs to be done here, Chappie?
Well, look, if you're going to be a captain, it needs to be more than what you're doing in the clubhouse and what you're doing on the team playing. It needs to be what you're doing on the field. And there aren't too many folks that are doing much anything on the field, particularly when you talk about the everyday lineup, because there aren't too many captains that I know of in baseball history who have been pitchers. You know, Alex Lang is not going to be not going to be a captain. And Eduardo Rodriguez is not going to be a captain, and certainly not a bum like Joey Wentz. But honestly, the Tigers are not. They better not be thinking about who's the captain right now. They can't play. I mean, I'm not going to say they can't play, but they're not good enough to have a captain. When I think of teams with a captain, I think about teams that are good, teams that are, competing for playoff spots, and not just because everybody else in their division is terrible. When you have the worst offense in baseball, arguably, I'm not going to sit here and talk about, well, should it be Riley Green, who's in his second year, or should we give it to Miguel Cabrera because he's an old grizzled veteran, or Jake Rogers just because he's a catcher, meanwhile he's hitting a buck 56. There's no captain material on this team right now.
So we got a skipper, okay, as we always say, the coach. And I love AJ. He is so much better than what we've had the last few years. And I think what you're getting at is leadership. Of course, it comes from the main office, the ownership and everything. But, boy, when you're dealing with other teammates, I played sports, and you can have someone in there that is just rousting the team up and just saying, hey, we got to do something. In baseball, I was never a great baseball player. I love hockey. I just kind of feel like if somebody, and even if you don't put a big C on their jersey or whatever, we got to have something that's more than what we're getting, Chappie. I agree with you on everything that you said tonight. So, Chappie, I'd put a C on you because you got a C in your name, and I love the way you lead this program. So all I can say is good night, Chappie. If you can come up with anything else, let me know, buddy.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it, but I mean, you got to produce if you're going to be a captain. And I mean, let's say they give the captaincy to Jake Rogers just because he's a catcher, and Jake Rogers says something in the clubhouse, and then somebody else says, "Man, shut the bleep up! You're hitting a $156." There's the end of his captaincy. Or Jake Rogers wants to be the captain because he's the catcher and he hasn't played in 3 days. Jake Rogers doesn't. I mean, he plays every other game. Miguel Cabrera plays once a series, maybe. I mean, there's, last caller, seemed like a nice guy, but I think that he might be the only Tigers fan in Metro Detroit who's wondering about who the captain should be. How about you get some good players first? Let's talk to Scott in Rochester. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, how you doing tonight?
What's up, Scott?
Yeah, I think a lot of these Tigers fans, I think they would get a reality check if when they look at the standings, instead of saying, look at we're 2 games behind, look at the standings in run differential. And then you'll see exactly how bad the whole division is and how bad we actually are. Because run differential will tell you, we have one team that is plus, it's a plus-minus. The only team that's in plus is Minnesota. Mm-hmm. And you compare that with the AL Central, every team's in the plus.
Well, and to make matters even worse, the Tigers have the 3rd worst run differential in baseball. The A's, they're in a planet all on their own at minus 184 in just 52 games. But the Royals are minus 73. And the Tigers are minus 53. So, I mean, I agree with you.
That's more accurate.
Yeah. And that suggests...
that's more accurate because what we have the problem in the AL Central, we talked about it before the season. See, what we have, and most people don't know this, if you look at the top 10 richest owners in baseball, 3 of them are in the AL Central. No other division has more. And what they all have done, I'm not going to say they colluded, but
you're talking about the AL East?
They all spend low money, and they don't try to win. Someone has to win eventually.
Yeah, somebody has to win the division, and, it's going to be a team that's not that great. Appreciate the phone call. I mean, when you think about something like the power rankings in sports, and especially in pro sports, don't have to go by the standings. They go by more than just the standings. They go by eye test, and they can take in things like strength of schedule. And if you just look at, who's the division leader, then it should be the top, all 6 division leaders should be at the top 6 of a given power ranking. But I would not be surprised if the NL or the AL Central leading Minnesota Twins in a particular power rankings are not only not in the top 6, not in the top 10, I wouldn't be surprised if they're not even in the top 15. And as a matter of fact, I'll give you this. Coming up next, I'll find 3 power rankings during the break. Matter of fact, I'm going to pass this on to my producer. I'm going to be lazy during the break. My producer, Dustin, is going to find 3 power rankings during the break, and he's going to tell us where the Tigers land in those most recent power rankings and where the Twins land. And perhaps you'll say those make sense. Perhaps you'll say they're being too much of a slappy or too much of a hater regarding your Tigers. 248-539-9797 is the phone number. I am Brian Chapman, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, and we are into the 11 o'clock hour here on Memorial Day Friday. I am Brian Chapman. Hope you guys are all having a great night, and it certainly was better for a lot of folks who couldn't watch today's game on TV. It might have initially been disappointing to find out the game was on Apple TV Plus. Come on, where are the slappies on BS Detroit? Where is John Keating telling me that we're going to win? Where is Pick the Stick? I want to see the game. Then when you found out that they were down 5-0, down 8-1, well, you know what? Let's move on and do something else. And it was a great night to go out and do something else, anything else but watch the Tigers. But for those of us that are that just can't rip ourselves away from the TV or rip ourselves away from the radio and just have to follow this team, which, I mean, if you're a baseball fan, that's what you do. If you're a really die-hard Tigers fan, that's what you do. This was not a good night because the Tigers lost 12-3. You keep on sitting there waiting, hoping, all right, you're back at 2 games below 500. Come on and break through. They got body slammed. They got body slammed by a team that coming into today was 10 games below 500. Not body slammed by the Rays. Not body slammed by the extremely talented but underperforming Padres. Not body slammed by the Braves. Body slammed by an underperforming but poorly playing White Sox team that's been playing better lately now that they're playing against AL Central teams, while the Tigers, not so much. So they're 8 games into this 10-game stretch of playing bad teams. They're 4-4, and I think it suggests that the Tigers are right there with the rest of the bad teams, just a run-of-the-mill bad team. Not awful, not atrocious, but just a bad team. They still have major issues like a black hole whenever Joey Wentz is pitching for the team. They still have major issues like the worst offense, arguably in baseball. They had 3 runs on 3 hits today, and their 3 runs came on a bases-loaded walk, a bases-loaded double play with nobody out, and a bases-loaded infield single. Meanwhile, the White Sox had 12 runs on 17 hits. And when it comes to the guy that a lot of folks have been talking about because we're desperate for a prospect to discuss when we don't really have one to discuss, Justin Henry Malloy, bring him up! Coming into tonight, he was hitting .211 in the month of May. And he went 0 for 2 with 2 walks, but a strikeout today, and he struck out in approximately 38% of his at-bats in May. If you're struggling that mightily in the month of May in AAA, I'm not giving you a chance to come up to the majors, no matter how bad the Tigers are, no matter how bad the Major League Tigers are, because that just might mean you're 1% better than Nick Maton. Sorry, not interested in that. Let's wait until you're actually on a hot streak, when you're actually playing well, to bring you up. Now, before the break, we had a caller. Scott said, you know what, Chappie, a better way to gauge where the Tigers are and how good they are is to look at the run differential. And the Tigers have the 3rd worst run differential in baseball. They might have like the 18th or 20th best record in baseball, but they are 28th in run differential. And I said, look, if we were to look at 3 random power rankings, what you'll likely see is the Tigers below average, not around 15 or 16, but deep into the 20s. And you'll see the division-leading Twins not in the top 6, not in the top 10, maybe not even in the top 15. And I assigned my producer, Dustin, to find 3 such power rankings. Dustin, name the first power ranking, name where the Tigers are, and name where the Twins are.
All right, so our first power ranking comes from ESPN, pretty reputable source.
Yes.
They put the Detroit Tigers at 24 and the Minnesota Twins at 11.
11. Okay. I mean, still outside the top 10. I think that might be high, but not even a top 10 team in the division. All right, that's ESPN. What else do we have?
Next, we've got MLB. Obviously very reputable for baseball.
Unbiased.
Unbiased
That's
MLB.
right. They have to be unbiased.
They have the Tigers also at 24. This one's a little surprising. They have the Twins at 8.
Okay, that's BS. I think it's BS. I think that might be because, hey, they're winning the division. They have to be really good. But at the same time, the Tigers are 2 games behind the Twins, and yet they're, what you said, it was 8 and 24, 16 spots behind them. That doesn't compute, but I digress. That's why I wanted to have more than just one power ranking. What's the third one?
The third one is CBS, and I would say this is probably the most accurate in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
They have the Tigers at 22 and the Twins at 13.
There you go, folks. Arguably not a single top 10 team in the division, which shouldn't be all that surprising given that not a single team in the division is even 5 games above 500. And the Tigers are not a top 20 team in terms of power rankings. And that is a large portion of the reason why when people start getting into, have you looked at the standings? We could be in first place by Memorial Day. I heard the cookie guy say something about that. I don't bother with that, because if you're not in the top 2/3 of baseball, what are we talking about? Why are we talking about winning a division championship? Division championships are reserved for good teams. The Tigers are below average right now. So I would like the Tigers to be a good team. I would like the Tigers to get to 500 first, but until that happens, I'm not going to resort. I'm not going to say, well, I'm not going to look at the glass, a third full or 2/3 empty. I'm going to look at it a third full. When we're talking about the 22nd or 24th best team in baseball, trying to get up and compete with a team that's not in the top 10, it shows you how the warped AL Central can warp your mind into believing something that isn't all that true about the Tigers. Not everybody has that opinion, but there are some folks that say, hey, just look at the division race. And yes, we know the Tigers don't have to beat the Rays at all. Don't even have to be competitive against the Rays in order to win the division. But I would like to see a good team before I start thinking about whether they can win the division. And nobody that's unbiased thinks the Tigers are a good team or even an okay team. Nobody had the Tigers at around 17 or 18. 248-539-9797. How about some of these ticket texts? I like this one. Chaps, we are in a roller coaster ride with the Tigers. Cookies likes that line because in a roller coaster ride, you have wins. That's from Mr. P. And yes, the Tigers do have wins. I think the L's are coming, but they do have wins. How about this ticket text from Charles? It's not so much that Wentz is bad. It's more like he's awful. I agree with that. Then the question is, well, what are the replacement options? Given that Skubal is hurt, given that Mize is hurt, given that Manning is hurt, given that Turnbull is hurt. You look down at AAA, and I brought up the numbers earlier. You got a whole bunch of guys with AAA ERAs over 4.5 in the Mud Hens rotation, including 2 guys with ERAs north of 6 against AAA competition. There's no legit option to replace Wentz right now. And if they did decide to replace Wentz right now, it would not be with somebody who is tangibly better, somebody who would likely be even an average number 5 starter in Major League Baseball. And then one more ticket text from Bobby. Look at the next part of the schedule. The Tigers are going to get hammered. They don't have what it takes to play against good or proven teams. So let's do that. We know the Tigers have been playing bad teams. So after the White Sox series, and we'll see what happens over the next 2, they play the Texas Rangers for 3. Right now, the Texas Rangers have the best run differential in baseball at plus 122, and they have a 32-18 record. Uh-oh. Then they go on the road against the White Sox. Then they play on the road against the Philadelphia Phillies. The Phillies won the division last year. They won the National League last year, went to the World Series. Not so great this year, but they're 24-27. Certainly not the same bottom feeders that the Tigers have been playing recently. And the National League is actually a lot better than the American League. as the Phillies are 3 games below 500, and only 2 teams in the National League have worse records than them. After that, they host the Arizona Diamondbacks. The Diamondbacks have the 3rd best record in the National League at 29-21. After that, it's the Atlanta Braves, best record in the National League at 31-20. After that, you go on the road to face the division-leading Twins. And then you host the Royals, then host the Twins, and then at the Rangers. I mean, it's substantially more difficult once you get past this series, which takes you through pretty much the month of June. And then you get to June 30th. You have a 3-game set at the Rockies, the worst team in the National League right now, but they're only 7 games below 500. And then finally, the big series against the A's. And wow. One of the Tigers' games against the A's is going to be on national TV. July 5th, Wednesday, July 5th at 6:40, Tigers and A's on FS1. Wow. Okay. Because everybody around the country is going to want to see Tigers versus the Las Vegas A's of Oakland. And they're going to have 12 wins at that time? Jeez. 248-539-9797. More of your feedback next. Plus, my thoughts on Michigan State moving the last game of the season to Ford Field. I am Brian Chapman, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, 97.1 The Ticket. I am Brian Chapman. Tigers lose 12-3 today. They fall back to 3 games below 500. And if history is any indication of what's yet is going to happen next, they're going to win tomorrow. And then because they'll be back at 2 games below 500, they'll lose on Sunday. Hopefully not. Hopefully they'll win the next 2 games and get to a game below, and then maybe they can pull off a big shocker in Texas to start the series against the Rangers. But every time they get to 2 games below 500, they lose, and have a lot of those losses been blowout losses? Let me look at the schedule real quick just to see. Because they got to – when's the last time they got to 2 games below? So they got to 2 games below 500, and they got blown out tonight. They got to 2 games below 500 against Washington last Saturday, only lost by 3, so definitely a very weak offensive performance. The time before that, it was 2 days prior when they got to 19-21 against the Pirates, blown out 8-0. They got to 2 games below 500 when they were 17-19, got blown out the next day 9-2. 2 games before that, they were 16-18 and lost to the Guardians 2-0. So the theme is that when the Tigers get to 2 games below 500, they not only lose, but their offense is terrible. But then 2 games before that, they were 15-17, didn't have a weak offensive performance, but they got blown out 12-6. They're not even putting us on pins and needles for the most part when they get to 2 games below. Maybe there's a betting nugget we can take out of this. Maybe when the Tigers get to 2 games below 500, the individual who's looking to make some money, especially understanding the possibility of the government defaulting and everybody losing trillions of dollars, maybe the best way to counteract that is wait for the Tigers to get to 2 games below 500 and then empty your money from the stock market and put it on the Tigers' opponent to cover. Is that sound advice from a financial planner named Brian Chapman or what? Take all your money out before the government fails to pay its bills and put it on the Tigers' opponent, not the money line, but on the run line.
I got a better one. Tigers have not lost 3 in a row in about a month and a half. So when they lose 2 in a row, that 3rd game, bet on the Tigers' money line.
There you go. 2 sound investments. 1 from Dustin, 1 from me. This is how your retirement and your bank account can be default proof. The views expressed are not necessarily those of 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey. I'll get back to some more your ticket text in just a second, but there's a lot of news made this past week. Number one, about how Michigan State's would be playing their final game of the season against We Are Penn State in football, not on Saturday, but having it played on Black Friday. My team is involved in that game, even though it's not my team's home game, and I was not a fan of that. I was not a fan of the game being moved from 3:30 p.m. on Saturday to some point on Friday. And then a day or two later, we got some more details, and we found out that the game was going to be at Ford Field at 7:30 p.m. It's going to be broadcast on NBC. I don't care about what channel the game is broadcast on. And, the time of day when it comes to it being Black Friday, and most people have the day off and they can see the game if they want to. I just think that playing the game at Ford Field is a joke. It's a stupid idea, and I feel bad for the Michigan State players who are going to be playing their final games of their career, not at Spartan Stadium where they have so many memories, maybe not great memories of 2022 and likely not great memories in 2023, but still, it's where you played. You signed your letter of intent, or you signed your transfer letter of intent to play at MSU, to play in front of the fans at Spartan Stadium. And instead you go to a stale environment of Ford Field. And, I understand that when the Lions are playing there, it can be an exciting environment. But there's nothing at Ford Field that says college football. There's nothing at Ford Field that's green and white. As a matter of fact, even though the color is not, extremely close to Penn State's colors, at least the Lions have blue in their team logo, in their team colors, which is similar to Penn State's blue. And they are the Lions similar to the Penn State Nittany Lions. They're going to be going into a stadium with all sorts of blue in the stands. I think the seats are blue. You go to the concourse, there's blue and there's silver. And when you walk into a college football stadium, you want there to be signs that you're in a particular team's house, in a particular team's venue. And when people walk up to Ford Field, they're not going to be reminded of Michigan State football. They're not going to be reminded of Michigan State anything except when they look around and see some people walking up. And I'll also say this. If the season goes the way that it went last year for Michigan State, or similar to that, and if the season goes similar to or the exact same way that it went for Penn State in 2022, then it's not going to be 95% Michigan State fans at Ford Field and 5% Penn State fans. It could be 80-20. It could be 75-25. Fans could be so disgusted that it could be 67-33. I mean, I don't expect Penn State fans from Philadelphia to drive 10 hours or fly the day after Thanksgiving to go all the way to Detroit. But if you're from Pittsburgh and you're a Penn State fan, it's a 4-hour drive. That's not that far to go see a team that might have CFP or Big Ten East championship implications on the line with the Penn State-Michigan State game. I'm not a fan of this, at least from a Michigan State standpoint, moving the game to this time, or moving this game to this venue as well. As a Penn State fan, I also don't like it because I liked having the quote unquote main event at noon between Ohio State and Michigan, and then right after that, the main event for me, which is seeing my team play its final game of the season against Michigan State. I don't like having it before. I think it's a stupid idea. I think it's bad for Michigan State to either have their senior day at Ford Field, not at Spartan Stadium, or have their senior day, 2 or 3 weeks before then at Spartan Stadium. I don't think it's a good idea if you're trying to get a whole bunch of if you're trying to have a Michigan State environment when Penn State fans might be more likely to go to the game at Ford Field as opposed to driving into the middle of Michigan. But I will say this. Because Ford Field is only about 20 minutes away from where I live, even though I'd prefer the game being played at Spartan Stadium, I'm more likely to attend the game. If Penn State's sitting there at 10-1 or 9-2, and certainly if they're at 11-0, I'll be taking the night off and I'll be going down to Ford Field to watch the game. If it was at Spartan Stadium, I'd be less likely to do so. There's been a history in recent years of atrocious weather for Penn State, Michigan State. That's fine, but to take the weather out of it, to play it indoors at a pro football stadium that rings nothing of MSU, it gives Penn State more of an advantage. And while there are more Michigan State fans in Metro Detroit than in the Lansing area, I just think it's a terrible idea to move the game, whether it's for weather or for ratings or whatever. The game should be played at Spartan Stadium, period. 248-539-9797 is the phone number for calls and ticket text. That's where I stand. I want to hear from Spartan fans. You got a home game ripped away from Spartan Stadium to a smaller stadium at Ford Field against a tough opponent in Penn State. Are you more likely to go to the game at Ford Field? And do you think it's a good idea to play the game at Ford Field as opposed to Spartan Stadium? I am Brian Chapman, 97.1 The Ticket. Very succinct, very accurate, not beating around the bush. That was Joey Wentz after today's game, and it's hard to argue with that. It's hard to argue with Joey Wentz and whether or not he sucked. In today's 12-3 loss, Joey Wentz went 4 innings. He gave up 5 earned runs. He gave up 6 hits. He walked 2. He only struck out 4. He threw 80 pitches in 4 innings. So 20 pitches per inning. He was getting hit around. He was getting walked. It wasn't pretty. Mason Engler came in, wasn't pretty. Tyler Alexander came in, wasn't pretty. Zach Short came in, wasn't pretty. He was throwing 42-mile-per-hour pitches, but he was the only Tigers pitcher that didn't give up multiple runs. Zach Short was the only Tigers pitcher that that didn't give up more runs than innings pitched. Joey Wentz, 5 runs in 4 innings. Engler, 3 runs in 2 innings. Alexander, 3 runs in 2 innings. Zach Short, only 1 run in 1 inning. But a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad night for the Detroit Tigers. Asking you guys if you think that you've learned from this last 8-game stretch where they played bad teams, that this Tigers team is just a bad team. They're playing against teams their own size, and they're 500 against them. Are you with me in addition to that with regards to Justin Henry Malloy and say, yeah, he has been a bad hitter this month in AAA, therefore don't promote him. And when it comes to this Michigan State game against Penn State on Thanksgiving weekend being moved up a day and then being moved an hour and a half east from Lansing to downtown Detroit and Ford Field, I think it's a joke. I think it's bad for Michigan State football. I think it's good for Penn State. I think it makes it more likely that I'll be attending the game. But I always preferred the game being at 3:30, being after the Michigan versus Ohio State game, and being, if it was in the state of Michigan, at Michigan State in a football environment, in a college football environment. Having senior day either at Ford Field or weeks prior at Spartan Stadium doesn't make sense to me. This is where players are on the field with tears in their eyes thinking about the memories that they had on the field with their brothers in arms, and instead they're going to be looking up at a picture of freaking Rory. I don't think so. 248-539-9797. How about Mike in Westland? You're on 97.1.
Hey, Brian. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
Love your show. Hey, you know the next report on the Penn State Michigan State game being moved from Saturday to Friday and then at Ford Field, but I'm surprised Big Ten hasn't gotten backlash from the Michigan State High School Athletic Association, because that's the same weekend that they had their high school football championships on Friday and Saturday at Ford Field. So this would create a problem.
Yeah, it pushes those games back a day. So as opposed to being Friday and Saturday, it's going to be Saturday and Sunday. But when it comes to the power of the Big Ten versus the power of the Michigan High School Athletic Association, there's not much you can do about that.
Right, because a caller brought up last night also, because then you got, say, high schools there like in the UP, there in the state, they got to drive all the way back and have to take Monday off so they can get back home. That's going to be the other problem.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully it's a long weekend. Appreciate the phone call, Mike. So they'll have an opportunity to get back. But yeah, if they're playing the fourth game on Sunday and they've got to go to work the next day on Monday, they might have to take the day off. The good thing though is if you're coming from the UP, and I'm not trying to offend anybody, but especially because I've never been there, but if you're coming from the UP, ain't much going on up there. It's rocks, it's water. You might have a bear or something up there, but there's not much going on. Additionally, if, Escanaba High School is playing at Ford Field, what are they going to do? The whole city of Escanaba is going to come down to Ford Field and watch the game. The whole city's shut down. I mean, if you're a criminal looking to rob folks, that's the time to go up to Escanaba and go rob everybody's house because they're all going to be in Detroit. Not giving you the idea, but you get the point. I mean, whenever I've gone to those state championship games, the teams from Metro Detroit have a decent following. But if you are from outside of Metro Detroit, like the west side of the state, you're going to have a good following. And if you're from up north, Traverse City or the Upper Peninsula or Alpena, everybody in the town has nothing else to do. And so they come down I-75 and they pack Ford Field. So if they're the last game on Sunday, it doesn't matter. The whole town's going to be shut down on Monday because if they win, then there's going to be a celebration. It'll be the biggest moment in that town's history when, Sault Ste. Marie West, I don't even know if Sault Ste. Marie is big enough to have an East and a West. They got to have more than one high school. I digress. If Sault Ste. Marie West or Marquette Catholic Central wins the state championship, nothing else has happened in that town for a couple of days. So I think they'll be all right if they have to travel to go to Ford Field. 248-539-9797 is the phone number. Here's a ticket text that says, CFP, what a joke. Penn State, not a chance. Look, obviously, if you're a trolling Michigan fan, that's an appropriate comment to put in there because Michigan has won the Big Ten in each of the last 2 years. Michigan has beaten Penn State each of the last 2 years, including 2 years ago in Happy Valley. And because the game was at noon, it helped them out. Because this year's game is going to be at noon thanks to that stupid Fox contract, it's going to help Michigan out once again. And if you're a Michigan fan, you're probably thinking, well, I don't care when the game's being played. We're the leaders and best. I'm a pompous, arrogant individual. We would beat Michigan, or we beat Penn State in the Big House, at Beaver Stadium, at Lambeau Field, or in the South China Sea. And I get that. That said, Ohio State made the CFP last year after getting smoked by Michigan. That's number one. And number two, Penn State only lost 2 games last year to CFP teams. And number three, there actually is, according to the experts, not just me, a pretty good chance of Penn State making the CFP this year. I was looking at Pat 40 of SI.com's way too early college football rankings, and no surprise at number 1, Georgia. No surprise at number 2, Michigan. Maybe a bit of surprise, but at number 3, LSU. And at number 4, we are Penn State. Ohio State's not until 6. Alabama's not till 7. So just some food for thought. Put some spect on Penn State's name. I am Brian Chapman, 97.1 The Ticket. 97 won the ticket. Give credit to Joey Wentz today, not for the way he pitched, but for being candid with the fake news media after the game. He's had a few good starts today, but this year, but it's been mostly bad. Today was another bad start for Joey Wentz. And sadly for him, I guess if he went out and did this in his next outing, they wouldn't have much of a choice but to replace him. Maybe with Garrett Hill or something like that from Toledo. But when you don't have not just a hot prospect in Toledo, but a credible starter in Toledo, when you've got a collection of 5 starters who are struggling against AAA competition, what are you supposed to do with Joey Wentz's spot in your rotation until Tarek Skubal returns? I pulled up the article from the Detroit Free Press by, where is it? I think it's by Evan Petzold. Yeah, by Evan Petzold about Skubal's his throwing session today. He threw off a mound at Comerica Park, did live batting practice, and the article mentioned that he had already thrown 8 bullpen sessions, and that Miguel Cabrera said, "When are you coming back soon?" Soon was the question. He didn't know if he was going to be coming back yet or soon or not. The article also says, because we had a ticket texter earlier asking about the timeline for when Skubal would return, and I think that after today's game, a lot more people are saying, please, somebody save Wentz from himself. He's just not worthy of being a major leaguer. When can somebody replace Wentz? What about Skubal? Here's an excerpt from the article by Evan Petzold. Quote, Skubal has been instructed not to discuss his timeline publicly, so he shared a private conversation with Cabrera about his plan for returning to the Detroit Tigers. This isn't a nuclear secret. This isn't like some secret regarding, how to strategize for Ukraine to beat Russia. Why can't Tarek Skubal discuss his timeline for returning from injury publicly? This isn't like the NBA draft lottery where you got representatives from each team watching the lottery and the ping pong balls, but nobody's allowed to say anything. This is the first time that I can remember in pro sports where a player has been instructed not to discuss his timeline publicly. In college, that's the norm because they cite HIPAA laws and some other stuff, and they don't have quote unquote injured lists that have to be announced prior to game time. They don't have questionable and will play and doubtful and all that stuff when it comes to college, if you may have noticed. But in pro sports, they're more open about this stuff. I get maybe if you're getting ready for a playoff game and you want to say, oh, he's day-to-day, he's questionable, we don't know if he's going to play or not. But this is a guy that's recovering from a long-term injury. He's been out since, the middle of last year or something like that. The Tigers have a losing record, and they want to keep secrets about when he's going to return? Does it give the Tigers a competitive advantage to keep Tarek Skubal's return in the dark? I don't think so. Unless I'm missing something, I don't get why the Tigers would want to be so secretive about this. Especially when, even if Tarek Skubal pitches a good game, if he was pitching and had a fairly good game today, the Tigers likely still would have lost because they had 3 hits. This is weird that the Tigers would want to keep Tarek Skubal's timeline private. Does it matter whether he returns on June 15th or July 15th? Yes. Does it matter to opponents? Are they going to be shuddering in their cleats if he's returning a month sooner, or they know when he's going to return? No. They'll just say, oh, Skubal's pitching. Here's the scouting report. Let's play ball. Very weird weird excerpt there. I think it's important for Tigers fans to know because they've been asking that question. I appreciate Evan Petzold for including that in the story, but very weird and atypical on the part of the Tigers to just decide that Tarek Skubal is not allowed to tell anybody when he is scheduled to return or what the timeline is on his return. Well, I know Jeff Lesson likes to make fun of the Tigers on a regular basis when it comes to injuries and when somebody's going to come back and why aren't they telling us this and why aren't they telling us that? I don't want to be all Jeff Lesson, but it is kind of strange. 248-539-9797 is the phone number. But getting back to the Penn State versus Michigan State game being played at Ford Field, like I said, it makes it more likely that I'm going to attend the game. If you're worried about traffic and driving all the way to East Lansing, I guess maybe it makes it more likely that you're going to attend. There has been a lot of bad weather for Penn State Michigan games or Penn State Michigan State games in East Lansing in the past. 2 years ago, there was a big blizzard. I believe 2 years before that, I was in attendance when there was a bunch of rain for the entirety of the game, and folks were literally leaving in the first quarter. In the first quarter, they left. And I believe 2 years prior to that was when they had the rainstorm that included lightning that had a 3-hour delay. So there have been, obviously, there has been inclement weather at Spartan Stadium, and I guess perhaps they want to avoid that. And if they're going to have a game at night at 7:30 p.m. in the Big Ten late in November, they want to have some ideal conditions. They don't want to have to worry about only having 30,000 fans in attendance because there might be rain or snow. Yes, this prevents that. But one thing that didn't cross my mind until I think I read an article about it was, well, what about the business owners? What about the bars and the restaurants and the hotels and all the other businesses that are positively affected by Michigan State football home games? When you know there's going to be 70,000 people going to games, you know there's going to be 50,000 people driving in for those games, that means business for Ingham County. That means business for East Lansing and Lansing. And now it's coming to downtown Detroit. Not that it's bad for downtown Detroit, but it's bad for the people out there in the Lansing area that lose that. That's thousands of dollars of business for them. A lot of these businesses make a big chunk of their change during football season. And this isn't just like losing a home game against Maryland or against, Nebraska, even though Nebraska travels well, or let's say Indiana. This is losing a game against Penn State where fans are likely going to want to attend because it's a marquee team. I know we got trolling ticket textures, but Penn State is likely to be a top 10, even if things are disappointing, at least a ranked team. And to not have that ranked team come to Lansing, to East Lansing, and to come to Detroit, I think it's a detriment for college football, a detriment to Michigan State. And even though it makes Penn State more likely to win the game they're already likely to win, I'm disappointed by it. Anyway, we got CBS Sports Radio coming up next. I am Brian Chapman, 97.1 The Ticket.